For those present today who feel more comfortable making their comments in Spanish, please let us know. We have someone available who will translate your comment into English. For those who require translation of the whole meeting, please make arrangements in advance with the clerk of the board, either by visiting their office in person or calling 454-2323. We want to hear from our non-English speaking community, so please do request translation assistance if you feel language is a barrier to your participation. Para los que están presentes hoy, si se sienten más cómodos haciendo sus comentarios en español, por favor infórmenos. Tenemos alguien disponible que traducirá sus comentarios al inglés. Si necesita servicios para toda la Junta, por favor hagan los arreglos con la secretaria de la Junta, visitando la oficina en persona en el 5 piso, cuarto 520, o llamando a 454-2323. Queremos escuchar a nuestra comunidad que no habla inglés, así que por favor contáctenos para ayuda.
Good morning and welcome back. I'd like to call to order the June 11th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Present.
Koenig.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Cummings.
Aquí.
And Martinez.
Here. Next, we will have our moment of silence. Is there anyone on the board who'd like to recognize someone for this morning's moment of silence? Seeing none, I'll ask the crowd to please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now move on to considerations of late additions or deletions to the agenda. CEO Coburn, is there anything to change?
Good morning, Chair. We have no revisions.
Wonderful. Then at this time, we will move on to public comment. We will have an opportunity for folks to speak to us during public comment on anything that's of purview of the board. We have no consent agenda today. If you are here to speak on an item that's on the regular agenda, such as our probation budget, our sheriff's budget, our parks budget, I'll ask that you please wait and give those comments when that item is heard. If you're here to speak on general public comment, please form a line in front of us, and we'd welcome you to come speak for 2 minutes each.
I can go first, ma'am?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Please talk into the microphone so the people online can hear you. Thank you.
Into three categories, one is mental illness, one is drug addiction, and one is people like me who just want to get back on their feet and have a beautiful life for myself. But so it feels like the county in some categories, is slacking off on categories that are trying to help, the mental illness or the drug addiction. Maybe like drug addictions need to be more, have rehabs in Santa Cruz County, but then the mental illness needs to be like more programs like care for the mentally ill, homeless people. But, I just for myself personally in the category of I want to get back on my feet because I'm not drug addict and I'm not mentally ill like some of these people out there unfortunately are. But yeah, I just wish there was more funding somehow to help the homeless. So, tourists come here, don't look at Santa Cruz like, ew, Santa Cruz is nasty. But yeah, I just want to fix that problem for myself and for all you too, so that's what I have on my mind right now.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I know I have 2 minutes. I just want to say Thank you. I am still doing what it is, even though I have a heart issue. And doctor, I'm not going to die. I'm going to be around, if I can, to see the supervisors create here in our small county what could be done with your help. Help! And I just know I have ideas, but you do too. And as we move forward in 2 minutes, I know I can send you emails. I would like you to think of the Black Star Project, and that the sheriff has a badge, what it would be to take on the young people back here in alternative ed. So help me, okay? Now, we didn't create a church at Stanford. We created the Gay People's Union. We need a different kind of union. I can speak into it if we can meet. So I'm just here to learn, because I was with Huff and they talked about this meeting. I didn't even know it was happening. So if you remember Richard Lewis in Chicago, it's Jesse Lewis Jackson with 2 people in Congress. Let's bring that through you to what we could do here in Santa Cruz County. So the Value Youth Fund will be public domain. But what if that money goes to youth activism? Who could do it but all of you? Great idea, but it's public domain and I can't do it by myself. I know one that could. Last year, the Brown Berets, go back 30 years when you marched them from Aptos, Philippi. Thank you.
Thank you.
And call me Grandpa, I'm honored.
Is there anyone further in the room who'd like to speak to us this morning? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first online caller?
Yes. Manuel, your microphone is now available.
Yes. Hello, thank you. I'm here to just make a comment on the board, to the board about the Public Defender's Office. I just wanted to say, I know people who work in the Public Defender's Office, and I'm constantly amazed at the level of commitment, dedication, incredible work ethic. They work so hard for us taxpayers, and the Public Defender's Office is already underfunded, and which means that all the lawyers have to work so very hard to juggle multiple cases, and I just want to impress on the board how important their work is, and I hope that that the Board of Supervisors will adequately fund them, because what they do is very important, and we need to support them. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
I see no further speakers online, Chair. Oh, somebody has just raised their hands. One moment, please. If you're calling in on Zoom, please use *9 to raise your hand to indicate that you wish to make a comment. Chair, we have one additional speaker.
Thank you.
Emily, your microphone is now available.
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I just want to advocate against the pilot program for pay to park at the county parks. I just think this would be a really irresponsible use of the public's property, and it'll especially affect families who are on the margins, such as people who are experiencing homelessness or people who are escaping domestic violence, who don't have time to do paperwork to take their child to the park. I would really love clarity about which parks would be affected, and if this is a pilot program, will it be expanding to other parks across the county? And if there are other ways to make that money. The startup costs for this are about $200,000, and that could be better used by hiring fundraisers or grant writers to find those funds for future years. The second problem I have is the introduction of AI surveillance to the parks budget. I am not comfortable with the public's information and data being provided to private companies who are collaborating with the federal government and with other bad actors to limit our freedoms. And so I have an issue with that. And then I also want to put in my 2 cents that I very much also support the Public Defender's Office and their representation for all that will help protect immigrants in our community should any sort of mass immigration enforcement come to our county, which is very likely. All right, thank you so much.
Lee, your microphone is now available.
Hi, I just want to second everything that Emily said about the parks program and requiring paying for parking and AI surveillance. I also am not comfortable with AI being used to have our images, our data being sent to private companies when we are families with young children going to play outside. But I want to touch on that this is already an expensive area to live, and it is hard enough for families to be able to afford a roof and food for their children, let alone being able to go and experience our outdoors and play. Parks is one of the few places that we can go without needing to budget in order to go experience that. And many families go multiple times a day. We do not all have the ability to pay for a parks pass, let alone pay for every time we want to go. And this is going to be detrimental for our schools. We already are experiencing loss in children because of the expense to live here and teachers being unable to afford to live where we work. So we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can for families to be able to stay here, not pushing them out. Thank you very much.
Dawn, your microphone is now available.
Hi, thank you so much. I know that you guys wanted us to do it by the agenda item, but I'm about to put my kid down for a nap. I also want to just thirdly say what the other two said about the parks, but I want to remind the board about something that is on your website, our website for the government, about the county equity statement. It says, and I quote, "Equity in action in Santa Cruz County is a transformative process that embraces individuals of every status, providing unwavering support, dignity, and compassion. Through this commitment, the county ensures intentional opportunities and access, fostering an environment where everyone can thrive and belong. In order for us," end quote, as this is a mission statement, I do believe that the parks pilot program is going to interfere with that. Many of the reasons that people have said before. Also, I do believe the board is very creative and can think of other ways. Just to take in consideration that we really want to, put into action what the website says and what you guys as a board. So thank you so much.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you. I will now close our public comment period and begin the regular agenda. Our first item today is item number 5, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for the probation department, including any supplemental materials and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the county executive officer. So at this time, I'll ask our presenters to come join us. And I'll ask you to please introduce yourself, your role in your department. Welcome.
Good morning, Valerie Thompson, Assistant Chief Probation Officer. Cynthia Bloody, Senior Analyst for Probation.
All right. Good morning, Chair Martinez and board members, CEO Coburn, and partners. I am pleased to be here today to share the proposed budget for the 26-27 fiscal year. I'm pleased to be here today to share the work that our department has done, the work that we intend to do, and the outcomes that we are working for. I'm joined by Division Director Sarah Berman, Danielle Grindy, who is our brand new Departmental Fiscal Officer, our Juvenile Administrator, Jimmy Cook, and also a Senior Analyst, Christine Burge. Justin Nunez, who transitioned to another department as our Departmental Fiscal Officer, is also here to offer support. As you can see, we're a department in the midst of transition, so we appreciate our teamwork. I want to thank CEO Coburn and her team for their support and guidance through what has proven to be a very, very challenging budget season. This is the toughest I believe I can recall in my 12 and a half years with the county. But what I believe you will see and understand with our budget is that probation remains nimble. We were able to pivot, recognizing that fiscal prudence was required, yet we did not sacrifice our great staff's ability to support departmental operations, collaborative relationships, and provide comprehensive supervision and resources as well as services to the young people, adults, and families that we serve. We do this to contribute to public safety and outcomes of well-being. So you may be wondering, why is Valerie presenting the budget? And where is Sandra Mendez, our new chief? And where is Jose Flores and Sarah Fletcher? Well, our chief has led a team to Georgetown University. They're participating in the Transforming Juvenile Justice Probation Certificate Program. This was a competitive application process with teams applying from across the country, and Santa Cruz was accepted to this program. This collaborative team also includes members from community-based organizations, our county partners, including the County Executive Office, also our partners from County Office of Education, as well as others from our staff, and the Public Defender's Office. Tara George and Judge Guy, who did not travel, are also members of this team. And so our department continues to work towards opportunities to reform our practices in the juvenile justice spectrum, be able to look at funding opportunities and network to be able to create the results that we are looking for. All right. So while ensuring the continuity of our operations, we've been navigating transitions in our department. So we wanted to just give you an updated org chart, I will say, for right now. You will see that our new chief is noted here, but Sarah Fletcher, who you all are used to seeing in the role as adult division director, is now the division director of the juvenile hall. And Sarah Berman, who is here today, is now the director of the adult services division. And then Danielle Grindy, of course, has assumed her position as our departmental fiscal officer. So we wanted to just provide you with this update. And since I am retiring with my last day being June 30th, I am excited to share that Jose Flores has been appointed as the assistant chief. And so his name will move to where mine is come the 1st of July. So this is the presentation overview that just summarizes at a high level what we'll cover with you today. And we will go into more detail throughout this presentation. Next slide. Yeah. So what do? We serve the community supervision needs of adults, including pretrial, and young people, including alternatives to detention, as well as the young people in our juvenile hall 24/7, 365-day facility. Our committed staff provide community supervision through field, home, work, and partner site contacts. They serve alongside partners in the probation success centers, the Luna Evening Centers, which serves our young people. Our team also serves the courts and implements court-ordered terms and provides comprehensive reports and works in partnerships with law enforcement. Our updated strategic plan continues to guide our department's understanding of our critical role in the public safety ecosystem and our impact on health and safety of our clients and the broader community. As a department, we continue to be data-driven inclusive of community voice to guide our practices, partnerships, and ultimately impacts on results. This is how our strategic plan was developed. And I'd like to just note here, one of the members of the team that has traveled to Georgetown is a young lady with lived experience in our system, and she is at Georgetown informing what our work will look like when we come back, and she will also be a part of co-designing the work upon her return with the team. Our staff, along with county and community partners, align with our contributions to ensure that those we serve are connected to a continuum of supervision and services that help reduce recidivism and lower the use of jail and detention while maintaining high community safety rates. We continue to be recognized as a leader in both adult and juvenile supervision practices, and were recently recognized by the Chief Probation Officers of California, who acknowledged the work and innovations of our pretrial unit, which is often consulted with by folks from around the state calling to find out how this team is getting this work done at the volume that they're doing it and what the practices are. And that pretrial unit is led by Yolanda James Sevilla and her team, she's not here today. Our juvenile hall, now led by Sarah Fletcher and her team, continue to scale our secure youth treatment facility programs and our ranch camp programs, and we've received approval to become a less restrictive placement. So we now have 3 program designations in the juvenile hall, and I want to give credit to Sarah Berman and her hard work to get that work started. Our adult division, now led by Sarah Berman and her team, continues to be recognized for the equitable access provided North and South County through our probation success centers. That removes barriers for those who have minimal resources, and especially given the gas prices that we have today, they can have their needs met closest to where they live. Our juvenile division, led by Jose Flores and Jimmy Cook, who is here today, lead and inspire cross-sector diversion and prevention initiatives that have been nationally recognized. This is the key area of focus for the team that is in Georgetown. We'll have more information on that as we move forward. Next slide. I'm proud to share that the work of our divisions, starting with the juvenile hall and juvenile services teams, the key impacts of their work are achieved through relationships, centering the clients, and also we use a coaching approach with our clients to better engage them and to try to get to more successful outcomes. We have strong community partnerships that have contributed to low recidivism rates. The recidivism rate in the juvenile division is 8%, which is one of the lowest you will see in the country. And in adult, it is 28%, which represents a 22% decrease from 2014. We measure adult recidivism in 5-year increments, and we give a lot of credit to the work of the team in the adult division, as well as the work that was done through the Prop 47 grant, which was a highly collaborative process that really worked to engage clients and connect them to services so that we could reduce recidivism and support stability in the community. Despite ongoing juvenile hall construction, the staff continue to provide a safe, Title 15 compliant care and programming for youth and families. We, of course, have state approval of our secure youth treatment, our Redwoods Coastal Academy, and our least restrictive program. This is important because we can now generate revenue in this program. And our chief has already received outreach of interest from counties who are interested in placing their young people with us. The STAR program, which is a Title II program that was, well, you could just stay there, was the STAR reentry program delivered over 200 community referrals in juvenile hall. It served 129 youth and provided 100 family engagement and case management episodes through the community partners. The juvenile division, again, continues to provide alternatives to detention with high success rates, investigations, supervision placements, and youth development programs that connect young people and families to resources. One thing that's important for you to know is that even though we are child-centered, we focus on the entire family. We believe that if the family can better support the young person, it increases the opportunity for them to be successful on their own and have less time with juvenile justice engagement. Our new Aztecas Clubhouse, which we'll show you a picture of later, is now up and running. It is supported by philanthropic partners. It expands opportunities for mentorship, tutoring, community service, recreation, and positive youth development. Jimmy will make sure you all get an invitation to the grand opening, which will be in July. So our work is a continued investment that sustains evidence-based practices, maximizes state funding opportunities, and strengthens community safety, improving outcomes for young people and families. I want to talk to you now about our pretrial services. Next slide. Pretrial services has had a huge growth in population. We have an average daily population of 368 in 2025. We had days when we were over 400, and I think our sheriff can attest to the fact that there were days we had more people on supervision than were in the facility, which actually contributes to the safety of not only his staff, but of those who are housed there. Despite the increased workload, pretrial has maintained strong outcomes in the court appearances and public safety. They have court appearance rate of 83% in 2025, and they continue with a high public safety rate of 87%, which means people are not out reoffending. Pretrial successfully managed a substantial increase in population while continuing to maintain strong public safety and court appearance outcomes. Our staff is doing more work with less, and so we really applaud their effort to continue to run a successful pretrial program. In the adult division, we supervise clients on formal, mandatory supervision, post-release community supervision. We have 1,864 individuals on supervision in 2025, with a monthly average of 1,151 with one or more cases open. We also provide court coverage, investigations, specialties, supervision for sexually deviant behaviors, domestic violence, as well as mental health and co-occurring disorders. We also partner on special operations in the field with law enforcement. Our probation success centers partners with our community providers. We had 832 people served in 2025, which is an increase over 2024 at 21%. And we have our mobile success center has been delivered to us. We have one thing that has to be installed in it, and we will have it on the road this summer. The mobile success center will provide services. We will work with partners. They can get substance use assessments, mental health support, peer navigation. We will connect people to parenting and mentoring classes, anger management, and domestic violence. It really will be a mobile success center that provides actual services and connections. Our administrative services is really a big backbone to our department. This is where the work that's unseen happens. Our chief and our executive team have implemented our strategic plan and are working towards our chief's vision for the department's impact on the public safety ecosystem, community, and county operations. One component is operational excellence, and our amazing administrative team keeps the operations moving that are critical to the successful outcomes that we achieve and continue to pursue. These are our unsung heroes. They are our fiscal department, our accounting unit, our clerks, our office assistants, our administrative aides, and our great team of analysts who do a lot of work behind the scenes. Our analysts support contracts and purchase order development to ensure the needed services based on their analysis is appropriated. This is critical because we use data to find out what do our assessment tools tell us, what do our clients tell us they want or they need, and then we make sure we are appropriating the services that meet those needs. Our support staff, our office assistants, our administrative aides, and our mail clerk keep the work moving day to day in the offices. And our collections officer works to support victims by facilitating collections and payments to restore victims in concert with the other providers who also work to meet victims' needs. So just some of our results to show you. We are proud that while our juvenile hall average daily population was at an average of 8 last year, there is a new trend that is moving throughout the state and the country, and that juvenile crime is starting to tick up. More importantly, more serious offenses. And so we are actually seeing this in our juvenile hall. We served over 140 youth in 2025, and to date we served 77 youth, and we're halfway through the year. our combined average daily population in January to May is already at 11. So we know that our average daily population for 2026 is going to be way above that which it was last year of 8. But this is attributed again to the statewide trends of young people being involved in more serious 707B offenses and requiring higher levels of care and intervention. This trend has also been highlighted in a recent report by the Chief Probation Officers of California and shared with counties and the state last month. Our juvenile alternatives to detention program and team have worked to maintain a 96% success rate, and pretrial, as previously mentioned, reflects an 87% success rate of no new offenses. What's important here to pull out is that our teams that work predispositionally or at the front end are critical to keeping people in the community safely and keeping the community safe. So we want to just really shout out the fact that we have teams that are really working well, understand the needs of those that we serve, and are ensuring community safety as we do this work. Next slide. Now we will go into our budget overview. So the department is proud of its contributions to public safety across many areas. Here we are just highlighting some of the work that we are how our work is done and how our budget supports this. While this is a change year over year, we're able to maintain critical services and initiatives to support public safety. This budget supports probation's ability to be proactive with supervision efforts that support strategies that reduce recidivism. It supports our staff's ability to move critical work so that we can get the results that we need. This budget also includes a staffing reduction of 3 full-time positions, and we will provide more detail on that as we move through this presentation. Next slide. So our budget is a $35 million budget, which reflects a 5% reduction compared to fiscal year 25-26. So you might wonder, why does it show a reduction? That is because it's mainly attributed to expiring grants. We had cohort 3 of Prop 47 and our Title II STAR grant are expiring grants. Additionally, we had the staffing reductions of 3 staff that we identified through vacancies to not fill. And we had a one-time drawdown of restricted funds to avoid layoffs in this budget. Here you will see that our budget encompasses a large percentage of salaries and benefits, which reflects a 10% negotiated increase. 26% of our budget is services and supplies. This is a 12% decrease. Again, this is in part to expiring grants and the CalAIM funding formula. One thing to know about CalAIM is the funding came in for CalAIM in this fiscal year, but the funds will be expended in the 26-27 fiscal year. This also reflects our community-based organization contracts and purchase orders, as well as our ISD and GSD service fees, clothing and food for juvenile hall, as well as supplies and equipment. Other charges also include a decrease in our foster care and juvenile institutions use. So now that we have a secure youth track program, a ranch camp program, we will no longer be using UBA for ranch camp. Our newest SYTF commitments have come to us, so now we aren't sending other kids out to Sonoma. So those reductions are reflected there. We have a large portion, approximately $3.1 million, that goes out for our HSA medical and behavioral services partnerships. There are cost increases. We also have a partial bit of funding for the Sheriff's Department, which provides a sheriff to go out in the field with our staff, and then other smaller expenses. We'll talk a little bit later about our strategies to mitigate the decreased funding for our services through the decreases as we go through this presentation. Next. So our revenues are showing a 9%, approximate 9% drop over last year, reflecting again the completed grants with no new grants at this point. The department was successful in securing under $12 million in grants in the last 6 years through Prop 47, Title II, and other grants. We will continue to pursue grants and already have our eye on 1 or 2. However, it's important to know that 2/3 of the funds that were allocated through our grants went to CBOs and services. So this was not funding that just stayed in our department as it did many, many years ago. This grant, the Prop 47 grant, also funded the Neighborhood Courts Diversion Program, which they continue to maintain, and it informed the new Cohort 4 of Prop 47 HSA's Renew Path grant. So recent legislation also impacts our revenues in that they've eliminated most fines and fees that we would normally have collected. This is really aimed at sort of leveling the income equity challenges. However, we do know that there is some proposed legislation pending that may swing that pendulum the other way, so we will have to wait to see what happens with that. Intergovernmental and external revenue and state and federal allocations also impact our budget. So we bring in $1.6 million in Medi-Cal administrative activities. Currently, we also bring in funds from 4E and also our state juvenile block grants, as well as the minimal pretrial funding that we bring in. One thing I will say about MA is our county brings in one of the highest percentages of MA for a county our size, and we even bring in more than counties that are larger than ours. So we also intend to expand how we are claiming MA to make sure that we are recovering every dollar that reflects the work that we're doing, moving into next fiscal year to offset some of these challenges. We also believe that CalAIM will help us do that, so we are excited about the opportunity to generate revenue and offset general fund costs through MA. So next we will talk in detail about our divisions and sort of the fiscal impacts broken down by division. So our juvenile hall receives the largest allocation of general fund, and it supports mandated Board of State and Community Corrections secure facility requirements, we call those Title 15, to ensure the safety and well-being of the young people and staff that serve the facility. The increase here is also attributed to salaries and benefits. Again, it had a negotiated increase, and we also had to spend some funds to offer staff training for the new programs that we will be providing to stand up the new juvenile hall programs. The decrease in revenues is due to the timing of grant reimbursements and, in small part, the expiring Title II STAR grant. Regarding CalAIM, which reflects funds, again, received in this current fiscal year, just a reminder, they will be expended in the 26-27 fiscal year. On the probation side of the department, decreasing revenues has the department shifting strategies to navigate the impact of expiring grants. The adult division will be making referrals to HSA's Cohort 4 for their Renew Path grant, and to Janus and Encompass for their recovery residences. So we have a plan in concert with our collaborative partners to ensure that all of the clients who are receiving services under the CAFE's Prop 47 Cohort 3 grant will continue to receive services through a continuum, even if those services are not offered through probation or funded by probation. The department will maintain robust service continuum through our probation success centers, for which attendance is increasing across our success centers. And I would like to just tell the board that I have the opportunity to be housed now because of our displacement at the juvenile hall at the Water Street office. And I can tell you, we see people every single day coming into our success centers, some people who are not even on probation, but know that there's a place in the county that they can go and get help. And we offer a no wrong door approach in probation. If you come to us and we aren't serving you, we're going to get you to where you can be served. But I just think the county should be proud that we have a model here where people will come to us not knowing where else to go. And for that to be a probation department is really a pretty big deal. And we're proud of that. Our juvenile RFP has been completed, and it is being leveraged to sustain our STAR Title II grant. So those services will now be funded through our RFP, and those services will begin with the contracts and purchase orders awarded beginning July the 1st. We want to be able to ensure the success of that program and the supportive reentry practices that Sarah Berman directed when she was over the juvenile hall facility. And then again, the drivers of the increase in salaries and benefits also impact this budget, as well as our one-time use of restricted funds. So winding down here, let's go to major budget changes. So again, salaries and benefits really impact our budget here, but our juvenile hall medical costs have increased. And you all have heard that from our health services partners. These costs are just going up. However, our youth have comprehensive care as expected in a facility where we are responsible for the care of young people. Our one-time use of restricted funds to avoid layoffs also impacted our budget and was a major change. However, we are developing actively plans to reduce the use or not use one-time restricted funds by building revenue streams. And we're currently working to complete a MOU now and our pricing for our 3 juvenile hall programs because of the outreach we're receiving from other counties. Again, just as a reminder, we plan to use enhanced care management. Our staff will be going to training to learn how to apply enhanced care management so that our department can also take that up as a revenue generating resource. Again, we're going to focus on MA, and then with the CalAIM and ECM, we can also apply that to MA as well. Our Prop 347 cohort, just as previously stated, we will ensure that there's a continuum of care for our folks who are receiving those services, so we are not concerned that people will not be served based on that grant closing. And then, again, as previously noted, our Title II STAR grant is now a part of our juvenile RFP, and that funding will begin in January. One critical area that we are actively advocating for, our chief is working with CPOC, our Chief Probation Officers of California, as a collective to address the pretrial funding issues. If you all remember, at one point, counties were told there was going to be plenty of funding for pretrial. We were given great promises, and now we're not being given the great funding to reflect that. In fact, we're given reductions. So we are working to advocate and hope to see some changes in some revisions that we expect over the next few days. We are hopeful for that. And then lastly, we deleted 3 positions in order to try to meet these budget constraints and these hard times that are before us. However, our staff are absorbing more work given the loss of these positions. We deleted an office assistant 2 position, a supervising deputy probation officer 3 position, and at the manager's level, we eliminated an analyst position. Again, we also had ISD technology charges that have also increased over time that have impacted our budget as well. And so this is how we got to the modest general fund changes. Again, salaries and benefits were a large driver. Grant revenue decreases and expenses sort of offsetting each other. So while we are bringing in this funding from our restricted funds, and then we have funding that is sort of going out, that's ending with some of our grants and other changes, they sort of offset each other. We would have had to request more general fund dollars if we did not utilize the one-time restricted funds. Our department is developing strategies to eliminate reliance on the restricted funds moving forward. And we really are focusing on revenue generation, as I've already named, and new grant opportunities that we will pursue. Next, we'll move into our capital projects. As you all are aware, our juvenile hall is under construction as we speak. The GSD department is overseeing capital improvements and our safety and basic upgrades that will meet ADA and Title 15 requirements, as well as the seismic upgrades. There are also going to be approved conditions of confinement that will be really impactful on our 3 long-term programs. We have had some challenges with the construction project. We found underground electrical wiring, underground pipes. I'm sure they're going to find an underground city at some point that's not mapped. But there are new discoveries that do cause delays, but yet the work continues. All right, so we will talk now about our state and federal risk, emerging issues, and accomplishments. All right, as the board is well aware, the state and federal funding has not been stable, yet we adapt and shift to our strategies to meet the moment. Our state and federal refunds our state and federal funds are unpredictable and unsteady. So we are really leveraging our juvenile RFP and our juvenile funds to sustain, again, the Title II STAR grant for services, the continuum of services offered through our county and through partnerships to sustain the Prop 47 services. And next, we're looking at the impacts of the unfunded Prop 36, which is resulting in increased workloads and demands on staff. It hits us at the front end, at pretrial, and also our supervision caseloads. And as of right now, we are still tracking numbers on the impact of Prop 36, but we have at least 136 persons on supervision who have Prop 36 charges. So we know we're seeing some increase in the burden on our staff, again, for this unfunded mandate. And so we just want to just make sure that you all are aware that these are really some of our funding risks, since we don't know what will come in with state or federal funding. And I think Board Member Cummings said yesterday, sort of our federal impacts is like a bull in the china shop. We just don't know what the results are going to be. So we have to wait to see what we will get in the way of federal funding. All right. So then, in terms of our emerging issues, again, at the forefront for us remains our Prop 36 implementation and impacts. Again, we are working and doing more with less. We have had to reduce our budget for electronic monitoring equipment. So this does impact people who can leave the jail and be placed on electronic monitoring. Right now, we've only had one person impacted so far for 1 day, but we also continue to implement strategies to mitigate that, because we don't really want to see people stay in custody longer. But the reality is we have a budget to meet, and we don't have extra funding for some of our services associated with pretrial. But we do want to expand our alternatives to custody and supervision and look at some internal solutions to be able to do that. Our juvenile hall construction, as previously noted, has had some delays, again, due to some construction costs, things that they found underground that they didn't know about. And there's also been some delays in the supply chain in receiving some of the equipment that we need. Next one. So SB 678 is sort of our prison commitment incentive. We will receive a $13,000 increase for this incentive. However, that's less than 10% of a staff person. So this allocation is really not reliable to support our staffing needs. We will try to adapt to using AI with some of our reports, meaning some of the stagnant pieces of work from reports, not the people moving pieces of reports. So just like the data, downloading police report information, we are looking at the capacity to have that be used so that that will save staff time to be able to produce more reports or to do different work. And then lastly, our accomplishments. Our ability to implement CalAIM screenings has readied us for the start of CalAIM activities as mandated in October. Our lessons learned also inform our emerging strategies to generate revenue, given the prediction of continued fiscal challenges in the next fiscal years. Our managers, again, are attending upcoming enhanced care management training as we see the opportunity to apply this in our department. Our juvenile diversions and strategies will continue to scale. The Annie-EKCE Foundation is in discussions about making Santa Cruz a learning site for this particular piece of work, which may also come with some funding. We are also looking at a new grant opportunity as well to continue our work in the juvenile division. Adult supervision techniques, which also include the coaching model, are resulting in a focus on those who struggle the most and is resulting in lower recidivism rates. So we are going to continue to do that great work. And then our pretrial will continue to engage clients in early voluntary services, which support success rates in pretrial and also helps to keep the community safe. And of course, we will continue with the work on our gym. And then this next slide is to just give you a reflection that we really do have a mobile services success center. We just have, again, one thing to have installed in it, and then we will bring it around the county and do a show and tell with it. The mobile success center will support probation clients experiencing homelessness and struggling to meet probation requirements. And then this is the interior picture of our brand new Aztecas clubhouse. So you all are familiar with our Azteca soccer program, which Jimmy Cook here has been instrumental in leading. The 1440 Multiversity Foundation has been generous to help appropriate this building for us, pay the rent, help to install the furniture and do some remodeling. We also have support from the Lions Club, the Santa Cruz Community Foundation, and the Watsonville Rotary. This is really a community-supported program. We hope that you all will come out and visit our 2-week summer soccer program where we serve over 200 kids in the summer, ages 6 to 14. And we have some of our kids on supervision, plenty of volunteers who serve as coaches and support this summer program. I'd like to end with just a note. The board received a letter from our young person, Mary, who is with our team in Georgetown. And one of the things that she said in her letter to the board in support of probation's budget was that she was fortunate to have dedicated probation officers who connected her to services and support and the CAB Luna Isol Familia Center. She felt invested in, and that this is the proof that when young people are provided with support, guidance, and meaningful opportunities, they can succeed. So I wanted to share that with you. That is a reflection of what probation aims to do on both the probation adult and juvenile side of our work. Next slide. And I end with our request for your approval of our recommended action to approve our proposed 26-27 budget and supplemental materials.
Thank you for your presentation. For my colleagues this morning, I want to let you know that today we'll follow a different process where we're going to start with public comment and then return to the board for both questions, discussion, and action on recommended or on whatever action we want to take. And so with that, I'm going to open it up to the public. If you're here and would like to speak on this item, I ask you to please form a line behind the microphone, and so we can get a sense of how many people are here to speak today. And we'll be setting the public comment period for 2 minutes each. Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Board. My name is Sam Cunningham. I'm the program director down in Santa Cruz, Barrios Unidos. And I'm here representing Nane Alejandrez, our founder and executive director. He's down south at a not so pleasant event that he had to attend. But ironically, the last time I was here and spoke at the board, Nane and I were here about a year ago, and we were vehemently, after Valerie and the former chief had just did a presentation to the board about the SYTF and the camp at Juvenile Hall. A year later, the board granted them the funding, as you know, but you guys did sternly advise them to reach out to community-based organizations and see what a collaboration would look like. And they immediately, Valerie, former chief, got in touch with us as well as other community-based organizations. And we had some very, very productive conversations. And over this last year, some great building. And I wanted to say that we completely support everything that they're doing, their vision, and we just wanted to speak on the part that they've reached out and continue to build bridges over this last year, and we look forward to continue to build with probation and the new regime that's coming in. And real quickly, Chief Mendez and new coming in Deputy Chief Flores, they came down to Barrios a couple of months ago, not on business or anything like that, but just to sit down with us and get an understanding and share with us what their vision was and what their expectations was from community-based organizations. And we really appreciate that. And I just wanted to share that with the board today. So thank you guys for this time.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Johnny Rice. I serve as the Executive Director of the Alternative Education Programs for the Santa Cruz County Office of Education. I'm here today to express my support for the proposed budget for the Santa Cruz County Probation Department and the critical services they provide to youth and families throughout our community. The partnership between the Santa Cruz County Office of Education and the Santa Cruz County Probation Department is an essential component of the continuum of support available to justice-involved youth. Together, we work to ensure that young people remain connected to their education, develop positive relationships with caring adults, and build pathways towards successful futures. This impactful work requires sustained investment and strong cross-agency partnerships. Our agencies work closely together with youth both in custody and in the community. Within Juvenile Hall, our agencies work side by side to provide a safe, structured environment where youth can continue their education. Beyond Juvenile Hall, our partnership extends into the community through transition planning, educational support, workforce development, and connections to resources that help youth successfully re-engage in school and family life. Our agencies also work together in support of the new secure youth treatment facility model, and continued financial support here will ensure the ability to provide comprehensive programming, including expanded college opportunities, career exploration, and job training that will prepare youth for success long after transitions back to the community. Finally, services provided through probation are an investment in community safety, family stability, educational attainment, and future workforce development. On behalf of the County Office of Education, I respectfully encourage the board to continue full support funding for the Santa Cruz County Probation Department and the collaborative work that is making a meaningful difference across our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie Anaya. I am the program director of Friends Outside, a program of the Volunteer Center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the critical need for continued investment in the success centers for justice-involved individuals in Santa Cruz County. Successful reentry is about much more than simply leaving custody and checking in with probation. It requires a comprehensive, whole-person approach that addresses the underlying challenges individuals face as they transition back into our communities. Continued funding allows us to provide evidence-based case management services to help participants navigate complex barriers and build stable, productive lives. Through targeted cognitive behavioral programming, individuals learn to recognize and change thinking patterns, behaviors that contribute to criminal activity, and these proven curricula strengthen decision-making skills, improve emotional regulation, and promote long-term behavioral change. At the same time, Goodwill Industries, employment referrals, and workforce development services are equally essential. Meaningful employment provides financial stability, purpose, and connection to the community. Together, these services and others, the COE, Monarch Services, Encompass, Janus, form a coordinated reentry strategy that reduces recidivism, enhances public safety, and strengthens our community. Continued funding is not simply an investment in individuals, it is an investment in safer neighborhoods, stronger families, and more effective use of public resources. By sustaining these programs, Santa Cruz County can continue to support positive outcomes for justice-involved individuals while reducing the social and economic costs associated with repeated involvement in the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy I'm learning. That was a great report. What I'd like to invite you is to come down, both of you, to the vet centers. The CEO may be taking it under. And then I remember when Gina had her youth sit in the front row. Please think about a contact with Homeboy Industries and get Father Boyle to do a fundraiser for whatever the STAR program is or the soccer program is. And I'm just happy to be here. I will download and listen to your report. Now, I probably will be here most of the day, but just remember there's a grandpa and grandma Blippi right there at that senior center, and I'm happy to be here. I came to learn. But now, I don't know that young man from Barrios Unidas, but he sure knows the people who are doing the AA program. So Ernesto, the one that has the RV, he lives in my house. Let's make what it would be to open a possibility. Please check out, because he was there in Aptos and the room was full, including people from the probation department. How did I do? I'm leaving, but I'm here.
You're great, thank you.
Good morning, board. Chris Clark, Sheriff Court, and I'm happy to be here too, to say how much we appreciate Valerie Thompson's 12 years of dedication and commitment to our county and our probation department. Our years of collaboration, I believe we've done a lot of great things. And so the county's better off. I know that the communities that we serve are better off. I just want to say thank you. And I know the probation department's in great hands with Chief Mendez. So yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no one further in the room, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first online caller?
Yes, I will. Leslie, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name's Leslie Potenzo, and I am a community member, and I live in District 1. In crisis, there's opportunity, and now is one of those times. If we keep making the same policy and fiscal choices, we will continue to get the same results. Let's take bold action now. I urge you to make a decision to invest in holistic prevention methods, more cost-effective programs, and equitable services that have proven results. I question the probation department's juvenile hall budget. The proposed budget allocates $9.26 million to juvenile hall staffed by 31 employees to house an average of just 10 youth. That is a staff to youth ratio of more than 3 to 1. $9 million, 10 kids. Please further direct juvenile hall savings into community-based youth services, the kind that address root causes and builds health and well-being in families and communities. Additionally, because of this year's fiscal crisis, please consider finding the funds needed to address the shortfall for the Public Defender's Office from either the probation or sheriff department's budgets. The work that the Public Defender's Office is doing directly relates to and impacts these two departments along with the DA's department, but the investment for the Public Defender's Office department is grossly inadequate. Thank you so much.
Robert, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Good morning, board. My name is Robert Ray. I'm a senior program manager with Community Bridges. Community Bridges has a long-standing and successful partnership with probation that has continued to evolve and grow over the years. From our work with Aztecas, the Parent Engagement Program, to the STAR Reentry Program, and now through this new opportunity. These investments have consistently helped expand access to services, strengthen family engagement, and improve outcomes for youth and families throughout the county. A key benefit of this proposal is the ability to provide equitable access to services countywide, ensuring that families, regardless of where they live, can access support and resources is critical to improving client success and achieving better long-term outcomes. We are grateful for our partnership with probation and look forward to continuing this important work together. Thank you.
Bernie, your microphone's now available.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, and Board of Supervisors staff. Well, congratulations. First of all, congratulations, Valerie Thompson, for your retirement. Hopefully you get to enjoy retirement, all right? So I'm Bernie Gomez with Milpa, and, you know, as this board knows, Milpa and the probation department has had lengthy conversations. You know, we have potentially two different approaches to the work, but nevertheless, our goals are the same. So in regards to this presentation, what I want to say is really around just the fiscal crisis that we're in. And one thing that came to mind is the Luna Evening Center, is that being duplicated by the Probation Success Center? Can those things be combined and can we save some money there? I also think that this board should conduct an audit on sheriff's office, probation. We seen the public defenders audit yesterday, basically, right? And we know that there is a unequal amount of support in these public safety and justice departments. And I understand, there's, each department needs to do what it can to ensure its preservation. But the reality is that there is less folks in the system, but there's more staff in the system, and there needs to be a right sizing. And that's just a healthy, it's just a healthy lens to look at in business, right? And cost saving stuff. So just considering that perspective. Thank you.
Louisa, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. I wanted to start by saying that probation has been doing some really interesting work in partnership with the Harvard School of Government, looking into how to follow best practices for least restrictive supervision, which is better for the people being supervised and the community, good for public safety, and reduces costs and workload for the probation department. And so I'd really like to encourage them to accelerate the work to implement what they've learned in that process to help us in this budget crisis. And I also wanted to echo what the previous caller said about the budget for juvenile hall. $9 million allocated to juvenile hall with a staff of 31 for an average of 10 youth. That's a 3-to-1 staff to youth ratio, which just doesn't make sense. I think that that budget should be looked into to allocate more into community-based services and prevention, helping keep youth from ever needing to be in touch with the criminal justice system in the first place, and having better outcomes. Thank you.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now close public comment and return to the board for questions, deliberation, and a motion. I'll begin with Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. And Valerie, congrats on your last budget. And if the weather keeps up like this, it looks like you're gonna have a really fun retirement summer to kick things off. To the point you made about increasing youth offenses, I'm just wondering, kind of based on who's coming in, like what types of offenses are we seeing, and are there any kind of programs or mitigations we should be considering to try to do some early intervention as we're kind of moving forward?
Yes, we are also always tracking the types of charges, but we're just seeing an increase in serious felony charges, so felonious assaults, use of weapons, robberies, attempted murders. So we have the young people who are in our facility now have very serious charges, but it is a variety of charges.
Got it. And I do think it's important for the public to know that the folks who are being kept in our juvenile hall are some of the most serious offenses, as opposed to in the past when there were less serious offenses in detaining children. So I think it's really, I just really appreciate the fact that we're trying to do as much as we can to keep kids out of, being in detention facilities and home and getting, the services they need to try to improve their lives. And I just, I want to appreciate the work that you all been doing with our community partners. I know that was a big issue, deal for many of us on the board when we'd heard from Milpa and Barrios Unidos. And so I just really want to appreciate the fact that you all reached out to them quickly and have been working closely with them to see how we can bring our community into this restorative justice process. I think it's really important. And yeah, I think that, it's, again, I think you all did a great job of balancing the budget this year. I know it probably wasn't easy. And, I think it's really important for all of us that we're continuing to have these discussions and track what's happening at the state and federal levels, just to get a sense of what this is going to look like next year. Because if the if the current trend continues in the direction it's going, and we know that next year's gonna be really bad for all of us. And so we can just hope that in November things are different and that there's a little bit more, of a positive sense of where things are headed next year. And so, the question I had around pretrial, is that state funding that was those promises that were made?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to be mindful of who we're going to need to have conversations with.
Please have a conversation with the state, yes.
Okay. And then for the summer soccer program, like when and where is that going to be taking place?
Jimmy Cook is here, he has those dates.
Good morning, Jimmy Cook. I'm an Assistant Division Director of Probation. So the first week of the summer camp is July 6th. It runs for a week at Pajaro Park. So down the southern tip of the county. Technically, we're actually pushing into Monterey at that point, but we're able to address a different part of the population than the second week, which will be at Freedom Elementary. So that will be this 13th of July. And we'll be there for a week as well.
Great.
So everybody's invited to come by and check it out, say hi, and offer a helping hand.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of the budget, and so those were the only questions I had, and I just really think you all are doing an exemplary job with, trying to keep people out of, reentering and, reducing recidivism rates, and I think that's what we've heard for years throughout this county that we wanted to have as a priority, and so I think you all are doing a great job, and thank you for all your years of service to make this a reality for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you for the thorough presentation. It's always great to hear a really sound and balanced budget. And even the public comments were all kudos to the probation department, so I'm happy to hear that. I'm really happy that you guys reached out. I know that my office had reached out to probation about this, but that they reached out to all our nonprofit partners and had discussions about just the future development and, how these less than restrictive camps and stuff like that you guys had a discussion on that, because I think that it's always good to communicate with all our nonprofit partners about these issues that they bring up. And I'm really excited that you guys are moving forward with this job training and education, because I think that that's something that is really important in the community, and it's really important for young people. And it's, it takes investment. It takes investment, and that's what you guys are doing. And it's still having a sound budget, despite that we're doing some infrastructure improvements there for education. I wanted to ask, in terms of the folks that we have now, is there like a certain geographic area or location that most of the young people are from?
The majority of the young people in our juvenile hall facility are from South County.
From South County. And you said that there's an upward trend in more, I guess, incarceration of young people. Is that just local, or is it a statewide trend?
This is a statewide trend that we are experiencing here locally as well. So from January to now, we are seeing an average of at least 11 kids in our facility, just based on the upticks in populations. We've had days where we've had 15 kids, where we have 13 kids. And so while we do make sure that those who don't need to be there, we work with partners and families and the courts to get them out, we are still seeing an uptick of young people coming in. And we have had a few from out of county as well.
Is there any speculation as to why the uptick, or any kind of reasoning?
There's like no one real reason, other than this is just a trend that is happening. Like, kids are just more sophisticated now, and we are seeing the influence of older young adults and older youth influencing younger youth. So there is something around sort of the peer relationship challenges that we need to be mindful of in the community. And we'll be working with our partners to look at prevention efforts that sort of get at some of those things.
Well, thank you for all the work that you guys are doing. I think the working on the educational attainment is really important, especially to reduce recidivism. And I hope that's the guiding light, the recidivism for the probation department. And I look forward to the grand opening too in July.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assistant Chief Thompson. The skill and calmness with which you walked us through that extensive budget presentation demonstrates just how much experience and knowledge you bring to your role, and you will be sorely missed.
Thank you.
Of course, everyone in the department is doing some fantastic work, as has been said, and exemplified by the reduction in recidivism rates and bringing down the population in the juvenile hall. I'm also relieved that you're able to find some savings in the budget through the reduction in administrative positions that aren't going to as directly impact service. First question is about the use of reserves. Did you say that the budget includes use of restricted departmental reserves of $3.59 million?
Correct.
Okay, and the general fund contribution as a whole is only going up by $500,000, 5%, I think, around 500,000?
I think that's about right. Yeah.
I'm just curious if we're
Yes, that's right, ballpark, yes.
Are we like actually effectively reducing non-reserve general fund spending in this department? And also that's a pretty, just 3.59 is a share of the total general fund contribution of 12.1 million. Is it a larger share than I think we've seen from some of the other departments, and so therefore might present a larger problem in coming years? I'm just wondering what the thinking is behind this.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Koenig. The question is a good one. Different than some of the other departments, probation is not relying on specific general fund reserves as much as they're pulling from trust fund balance that routinely year to year they'll use those funds to help with operations. This year the delta was bigger for them. So that is the present challenge in their budget and many other budgets where, well, we have more work to do.
Okay. But are we effectively reducing the non-reserve general fund contribution?
I'm stuck on the question.
Okay, so I mean, general fund contribution overall, $12.1 million. Last year was 11.6 million, so an increase of $500,000. But we're using 3.59 million of the total contribution is from the savings account. So does that mean that 3.01 or 3.09 million is actually being reduced from what they would otherwise just come from, say, tax revenues or our discretionary general fund contribution?
No.
If I could recall, I believe the transfers from the trust funds are a part of revenues. They're a transfer in, so they're not reflected in the general fund contribution. The general fund contribution does not decrease. It just it increased by that $500,000.
Okay. Right, but as you said, more work to be done.
Correct.
In the future. Okay, thank you. Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, since you were already up, and these is kind of some questions I had as well. Just about those, the funds, trust fund reserve. Do you have a sense of the size of that pot? Where do those funds come from? And it was very nice that you had 3.5 in there for this year. What's the source?
So those sources are different fund allocations that come into our department. So they come in for juvenile funds, there's part AB 109. And so one of the reasons they fall under restricted funds is because they come in through those specific allocations, but they're not general fund funds.
And do you know the size of that fund today?
Today it's approximately 6 to 7 million, I think.
And that's after you pulled the 3.5 out, and that's what's left?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next question is about juvenile hall. As we consistently hear concerns from the public, and I share this sort of fundamental frustration that we're spending $9.26 million a year. I think you said there was 140 total youth that last year that went through the juvenile hall. And even even if we're looking at that larger number rather than just like a daily average, I mean, that's still $66,000 for every youth that goes through the juvenile hall. And it is hard to imagine that, or hard to believe there's not better potential ways to spend that money to reduce. Don't worry, I'm going to ask you a question here in a second, to benefit the community. That said, I know we've had multiple conversations about how you could even approach that. I mean, we have to have some kind of facility, even if it weren't in this county, right? I mean, we could potentially send youth to another county, but I know those conversations with Monterey County have gone nowhere. They don't have capacity. San Benito County, doesn't have quite the same type of facility or approach. And already, I mean, those are sort of the closest two options. And already I think as Supervisor Hernandez was getting out, have a facility in North County for largely South County youth. And it's already, it's probably as far as we'd want it to be from families. But I mean, is there anything you want to add to that as far as?
Yeah, I think it's important to know that, like, when we say it's staffed, it's not just staff who stay directly in the facility. So this is like it's a facility that has different needs. We have staff who are staffed on court days that are doing court transports. They may go out for court. We have staff who have to be in a certain part of the facility to do intake, so when young people come in, so there's also safety measures that we have to make sure that, there's enough staff around to respond if there's an emergency. We have staff who take young people out for appointments, they go to emergencies, they go to their doctors or specific medical needs, things like that. So we just recently did a reorganization, so within this budget year would have been partially, I believe, are alternatives to detention. So these are the folks who actually stay out in the field and go out and see young people, and they are also under the GS designation, which falls under juvenile hall. Secondly, we have staff who actually facilitate our probation success centers, and they also are group supervisors, and they also fall under that designation. So we do have staff that have different roles that they play, or somebody from the juvenile hall may substitute at the evening center when that person who is normally staffed there has to be off or be out or something like that. So we also have staff who go in and out on leaves or sickness, and then we have to bring extra help in to back them up. And additionally, now, because of the construction, there are a lot of safety concerns. Invite you all, maybe not all at once, but to schedule a visit so that you can see how we have to maneuver the facility and have enough staff on site. We actually have, Sarah Berman did a great design where we have a staff whose real responsibility is the safety and security of the equipment that the construction crews are using and bringing in. And we have had a couple of instances where they've caught things that could have, been used or anything that could have caused harm to someone. So that's that person's job. So we have dynamic roles in the juvenile hall. And then the last thing I'll say is we also don't have the incidents that other juvenile halls have. So we also don't have $1 billion in payouts for lawsuits based on the treatment of kids in facilities, because our staff are relational. They want to get to know the kids. They want to support the kids. They stand beside them. They eat with them. They work with them, and they support them. And so they build different relationships. So we could, I think, invest in the way that we do our staffing, understanding that we do our best to be prudent with our budget, but we also want to meet the needs of the young people that we're serving. And we also have to facilitate visitations of people coming in and out of the facility. And so it takes a lot of work to run a facility. In addition to our partnership with Health Services and COE, we are all working together in that facility to keep our young people safe, to make sure they're thriving, and that they come out and they're successful when they transition to the community through reentry practices.
Right. So what I hear you saying is when we talk about juvenile hall, where a lot of the juvenile success programs are actually falling under that budget. And so it's not just the detention facilities budget that makes up that $9.26 million.
Correct. So when we talk about the STAR program, like the Title II, that is a program where they start working with the young people in the facility as they begin to transition out. Jimmy Cook and his team take over supervision. So then there's this partnership where they're working together to support young people and plan for their transition, their reentry into the community. So it is really, we have a collective impact approach within our department and in the partnerships with the folks that we work with in community-based organizations.
Right, right. And we have to have a facility, so we want to have the best kind, the one that does, actually good, and have the best one possible. And so, of course, that kind of has led to this alternative trajectory, which is all these investments, the capital programs you mentioned. I mean, I'm really excited about the improvements in especially the community garden facility and, additional opportunities I think there's going to be opportunities for youth to help work in the kitchen and just be more involved that way. And then, of course, there's the whole secure youth treatment facility track, which is, okay, if we're going to have the best facility around, how do we make that available to people outside of the county as well, since we're running at lower capacity now? Do you have some sense of, if that effort is successful? You said we're already getting some applications from outside of the county. I mean, how many could we put, youth from outside of the county could we potentially have hosted at our facility, and how much could that ultimately contribute in revenue to help offset the budget?
Right, so we haven't had actual applications. Our chief has been contacted by another county to assess our ability to take on some youth. But once the facility is fully available, so one unit is closed down now because it's under construction. So once all the units are open, we have a designated number of beds that we can open to other counties. So we will have the ability to take at least up to 10 youth from out of county. I don't have the exact number, but I know we can house at least 10 youth from other counties in our different programs. Sarah Berman's here. She may be able to give a more, I don't know if she remembers the exact number, but she helped to design the model, so I'd rather her answer that.
Good morning, Sarah Berman, Adult Division Director. I was previously the Juvenile Director. At this time, we do have a set number with the state, with BSCC, and we have allotted 10 beds for SYTF and 5 beds for our camp program. If there's a need to change that, we could always go back to the state and make a request. For some reason, the numbers need to go up to serve a population. We do have 40 beds total. So what's ever out of the 10 and 5 would be dedicated for juvenile hall beds. But as Assistant Chief Valerie Thompson mentioned, right now under construction, we only have 1 unit open. So it would be challenging, obviously, to house 10 youth because we have about 18 rooms available. And that will be the flip when they go to phase 2. The other half of the facility is going to be under construction while the newly renovated is open.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if we did host 10 youth from other counties, either at the ranch camp or the secure youth treatment facility, do we know how much revenue that would ultimately bring in?
Well, the one thing is we currently have 2 in-county youth that we're serving for SYTF. So right now we would have 8 available.
Right.
As far as the math, I'm not sure.
Justin, do you? 200,000.
It's a team effort.
200,000 per youth per year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Valerie, as usual, excellent presentation. Probably the best we've seen actually to date. Throwing the gauntlet. Okay. Everybody should aspire to have a presentation as good as this. But it's not even just the presentation and your delivery of it. It's really the facts and data that I love in this. I know there has been juvenile justice reform happening in this county since, I think, the 90s, yes. Right? Like you can even Google, I have a report up right now from 1997 that talks about the early the early efforts to reform, and then with Annie Casey and all the grants and innovation that has happened right here. We are really a pioneer for the whole nation, honestly. And so congratulations to our probation department for getting the prestigious Georgetown Fellowship or whatever it is. It's just great.
Thank you.
I really don't have a whole lot to add here. I do have a couple of questions about, I heard you say potentially you didn't have the revenue to buy extra electronic equipment for people in pretrial, right, pretrial? Or,
It's the electronic monitoring
yeah.
equipment.
How much do you
Yeah.
need for that particular, do you have a
So we have
source
a-
that you're going after to fund it at some point in the
Well, what we're really doing is trying to manage the numbers because Santa Cruz actually offers the most electronic monitoring units of most any county in the state. So we're really trying to manage it through different supervision strategies, but we have a budget that is set for electronic monitoring. What we're doing is trying not to exceed that budget so that we don't have to ask for general fund. So we're trying to just manage that. So at this point, if we see our efforts that, are strained or there's some great rise in the population and Chris Clark is calling us going, we need you to get people out, we would be having a different conversation. But at this point, what we want to rely on are the strategies to reduce the over-reliance on equipment. And for example, we have some people who are on for extended period of time. So what we're saying to the courts is they've done fine. We've done an assessment. Our staff are meeting with them. We think they can come off of the equipment but still stay on the program. So we are looking at, and that's part of the Harvard study, is what are some of the adjustments that we can make in our strategies, right, to really make good use of the funding, but also to really run a program that is productive, fair, and equitable.
Thank you. I know from being a trustee at Pajaro Valley too, that there had been a grant that had been received and you had probation officers at PV High. We really value that collaboration for the youth and young people to try to keep them on the right path moving forward. And we loved the relationships that were established with the kids. Can you talk a little more about some of those efforts?
Yeah, it's still funded. We've received an extension for the JAG grant. So the Sheriff's Department wrote a Justice Assistance Grant. They included probation in it for the Student Success Project, which is what you're referring to. Jimmy Cook is our manager who is facilitating that program now. And so the plans are we will be able to utilize funds through the first part of this fiscal year, next fiscal year. And then we have been informed that a new JAG grant opportunity is going to be released by the Board of State and Community Corrections. So our intent is to see if the sheriffs and who else is going to apply for it so that we can do a joint grant again. One of the feedback that former Chief Fernando Giraldo got was that the strength of that grant being awarded was because it actually was a combined effort. And so they really appreciated the way Santa Cruz was working across disciplines through the sheriffs facilitating that grant. And then secondly, Jose Flores has been in touch with the Annie E. Casey Foundation. They have a great interest in this program. And I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, but I think, potentially there could be some funding support opportunities for that program as well.
Thank you. I know one of sort of the problem areas is just over the county line. It's still in the Pajaro, but Pajaro Middle School is really struggling, over the last few years. And it would be great to have some type of intervention there. So I don't know if we could combine efforts with our partners in Monterey County too, because I know it's on the Monterey County side, but it's within the school district.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much. We are fortunate to have had you on staff here. We're going to miss you greatly. We hope you'll come back and consult with us occasionally. And great job to all the probation department for all the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to also start by extending my gratitude to you, Assistant Chief Thompson. I've had the privilege of working with you for many years in many capacities, and I'm just incredibly appreciative of your impact and transformational impact on our probation department over the last number of years. We are a different department because you chose to join us, and very much appreciate it. And I think that an example of that is we can witness this morning when, I appreciate those who are here, but it's quite noticeable that there are many people who aren't here. And we would certainly have a packed room if you weren't doing your job correctly, because there are many people who care about what's happening at the probation department. And so your efforts to have effective community outreach, engagement, frequent communication with our partners is noticed, and I very much appreciate that. So thank you. Still going, put your hand. I would have just a couple of questions. The first is just, can you just remind us, there's 1.1 in capital projects related to the juvenile hall improvements. When do we expect completion? I just heard you say that there's multiple phases. What's happening?
We hope in the first quarter of next year. There have been some delays have been around supply chain, some things that they've found, like I said, underground, some of the seismic work. But what we're hearing from the construction company now is sometime in the first few months of next year. I don't want to give an exact.
Of next calendar year?
2027.
And is that this for phase one, and then you'll move the youth to in the juvenile hall to the others?
No, that's not when we'll move to a phase. The phase movement will happen probably this year.
Okay.
They will phase from one unit to another.
Okay.
But this is also a multi sort of dimensional project. There is a gym that is being built, and then there's the renovations that are being done. So they combine both of these grants that we received to make it one work project. And so we're grateful to GSD for managing that because we could not. But yeah, so we have two things going on at one time. And even some of the renovations happen on the juvenile administration side where our offices are. So we hope to get that team, which includes fiscal, back into that building at the end of this year, beginning of next year, early. So we expect at least that part to be opened. And then, as Sarah Berman said, one unit will be renovated and be opened, and then another unit will be worked on.
Great, thank you. And then another question, you came and spoke to us yesterday during public comment related to the public defender budget. As you know, we haven't resolved a gap that we have there. And there was some discussion around the work of a probation, holistic defense in the public defender's office, and how that may or may not duplicate work of the probation department. And I'm hoping that you can just help us understand the continuum, or kind of the way the probation department is benefiting from the probation department, probation department is benefiting from the public defender's holistic defense. Just now that you have more than 1 or 2 minutes, I welcome you to just elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, so, and this, if you think about it from a pretrial perspective, and I spoke with our division director, Yolanda James Sevilla, about this. So when the public defender takes a case and they assign their social workers and their advocates, they're able to get some information that probation is not immediately privy to. And so it just really, it depends on also at what point their clients are actually coming to us. And so sometimes when they come to us, they already have a wealth of information to share that we are able to tap and either support them with or offer additional connections of services to. So we might have access to some of the same services, but especially if you think about the impacts on early defense, they're able to move much quicker, find out some things right away as soon as they know this person is arrested and in the jail, where we are waiting to get paperwork from the court, from the sheriff's department, and then we start to assess and take somebody on to pretrial. And so then we're focusing at that point primarily on the community safety piece of it. How are we going to safely transition this person into the community? And then we can leverage the work and the information that is already underway with the social workers. So let's just say if we said, well, we'd like to connect this person to substance use services, we could check to see if the social worker has already done that, or have they already assessed where this person may want to go that they might be more successful, what program are they interested in. We also can learn what are the needs of the family, what might the supports be for this person. So they have an opportunity to also support that person one-on-one in service of their defense, which probation cannot do, right? So we are not privileged to those conversations. We are not a part of those conversations, and that is a boundary that is not probation's work. And so these defendants then benefit from the support of their social workers, who basically walk with them through the whole process, right? And so often make sure that they are getting where they need to get to, have the supports that they need in ways that probation is not necessarily engaged at the pretrial level.
Thank you. So it sounds like it starts earlier. Do you have the sense that your probation officers perhaps maybe their workload is decreased because that work began with the public defender's office?
I would say so, because if they had to then turn around and do the same things that the social workers have already done, then we would be duplicating efforts, right? And we would be maybe a little bit behind them, right, where they get to get out in front of it. And again, I think it's important to understand that those social workers stay with them throughout their case, right? And so, again, it's the level of context that's required as well, where they may see a probation officer maybe a couple times a month, depending on what their level of contact or need is at pretrial. They would have consistent contact with their social worker, their advocate, and then, of course, schedule meetings with their attorneys.
Thank you. That's helpful detail. Well, I just want to again extend my gratitude for your presentation, for the incredible work by you and your entire department. We have a lot to be proud of in the probation department. And I'll return to the board for a motion and further action.
I'd like to move to approve the proposed 2026-27 budget for the probation department, including all supplemental materials and all related actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you again for your great work. We'll now move on to item number 6 of the regular agenda, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for the Sheriff Coroner, including the supplemental materials and take related actions as outlined in the reference budget documents and as recommended by the County Executive Officer. So welcome. We'll allow you to get situated, and then please introduce yourself, your role, and your department. Thank you. Your microphone is on. Let's see.
There we go. Good morning,
Welcome.
Board. Chris Clark, Sheriff Coroner, and with me this morning is our Under Sheriff Jake Ainsworth and my Fiscal Manager, Monica Rocha. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our budget this morning. I appreciate the Board's continued support and your commitment to balancing the many priorities that serve the residents of our great county. Before we begin, I want to recognize the dedicated men and women of our Sheriff's Office every day. Our sworn professional and volunteer staff work tirelessly to provide public safety services, respond to emergencies, operate our correctional facilities, and support our communities that we serve. Their commitment and professionalism are reflected in the budget before you today. Our goal is to be responsible stewards of taxpayer resources while continuing to meet our public safety obligations and the expectations of our community. While we understand, and we do understand, the fiscal challenges facing you and the county, and have worked diligently to develop a budget that is both prudent and speaks to our county's values. This morning, I look forward to discussing our priorities, accomplishments, challenges, and the resources necessary to continue delivering effective and professional public safety services for the residents of Santa Cruz County. So with that, our presentation is this is a high-level overview of some things that you're gonna be hearing today, going from our mission and departmental overview to our budget summary, division detail, specifying what we do throughout each of our divisions, our major budget changes, capital projects that we're working on, and then state and federal risks and emerging issues, and the accomplishments that we've accomplished, completed over the last year, and then finally our budget request. Our mission is simply to keep Santa Cruz County safe through trusted community partnerships, forward-thinking innovation, and a culture of excellence. We accomplish this by empowering our team and working alongside the community to create smart, comprehensive solutions to today's public safety challenges. In terms of our 3 bureaus, we have our Operations Bureau, which is our law enforcement side of the house, and our administration side. That encompasses our patrol division, community policing, investigations, our internal affairs, public information officer, our forensics section, coroner section, civil records, and then admin and fiscal. On the corrections side of things, that's all 4 of our correctional facilities and everything that goes into running those, from jail medical and mental health to food services, our inmate programs, which support the rehabilitation and reentry of folks, which is our goal to leave people better when they leave our facilities and when they come in. And then finally, court security. We provide security to 2 courthouses, both here in Santa Cruz and one down in Watsonville. We also do court transport and then judicial protection, as well as protection for staff, jurors, and the public. So now we'll go into our budget overview. I'm going to turn it over to our fiscal manager, Monica Rocha, to discuss the details behind our budget proposal.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for hearing us this morning. You'll see that our proposed budget for the 26-27 year is comprised of $40,968,136 in revenues, and that's largely intergovernmental funds, services provided, and some grants. Our expenses come in at $124.9 million, with the general fund contribution of $83.9 million. That does represent a $9 million increase over the previous year. That said, it's important to mention that we did scrutinize our budget, and it represents a $5.4 million decrease from our initial submission in January of this year. We will be contributing just over $1 million in other funds. Those are restricted funds and trusts that help to fund our operations. And funded staffing, our request is for 360 FTEs, which represents an increase of 2 FTEs in support of our DNA lab. I'd like to call out that we do have 19 vacant positions. 37 people are unavailable due to leave or training, whether that be academy, field training for corrections or deputies, and 17 unfunded FTEs. Those are positions that we lost through COVID that have never been refunded. So these gaps do create challenges for us and our staff in terms of work overload and demands on our budget. Large-scale overview of our expenses, you'll see that 53% of that is our operations budget at $65.9 million. 42% of that is our corrections at $52.8 million. And then courts is the smallest division, coming in at nearly $6.2 million and representing 5% of our total expenses. Our expense categories are broken down. On this slide, you'll see $84.4 million is salaries and benefits. That is by far our largest spend. Services and supplies at $32.3 million. That's contracts and just the day-to-day necessities to run our department. And we have services and supplies from our internal service fund departments, GSD and ISD, at nearly $7 million, with a 26% increase there. Intrafund transfers, that's money moved from one department to another to help fund positions and programs. Other changes at 576, and nominal spend in fixed assets of 15,000. The biggest impact, of course, is our salaries and benefits and our professional services that are due to rising costs. Our revenues are $40.9 million. As I said previously, the largest revenue source are intergovernmental funds, including CSA 28, AB 109, AB 172, charges for services. So these are revenues brought in as reimbursements for services provided, whether that's through our school resource officer contracts and the like, taxes, miscellaneous revenue, use of money and property, and license permits and fees that we'll move forward to our division detail. So our operations, as Sheriff said, is comprised of operations administration and all of the other services to the community. Our revenues there are 17 million. Our expenses are 65.9 million, with the general fund contribution of 48.8 million. And that other fund contribution that I previously mentioned, again, restricted funds trust to help fund some of our operations, and our staffing increase of 2.0 FTEs. The largest impact there is $3.1 million due to negotiated MOUs. We are adding 1 FT admin aide and 1 criminalist for our DNA operations and accreditation efforts. Important there to note is that once we get through accreditation, we'll be able to take on casework, which should then produce revenue and also make us eligible for grants. So that is our goal, to continue to offset the cost of our operations. And county department charges, that's the restructuring of the business model with ISD and GSD, has resulted in an increase in costs for us. In our corrections bureau, our revenues amount to 19.9 million. Our expenses at 52.8 million, with the general fund contribution of 32.9 million, and status quo staffing at 151 FTEs. Again, salaries and benefits represent the largest increase. Our jail medical contract increased by 1.25 million. As you all know, those are mandated services. We did the best that we could, taking on negotiations with the vendor as early as last October to try to mitigate the increase to the contract. We are hoping to be able to offset some of the cost with CalAIM funding. So once we can start billing for services, for those ECM services that probation department mentioned, we will likely be able to offset some of those costs. Currently, 5 staff are being funded through CalAIM funding, and that staffing funding will be available through December 31st, 2027. In terms of our facilities, they are aging, and there's been increased deferred maintenance, which sadly results in increased costs to repairs and just to deal with continuing to making them habitable and meet Title 15 requirements from BSCC. Courts, our revenues come in at 4 million, and that's state funding. Our expenses are 6.1 million, with the general fund contribution of 2.1 million. Also status quo staffing of 23.0 FTEs. State funding just continues to remain insufficient to offset the total cost of our court security operations, and that is something that we are working on currently. With that, I will turn it over to Under Sheriff Ainsworth to discuss oh no, that's still me, sorry. Our major budget changes, that $6 million in increases due to negotiated MOUs. So that is a huge impact. In terms of the addition of the FTEs in support of our DNA lab operations, the net county cost is 0, as those are funded, as I've stated, through restricted funds and trusts. Our jail medical costs, that increase of $1.25 million, and property and liability insurance adjustment of $2.5 million, which was shifted from risk to departments in this fiscal year. So this is new for 26, 27. When we add those all together, that's that $9 million, that $9 million increase to our budget compared to the current fiscal year. And now I will turn it over to Under Sheriff Ainsworth to discuss capital projects.
Good morning, Board. At the Sheriff's Office, we continue to address critical infrastructure needs that directly impact our safety, reliability, and operational efficiencies. The projects represent target investments in aging infrastructure and operational readiness. These high-cost projects, specifically as you see here, the Roundtree generator project, is critical to maintaining continuity with our operations, especially during power outages and emergencies. Other projects include the main jail locker room that's in the design phase, converting an underutilized laundry room at the main jail to make office spaces for the Cal-AIM staff that we have coming in, and replacement of the HVAC system at the main jail and Roundtree facilities. Many of our facilities, as you know, as Monica discussed, are aging. Our main jail is 47 years old at this point. And many of these projects help us keep critical infrastructure in place. State and federal funding risks, I think you heard some of it from probation as well. We are faced with some of the similar challenges when it comes to federal grants. As we saw last year with the SCAP grant, something that's helped us with offsetting correctional costs, we were unwilling to move forward with that grant because of its potential and impacts on federal immigration. We're seeing more and more of the grants that come our way that are available to public safety have requirements and therefore potential immigration enforcement that we're unwilling to move forward with. We're continuing to monitor the state like everybody else. With some of those uncertainties that are coming, we are preparing ourselves to make adjustments as needed as we see changes at the state level. We're continuing to experience increased costs associated with state mandated services, specifically in the jail, in our correctional settings, and with jail medical and mental health. We're also seeing them, this last year we saw them with AB 2185, which is the mandated forensic examinations for domestic violence incidences, and these things are high priced and very expensive to fund. And although they do come with potential reimbursement from the state level, we're just not seeing them at this point. Many of these mandated impacts and services are not always really accompanied by sustainable funding sources, which makes it challenging, although critical for us to keep in the infrastructure of our operations. Emerging issues, as I discussed earlier, the aging correctional facilities, I apologize here. Inflation and contractual obligations continue to drive operational costs upwards. Contractual obligations continue to affect jail medical services, inmate food services, forensic pathology, and the sobering center. As Monica discussed, we saw a huge increase with jail medical this last year. Although the vendor wanted upwards of 25% over about a 14-month period, we were able to negotiate them down to just under 12% over the course of 24 months. These are essential services that can't be reduced without affecting mandated operations, and cost increases in these areas really outpace traditional budget growth assumptions. The behavioral health and mental health facility need, we continue to evaluate long-term solutions for behavioral health treatment with within the justice system. The sheriff and I have partnered with collaboratively with other county partners to evaluate options for a dedicated behavioral health facility. The goal is really to create a treatment-centered environment while improving outcomes and reduce recidivism. This remains probably the most significant long-term need for our correctional system. Chief Cleveland and I have visited multiple facilities around the state to include Ventura, Santa Clara, San Mateo, to look at various models that are available, and trying to find a way to really incorporate it here locally so that we can assist those that are in our custodies that are suffering from mental health issues. Accreditation really strengthens quality, accountability, and public confidence. We're working on 2 accreditations right now. One is a DNA lab that's been going on for quite some time. The other one is an accreditation for our medical and mental health within the jail. These accreditations really help us adhere to nationally recognized standards and best practices. These efforts will improve quality with assurance, risk management, and operational efficiency. Aging correctional facility, as we've kind of touched on multiple times here, we have a main jail that continues to need upgrades. Oftentimes, we are trying to project these things out so that we're not dealing with them during emergency situations where the cost is much more significant. Deferred maintenance, as we all know, accumulates over time and eventually results in costly repairs. I think the biggest question at this point really for our main jail is the question is no longer whether these systems need repair or replacement, but how do we strategically prioritize them moving forward with limited resources. Body-worn cameras and taser replacement. Critical public safety technology must be replaced before end of life. Body-worn cameras and tasers are now fundamental tools for transparency, accountability, and officer safety. Existing equipment is approaching end of life, and replacing these things really is necessary. Reliable equipment, we know from experience at this point with body-worn cameras especially, they reduce liability, support investigations, and really support public trust. Replacement ensures that there's uninterrupted deployment in these valuable tools. The corrections video communication system replacement. This system was initially implemented during COVID. The system supports virtual attorney consultations, telecare services, and critical communications. Really, the technology improves our ability to minimize transportation and security risks. The current platform has really reached end of life, and we need to find an alternative to this with replacement. We're hoping to find a system that's cost effective and meets the needs of the population in our custody.
These next few slides look at our crime rate that we have here in the county. As you can see by this slide, our crime rate here in the unincorporated county is about 1/3 the state average, both in violent and in property crime. We did see a slight uptick in violent crime over last year. And this slide kind of just represents to give you kind of an image of or picture of what our crime rates looks like across the different pieces of legislation that's impacted the criminal justice system, like AB 109 and Prop 47, and we've continued to see that decline. This next slide talks about just homicides in unincorporated county. You know, we hear at times, the good old days, the 70s and 80s, and what that looked like, way back when. And then, and then this feeling that things are much worse now. And so, as you can see, just based on our homicide statistics, looking at 1986, our office saw 13 homicides compared to last year we saw 1. And so there's a number of factors, I think, leading to that, but just something I think as a community to be proud of, in terms of living here. We live in a very safe place. And these are some things, and the theme you're going to hear me say a lot is that I'm proud of some things that we've done over the last year in service to folks that we police and we serve throughout the county. The first is our Davenport Service Center. With the opening of the Catani Coast Dairies property, as well as the trail, we knew that we were going to see increased amounts of people going up there to enjoy just the beauty of that area. And so, it's, it's been a fairly I would say, serviced part of our county, just in general. But given those two things, we felt that there was a definite need to basically create a more greater presence up on our north coast. And so we did that with the opening of our service center. I'm really hoping to dedicate a staff member up there. We're trying to put together volunteers that'll work up there to be able to be responsive to community concerns and walk-ins and whatnot, and then direct people to services. But at some point here in the near future, I'm really hoping to put somebody up there. In terms of our National Commission on Correctional Health Care and Evaluation Agreement, really this speaks to just how important we take the care of folks in custody. You know, as you saw through Monica's presentation on you know, our fiscal situation, our medical contract is one of the largest that we have. And so, but it is so important to get right. I can't say that enough. Like the liability that surrounds folks in custody. And I just want to say that compassion is also taking care of folks that are in custody. And so, you know, when we look at like, and I'm going to talk about inmate programs in a minute, but when, you know, there's sometimes this notion that we hang on to low-level offenders. And so I can give you a snapshot as of this morning. We have 260 people in custody of that population. And sometimes what's said is like, we're hanging on, you know, people are there for misdemeanors, languishing, you know, for misdemeanor type offenses and low-level charges. The answer to that question is that's just not true. I mean, just this morning, we had 14 misdemeanors in custody total. And of that 14, 13 were ready to be released. We have one pretrial that's sitting in custody today. The overwhelming majority are in for significant felonies. And the majority of that population are in for violent felonies. So it's just so important to get our medical and mental health right for the sake of taking care of people in custody. And that's what NCCHC will do for us. They're going to provide like a third-party audit, per se, of how does our medical provider perform, and then give us a report back on that. So we know, I mean, if you think about it, in a lot of respects, we're just cops, right? And then all of a sudden, we're dealing with a medical contract, and we don't speak the language. And so where a medical provider can tell us they're doing a good job, frankly, we don't know if that's truly the case or not. And so that's where NCCHC comes in to be able to give us an objective review on whether or not they're meeting expectations for, like I said, one of the most expensive contracts we have. In terms of wildfire preparation, this is and has been one of my top priorities. And I know that I've worked with Supervisor Martinez on doing town halls in places like Lompico and Zayani, which I feel are like one of the most vulnerable parts of our county for wildfire. It will not take, it doesn't, as we saw through CZU, it doesn't take much for a wildfire to touch off. We haven't seen much rain over the last, you know, year and a half. And that part's very concerning to me, because as we go into fire season, you know, making sure that our staff are prepared, that our communities are prepared. There's a lot of our staff based on just the turnover. And when we talk about FTEs, and as you heard Monica mention, when it comes to our vacancy rate and kind of where that's at in terms of people just in training, we do have an attrition rate of nearly 10% of folks that leave to go over the hill or other places where it's either cheaper to live or they make more money. But what that tells me is that we're in a constant need of being ready to be prepared and respond to a wildfire. We have a lot of staff that weren't here during CZU. And so making sure that they've got, you know, we've been doing this through drills that we just had in Lompico, Zayani, and making sure that our staff have got the repetitions to be able to respond in the middle of the night at a moment's notice if a wildfire were to touch off. And so that is one of my top priorities in making sure that we're keeping our communities prepared and we're keeping our staff prepared. In terms of crime reduction, that's another thing I'm really proud of. We partnered with the County Office of Education on our Ascend program and looking at trying to divert low-level offenses as they pertain to youth and trying to prevent them from ever coming back in to the criminal justice system. So I'm really proud of that. Proactive patrols is something else. You know, at any moment, we have between 8 and 10 deputies that are around our county, and it's a lot of territory. As you can imagine, nearly 140,000 people to police, with about 8 to 10 doing it every 10 hours or so. And while I mentioned that our crime rate's low, I have to give credit to our staff, because really there are calls that happen every day, and if you listen to our scanner, you'd hear them. And they would sound, and sometimes I hear them and I'm like, you know, you hope and pray this thing goes well, because at the end of the day, somebody's life could depend on us getting there. And so, and sometimes it's by luck, sometimes it's by chance, and really it's because we're able to get there and be able to help, you know, achieve some sort of positive result. But it wouldn't take much. And as I think about policing, sometimes I think it's a matter of odds in so many ways. Like at some point, something's going to come up and it's going to be significant, and we have to be at a point where we're ready to respond. And then in terms of increased community outreach and engagement, this is also something I took very seriously in terms of just making sure that I'm meeting with diverse groups and meeting people where they are, frankly. I meet regularly with members of the ACLU, NAMI. I've met with ranchers and growers. I stay connected to business councils and associations. We do a lot of social media outreach. And then we do town halls throughout the county. And really, that's all in an effort to be able to allow the public to be able to interface with us, to ask questions, to figure out how we can co-produce public safety. It's not us dictating to communities. That's long gone. And for us, it's working with people to figure out how can we better serve you. And so that's been a huge thing that we've been working on over the last year. Under Sheriff Ainsworth was really deeply involved in the opening of our Justice Center, which is located on our campus, which helps improve access to justice and public safety services for county residents. And then, as I mentioned, our incarcerated persons programming. This is also something, as I mentioned, in terms of, I've explained kind of the population we're serving in custody, but in terms of what we're doing, we have nearly 54 programs, services, and activities that we provide, which we utilize about 40 providers, which includes about 140 staff and volunteers. And what that equates to is nearly 125 classes a week, if you could imagine. And that's a huge body of work. But at the end of the day, for us, it's trying to improve the outcomes of the people that we have while they're with us. And that goal will never change, and that task will never change. We're going to always have people that are incarcerated, unfortunately. And I wish we lived in a society that wasn't the case, but while they're with us, it's our goal to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help improve both their health, their behavioral health, and then in helping put them in a better position so that when they leave our custody, that they can be successful. In terms of reduced fentanyl deaths, this is also something, as a county, we were a huge outlier per capita. 2023 was a very tough year in terms of fentanyl deaths across the county. We saw 133. And then when you look at we nearly mirrored Santa Clara County with a population of over 1 million. And so with that caught our attention. And I'm really proud of this because this wasn't done, I don't know anywhere else like it was done here. And so we developed a fentanyl crisis response team, and then we also developed an overdose review team. And so what that was so how I viewed it was, why not put together a multidisciplinary team? Our coroners unit, we know who's dying of this stuff in our community. So why not do a monthly review of those deaths and put everybody in the room that needs to be there to discuss, okay, what were the circumstances of this person's life, but then ultimately their death? And then how can we prevent first use of fentanyl or whatever drug that might have been? And so that we can help do more outreach to help prevent these deaths from happening. That was one goal. The second goal was looking at where are they getting the drugs to begin with? And is there a way, and we did this in partnership with the DA's office, the U.S. Attorney's office, in targeting dealers that were coming in from out of the county that were spreading this poison, throughout everywhere, and that were taking people's lives. And I can tell you that, there to start, we were making short work of high-level dealers as we first got this team going. And a lot of the areas you would expect to see that are the areas that unfortunately we drive by. But we were doing a lot of intensive work in there. And so with that figures reduced, I will say that it's my feeling, and from what I've read, harm reduction has played a piece of that. So it's us, like I said, our multidisciplinary view of how to look at these things to begin with. And that wasn't, as far as I know, wasn't being done anywhere else outside of our county. Super proud of that. Our DNA lab, you've heard a lot about that. I know we've talked a lot, to different community groups about it. Really at the heart of that, it's equitable justice. And so, as we've said before, we get a major case, a murder, a sexual assault, we're limited in the number of pieces of DNA evidence that we could submit for testing. And that's like 2. And so when you think about the number of pieces of evidence that we get out of a case and then having to triage that to submit only 2 pieces, it's a slow process. But the equitable piece comes into play that if you have means, you can submit things to an outside private DNA lab. If you have $150,000, $100,000, you can submit whatever you want. That's happened on a previous case. But having our own DNA lab to be able to test DNA samples to get a result within 24 to 48 hours, and we can do as much of it as we want, I believe ultimately can help provide swifter justice, better accountability, and it helps us focus on, it's just as important to look at who's potentially responsible as it is to exclude people that aren't responsible, right? So we can focus on who we need to be focused on. So that, I'm really proud of it, and we're hoping that by the end of at the end of this year, early next year, we're hoping to get that lab accredited. And then enhanced response to mental health crisis calls. This is also something. So we have, our office has historically been progressive, and so in this case, we've done over the years, we've tried to figure out a way to get ourselves out of these calls that don't require a deputy with a firearm. And looking at who else can we bring into those situations? And we started with our mental health liaisons, which we fund 2 HSA positions to help us facilitate these sort of contacts with people that are in crisis. That was the first step. We've done other things, like our Care Alert program, where we did a huge launch on that. And we've been re-advertising it as we go, which allows families to be able to provide us with not HIPAA-related information, but just information on someone that they care about that can help us or some mental health liaison better navigate that crisis call. Like, for example, my son prefers to be called Johnny, not John, right? Or he'd rather be spoken to by somebody that's female versus a guy. And so those things ultimately help provide better information for us so we can navigate these calls safer for everybody. With this, we've taken it even a step further, and we looked at, okay, if we're talking about what calls don't we have to go to for the sake of keeping people safe, we brought all the stakeholders within public safety together. We brought fire, we brought AMR, we brought our dispatch teams, and then we brought our staff, as well as other police departments. This is countywide, which is, I'm going to tell you another unique thing. Certain jurisdictions in other counties focus on solely who they're responsible to. That is, and I'm proud to say that's not just the sheriff's office, that is other departments within the county when we're looking at like a collaborative approach to be able to fix problems. This is really, I think, an exercise in that ultimately produced this system across the county that if somebody calls in and they're not a threat to other people, they're just a threat to themselves, can that call be diverted to 988 and then have our mobile crisis response teams through behavioral health in the county respond and not us? And that's what we're doing right now. That system's in place today. So to ultimately provide the right person to that call, which in a lot of cases, and we know this, just isn't a law enforcement person, right? It's who, now granted, if they're a threat to other people, the person's armed with a gun, there's an imminent threat, then that's something obviously we need to respond to, and I think most people would understand that. And then in terms of safeguarding immigrant communities, this is also something we took a very early stance on, that we're not here to enforce immigration law. Communities will not call for help if they are worried that their immigration status is going to come into play. And so that's something that I've said time and time again, as often and as much as I can, that we're not in that space. We are in the space of protecting communities, and we do that through partnering with communities and not having them worry about when we show up that they're going to lose a family member or whatever the case may be to something else. The other thing I'll just mention is, we also took a little bit of a hit with the lack of SCAP funding. I mean, that was funding that the federal government would have been willing to give us. And so that to the tune of nearly $80,000 in a year prior, that was something that I felt like that was information we were sending to the federal government with people but how's the information, how's the data being used, right? And I think that's when you talk about when you're maintaining preservation of your own data, where's it going, right? Is the question, how's it used and where it's going? And so in this case, I just couldn't trust that I knew where that information was headed or for what extent it was being used. So I decided to forego it. And then lastly, our in-person visits at Roundtree and Blaine Street. This is something that we on our own knew that it was a program we needed to bring back to help support moms and dads who are in custody. And so we did that. Part of the reason that program had gone away, one was COVID. The second was staffing. It is important to know that our corrections team is still on mandatory overtime. We're trying to work our way out of that. But we knew that bringing this program back was important, and so we've successfully done that. So with that, it's been my pleasure to share with you some things that we're doing, some challenges that we've had, some issues that we're dealing with as we go over the next year, and then it's my recommendation for you to approve our proposed 26-27 budget for the Sheriff Corner, including any supplemental materials, and we're happy to take whatever questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation this morning. We're going to start by going to public comment on this item. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair.
Will you please call the first caller?
Yes. Tamar, your microphone is now available.
Hi, thank you so much for that presentation. I went to the hearings yesterday as well, and it strikes me that we are spending a huge amount of our general fund on the sheriff, and that there's got to be a way for us to share some of those funds with the public defender's office. It seems like there's real room for collaboration here because the sheriff isn't interested in having a lot of people with mental health crises in the jail. And it's the public defender's holistic defense that is getting those people out of jail and getting them into stable housing. And so it seems to me that there's got to be a way to share some of these funds so that the public defender can be fully funded and we can do a better job getting people stabilized. I really appreciate what the sheriff said about using mental health liaisons and trying to stay out of calls where they're not needed. I really appreciate that approach. I also appreciate his defense of our immigrant community and the refusal of some federal funds to protect those people. So I appreciate that approach, but it seems to me that it's too much money for the sheriff, and some of that has to go back to the public defender's office and the holistic defense and some of the other community needs that we heard about yesterday. Thank you.
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, good early afternoon, Chair and Board. Again, I think I'm just, my comment is just really around just the fiscal prudence and challenges of what this board has been talking about. And so maybe we should look at those 19 vacancies and what would it look like what would the county be saving if those were eliminated? I don't know how that works, or shut down at the moment, because it seems that the sheriff is doing a great job with what they have right now, so I think that's just it's something that needs to be looked at. And also, I just want to clarify a couple things that was mentioned, and probation hasn't necessarily reached out to all nonprofits, right? Milpa actually reached out to them, and we continue to reach out to them. So I just wanted to make that clarification because this board mentioned that they have, and I know that Milpa has been at the forefront of some of these juvenile hall related issues and stuff like that. So just for clarity for the public and this board. Other than that, I also think that there just needs to be a serious set of analysis and critical thinking on your behalf as elected officials. Sheriff Clark is a great man, very well spoken, and I'm sure that his intentions are rooted in transparency and wanting to do the work good. But we also have to just kind of be real about the situation, and just I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Louisa, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. There is a lot that the Sheriff Department does that I want to commend, such as their commitment to immigrant safety and to the Family Justice Center and to the Mobile Crisis Response Team. Those are all really excellent. However, I still want to ask you to reevaluate their budget for this year. They already get the largest share of the general fund, and this year they're getting a 13% increase. I'd like to ask you to reinvest those savings in programs that do more with less money to create a safe and thriving community. Nationwide, evidence tells us that every dollar that's invested in mental health and substance use treatment every $4 invested in mental health and substance use treatment saves $7 in incarceration and emergency services. So it's fiscally prudent to shift some of that money into more preventative services. As we heard yesterday, health and human services agencies are facing huge cuts and staff reductions. The public defender is facing huge cuts in the form of losing the support of the Page Law Firm contract. So basically they're being asked to do a whole bunch more work with less staff. This isn't a balanced response to the fiscal crisis. It's continuing to fund crisis response at the same levels while cutting prevention funding. So this is just backwards in my view. What could we do differently? I'm not sure what we should cut, but I think that since the Sheriff's Department gets such a large share, it makes sense to take a look at it. If they weren't getting that 13% increase, we could easily save all the staff at the Public Defender's Office, as well as the Page Dudley contract, and fund a whole bunch of food assistance. Thank you.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will now return to the board for questions, deliberation, and a motion. I'm going to start on my left with Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you, Sheriff. Couple of questions. So I saw that, can you go back actually to this? Oh wait, this is the slide actually. So your revenues are 40.9 million. Where do those revenues come from?
Monica, you want to touch on that?
Like, do other jurisdictions help pay for some of the jail activity, et cetera? I'm just curious.
In the past, there is a jail access fee that other jurisdictions do pay. Those fees are calculated on a 3-year average of bookings. So basically, we calculate their average number of bookings over the last 3 years. Whatever that number is, they don't get charged for. Any bookings above that, we bill and charge them for. We have contracts for services, police services with schools for school resource officers. We have Cabrillo College. Again, CSA 38, Prop 172, AB 109, those are some of the largest revenue streams.
One thing I'll add, Supervisor DeSerpa, is that we've also seen a decrease in our inmate welfare fund funding through the state. And so that's been kind of a decreased sliding scale in terms of helping offset the cost to be able to provide programming in custody. So that's just, that's a statewide trend, but it's something that's affecting just our service delivery for folks in custody.
So I know you're very active with the state association, et cetera. Do you see anything improving in the ways of revenue to counties on this issue?
When it comes to public safety, frankly, I don't. And I think in a large part it has to do with federal requirements on what they want us to do that we can't and won't participate in. And so I think that's the biggest hurdle. And then, like I said, there's some opportunity with trying to lobby our Superior Court for increased funding to offset this unfunded mandate that court security is imposing on us. So there's that we're working on. So that's just a couple.
So when I was campaigning, people would ask me, what do I think of, replacing the jail? And I didn't really know what I was talking about because I hadn't been in there, right? So I did take a tour at the beginning of my tenure here. And immediately I was like, okay, we need a new jail. Like this, it's not good for the people that are there that are incarcerated, and it's not good for our staff. So in terms of ideas for the future, when hopefully our budgets improve, what would be the funding sources to replace or remodel the jail facility?
Yeah, for one, and recently as appointed to the Board of State and Community Corrections, I really sought that out because in terms of funding opportunities, this is our situation here in Santa Cruz isn't unique. Other counties are struggling with the same issues, with increased folks that we're having to care for with really acute mental health and substance use disorder, and also aging facilities. And then people are staying pre-trial longer in custody, and jails just weren't meant to do that. So I think there needs to be greater advocacy on the state level, because it's a problem that I mean, languishing in custody and conditions, that some are in that's not compassion, that's not humane. And so we got to figure out how to do that differently. In terms of how to fund it, I think that's the $1 million question. And so I think, if I'm speaking openly, I have doubts on a bond measure, just because of, the kind of the climate of bond measures these days. And then there's a feeling, some that are anti-incarceration, some that don't really, aren't concerned with conditions of confinement, on the other hand. So it's trying to navigate all that. And then trying to be creative. I think that, yes, we need a new main jail. But are there other out-of-the-box ideas that we can look for in terms of, and maybe not to recreate a main jail, but is there a way to kind of reimagine what we're doing with that most acute population of people that really need the most help? And then caring for them in a 8x12 cell like we're doing now, is that the best place to do that? Is that a clinical environment to be able to do that type of work? And I think it's finding opportunities to really focus on that population, at least for now. We have an aging main jail that was designed in the 70s. It's going to require constant maintenance, just because of it's an end of life, frankly. We are working on a plan to address that. And then at the same time, I think immediately it's looking at, are there other options to be able to treat this population that I think needs the most help?
Thank you. Okay, I wanted to commend you for the overdose group that you put together. I occasionally participate when I can in that group, and it's fascinating and very collaborative and helpful, I think, in terms of trying to, everybody together, come up with a plan to prevent these horrible deaths from happening. So I really appreciate your leadership on that. I have heard recently from some people that are working with unhoused population on the street that we're seeing an uptick again in the use of needles, and they think it's because of xylazine. Tons of xylazine has come into our market apparently, and that's how you use it, is by shooting it up. For a long time, they would only be seeing a lot of discarded foil from the smoking of fentanyl, but unfortunately, it seems like needles are making a reoccurrence there. So I don't know if we could keep an eye on that. And then let's talk about your DNA lab. I'm so excited for this. So when do we think, I'm sorry if you already said it, but when do we think it'll go live?
We're hoping by early next year. And so that's the plan as we sit right now. We're just waiting on, again, these 2 FTEs that we're adding. They come at no net county cost. And we're working on accreditation right now. So that's what our DNA staff, our forensic staff, is doing currently. So we have the equipment, we've got the space built out, we've got the staff that can do the testing. And so now it's just working through getting them up to speed on how to do all that and working towards accreditation. And so it's going to be a game changer for us in the county. And then there's opportunity to help offset the cost of it with doing services for other agencies in other counties. And so the quicker we can get to that day, the quicker we can help trying to, we can obviously do better work for folks that live with, here in our county, but then offset it with services provided to others. So.
Do you have any, I know it's hard to estimate, but do you have any estimation on potentially?
January is our goal.
No, not the opening, but how much revenue it might bring in for your?
I've been in conversations. We've had talks around this with Dr. Lauren Zeffiro, who's our forensics director, and so we're still putting together that model. She has a rough draft of that, and obviously that's something we'd be bringing back to the board to educate you on kind of what that offset looks like.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the staff and deputies and corrections. We appreciate you.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Clark. Thank you, Ms. Rocha. And thank you, Under Sheriff Ainsworth. I'm just consistently impressed by the energy and the spirit that you bring to this office. My office sees it every day in terms of the town halls that you've hosted, which are a really great opportunity to interact with the community. And not just the listening that's done during those town halls, but also the swift response to concerns that are brought up. Operations Division is overall does fantastic work, and in particular, we really enjoy working with the Community Policing Division. The enthusiasm with which your office helped to launch the Care Alert portal was really fantastic. As well as, I mean, many of the other things you mentioned, responding and reducing fentanyl deaths and responding to community desires about reporting military equipment, even just, I think just show that you're listening and you care. A few questions. The first is, the total reserve spending this year. Can someone remind me what the number is?
Sorry, I'm focused on I'm looking at the fee here. The number of reserves, I believe, was, hold on. Let me get the number for you really quick. Do you have it, Marcus?
6 million is being pulled from reserves for the sheriff's operations.
Okay. I mean, it's a big number. I mean, obviously you have a large budget overall, but still, is the idea that, I think you said 37 people are currently unavailable due to leave or training, that in the coming years, that some of that will start to work itself out, and ultimately the total need will be less?
Yeah, that's the hope. So, you know, it's just getting people through training. So every time we have somebody on training or the position isn't vacant, we've got to backfill with somebody on overtime. And so the quicker we can get people, you know, onboarded, you know, to the academy, through training, eliminates that need for a deputy to have to supplement on overtime to fill in for that vacancy.
Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully we are able to move through that in the coming year and just bring down the total budgetary needs. Let's talk about the jail a little bit. What is the current jail population?
Right now, across 4 facilities, it was 260 people as of this morning.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that is down significantly compared to historic averages, right? I mean, I remember, I think when I first took office, it was more like 300.
It is, without a doubt. I mean, when I was working in corrections, we saw at the main jail that with a rated capacity of 319, we saw up over 400, and it was just abysmal. And so we have seen really a historic decline since COVID. And there was some recent bail reform measure through case law that just went into effect that I know the courts and the public defender's office is working through. So,
great. And then what's the cost of keeping someone in jail per day? I hear sort of
about $420 a day.
And is that the cost sort of you know, those 260 people by the total cost of maintaining the jail? Or I mean, if that person was not in jail, would we actually save $460?
The cost does go down a little bit. I want to say it's around $260 per empty bed. I mean, there's overhead costs, obviously, with our medical contract, you know, behavioral health, food costs, and all the staff that go into caring for that population.
So it's more like a cost of $200 savings if we're able to get someone.
Correct.
Out of the facility. Okay, but pretty much everyone in the facility today has committed some kind of violent crime. It sounds like.
That's the overwhelming population. I mean, I read about it, and occasionally I'll hear about it at a town hall where, you know, the perception is we're hanging on to low-level offenders, and that's just not true. Like I said just this morning, there's only 14 misdemeanors in custody total, with 13 of them that are ready to go out the door. We're working on, and then only one that's pretrial. So, and then the remaining is in for a significant felony. And then the majority of those folks that are in for felonies, it's a violent felony that's keeping them there. Right. And I just want to clarify one other thing. Sometimes, you know, the public has this view that it's me that has some authority on who stays and who goes. And that's just not true. It's court, it's probation, or it's bail. And so, and then obviously we're mandated to care for the people that we have with us. So.
Mm-hmm. And then what percentage or what number of people in the jail have some kind of mental health condition?
Yeah, so the statistics on that, I mean, we have 50% of our population's on some form of medication, about 70% are on some form of mental health medication, and then about 30% are what you would consider to be chronically disabled. And that doesn't include, like, if you look at like our medicated assisted treatment stats, you know, we're providing MAT services to nearly 100 folks. And so, and that's a great body of work.
Did you say 70% are on some form of mental health?
Maybe I got the statistic backwards. I got it backwards, I'm sorry. So 70% are on some form of medication, 50% are on some form of mental health medication.
Okay, gotcha. And then, I mean, do I understand correctly that there are even some people in the facility who were ready to release, but don't, maybe because they have a behavioral health disorder, we're not able to find the right place to release them to. Is that correct?
That's right. So, I mean, at times we can have upwards of 30 people sitting on a list that the courts deem releasable to a program. It's just unfortunate that program doesn't have a bed available for them. And so then we're left to keep them.
And then in terms of, I mean, you've talked for years now, it feels like years, about the need for some kind of mental health facility, right? That is not the jail. I mean, I couldn't agree more with your remarks, with Supervisor DeSerpa's remarks. I mean, it's just, you know, a cell with no natural light is probably not improving people's mental health condition. What have some of the facilities you've seen in other counties like Ventura or Santa Clara, some of the other places you mentioned, look like? Do they have any particular models that, you know, we could learn from?
Yeah, Jake, I don't know if you want to take that. You and Chief Cleveland toured them.
Yeah, I can talk about this. Really 3 different models between Ventura, Santa Clara, and San Mateo. With San Mateo, we really saw San Mateo and Santa Clara were both redesigned internally into their main jail. But the way that they built it out was, with San Mateo, really a warm handoff program. They were able to build out, contractually build out an LPS facility. I think it's an 8-bed or 10-bed LPS facility with a contract with Liberty Health to ensure those that are in most crisis could be seen, monitored, and then slowly transition through the facility as a step-down process to get into, you know, general population. And then they had really well-designed programs for warm handoffs into the community, into beds, and continuous oversight. Santa Clara's was a little more archaic. It was they had a designed mental health facility that had designated county psychiatrists and psych nurses. Really not much of a step-down process. The Ventura County model was really the gold standard. This was a independent standing building that was connected to their Todd facility that had really all the needs, all the abilities to meet the needs of their acute population. Well-lit facility, rooms that could really accommodate those that are the sickest. So we've seen a variety of different things. I think if we were able to ever, you know, mirror that of what Ventura offered, we would be able to provide the care for those that are most acute in our population and prepare them for some type of step-down process into the community.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, are there any cost savings associated with like Ventura's facility?
Ventura's facility was all federally grant funded. They had an opportunity that they took advantage of. I think it was in 2017. We're able to construct this facility. So from a cost savings standpoint, I'm not quite sure, but I think they were convinced that they saw savings through recidivism as they were able to properly prepare that inmate population for release in the community with hopes of them not returning.
Gotcha. All right, well, certainly a tough problem to solve, but one that has a lot of potential. Thank you for your commitment to addressing the issue and for keeping our community safe.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the sheriffs, Chris Clark, and Under Sheriff Jacob Ainsworth, and Administrative Manager Monica Rocha for the presentation. You know, well, first of all, I just want to thank your department. I mentioned this yesterday that you guys are always out there in the community, very front-facing office. A lot of the events that we're at, you guys are always there, and it's good for the community to see that as well. I wanted to thank you also for, all the work in South County. You guys are really visible in South County. I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to the work being done with the DNA lab or certification or accreditation. Quick question about that one is how do we plan to get other departments is there a plan or a process for other departments to get lab work done too?
Yeah, Supervisor Hernandez, that is the plan we're working towards, is to, be able to offer services to surrounding counties, to other agencies, to be able to offset our costs in providing that service to begin with.
You might even be able to charge them a little more since they'll get it a lot faster than other means. I also want to thank you for the, what did I say, like a preemptive response to the military equipment audit. It was pretty obvious that we didn't have very many people here today, or when the audit happened, we didn't have very many folks for public comment as we did the previous time. So I appreciate the work being done behind the scenes with that audit. I wanted to ask a little bit about, I guess, the, you gave the percentages right now to Supervisor Koenig, but what are the total numbers of inmates right now?
Right now in custody, we have 260 people across 4 facilities.
And in terms of numbers, what would you say, like the repeat offenders, indigent, or the unhoused, non-felony type?
Yeah, so if you're talking about rearrests, that's something that we've been working on, and we're looking to collaborate to decrease with other county departments. And that figure is really startling. I mean, when you look at 260 people in custody, 1/3 that population's been booked about 46 times in the past. That's just the average. So nearly 90 people have cycled through custody 45 times prior. And so to me, these are people with stories. These are people that are they're high users of a lot of our systems, not the least of which is that they just need help, right? And so in terms of how do we bring that figure down? And so that is something that we're working towards with the strategic plan that the CEO Coburn has been it's really spearheaded. And so we're looking at trying to decrease that number to help improve people's lives, improve systems, and ultimately decrease the cycle of rearrest that we're seeing right now.
So given that, I think with the state, we're not going to see any behavioral facilities anymore since the 80s. In what ways do our current state of facilities inhibit housing the unhoused?
Well, in terms of the unhoused, really, as Under Sheriff Ainsworth mentioned, it's really trying to provide or get people connected to services as quickly as we can upon their release. And so, and the way I've kind of described this is the least amount of buses, the least amount of places these folks have to go decreases the chance that somehow they just don't want to get on the next bus, and then the next thing they do is they go to the levee or they go wherever. So to me, it's trying to create those connections as fast as we possibly can to decrease the risk or the opportunity that somebody might deviate, go someplace different, and ultimately fall into the same cycle of addiction that they've been in.
Well, I'm glad that, I haven't been, in my office, I haven't got any calls or complaints with the sheriffs or the corrections department. Well, maybe 2 of them, right? Some folks that are housed with, some of the South County inmates that are housed with some of the unhoused. I've gotten 2 complaints on folks trying to get out of that situation, either for fear or uncomfortable levels with their cellmates, I guess. But other than that, it's been quiet. So I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Monica Rocha, Sheriff Clark, and Under Sheriff Ainsworth for the presentation and all the amazing work that you all do to keep our community safe. I have 2 follow-up questions. Most of my questions have been answered. I have 2 follow-up questions and a couple comments. So to follow up on Supervisor Koenig's question about, it costing us around $420 a day for each inmate, and when beds are empty, it's about $260. So does the county incur that cost for the amount of time that people are, like when people are in those beds, does that cost come to the county?
Yes.
Or, yeah. And is there any reimbursement from the state? No.
No.
Okay. That's helpful. Because, I think, like, as we're having conversations with CSAC, and obviously there's different, groups that meet at CSAC, one of which is criminal justice. I think it's something that we need to have a discussion about with other counties, and to see if they're having the same experience in terms of the amount of people who are staying for long times in beds.
I think that would be great. I mean, the greater advocacy around this issue, the better off we're going to be. And again, it's not just us. And so there's other counties with the same problems, and there are other counties that are seeing the same general fund hit that we are, without any offsetting, revenue.
Right. And so I think, as we move into our next CSAC year and when we go to our conference this fall, I think this is something we should bring to the attention and start to have conversations, because if we're trying to look at ways we can save money, getting people through the true pretrial process, having the courts move much more efficiently, and getting people out of these beds is really going to make our costs go down. And so I think we really need to bring this to the state's attention so that we can use this as a cost-saving method. Another question, I know that I kind of introduced you some folks from Ready Rebound and ModCore, which was helping people who are on medical leave get treatment more quickly, and also modular facilities that could be potentially used when we're considering building a new mental health facility or jail. And just wanted to know if there's any movement there, or if you all had a chance to meet with them.
Yeah, and thank you for that. We met with both those contractors. Ready Rebound is definitely, they're like a third party. They can help usher people through, get them more quickly connected to workers' comp doctors to hopefully return them back to work sooner. So we've been working with them. We just met with, I want to say it was last week, with ModCore. Really kind of fascinating company in terms of using prefabricated concrete to do cheaper construction. They can, and they can deliver on budget and on time. They estimated to us that if we wanted to move forward with a project with them, for one, we need a needs assessment. I think that's the first place to start. We need to right size it. But once we get that done, it's, with them, they would say once they have that piece, they can turn a project in a year. And so when you think about, that's unheard of, and that's working with the state fire marshal to get that done. Typically, these projects are going 6-7 years or longer, and there's counties that can't even get through it. And that were approved for that funding back in 2014 during a different grants process, but they've given money back to the state because they can't navigate that system or that process. Whereas ModCore, they've done it. And so, but to have a facility ready and I mean, within a year, having people there, occupying it is pretty incredible. So we're continuing to have that dialogue with them to kind of see what that looks like for us.
That's great. Yeah, and I hope if there's an opportunity to visit the facilities, maybe one of us can join you if they have, other facilities that they've already built.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so I just want to appreciate all the work that you all do, especially, opening the community service center on the North Coast has been just tremendous. People really appreciate the fact that there's that presence there now, especially as we're going to see more activity. The likelihood is that I think the rail trail is going to be done this fall. We already see a lot of activity on the rail trail, and with that combined with Katoni Coast Dairies, we're going to see a lot more activity. And I know in past summers there's been a lot of car break-ins, and so just having that presence there I think is going to make a huge difference. And so just want to appreciate you all opening that center with us and with other organizations in our community. The support for the immigrant communities, I think that's a great story that we need to, tell better. We know what's happening, the activities that are happening over in Gilroy and the proposal for a facility there. And as we start seeing more tension grow in this area, I think it's important that we're continuing to send the message that we do support our immigrant residents and the various ways in which we've done that. It's really helpful to hear about the DNA lab, and that's going to be coming online hopefully in January, and so going to be looking forward to seeing how that rolls out. And with the fentanyl response team, I think that's been really great that we're having a positive impact on reducing fentanyl use and reducing the amount of fentanyl coming in to our community. It sounds like there may be some other serious drugs that may be coming on the horizon, but we're always going to have to stay vigilant to make sure that we're keeping our community safe. And then lastly, I know that people have called in about, wanting to cut the budget and reduce the budget. And I think the issue there is that at the end of the day, if we were to reduce staffing for the sheriff's department and not have those positions, it's still going to cost us money, and it may just cost us more because of the fact that these are mandated services. And what it means when we have reduced staffing, it means there's more overtime, and we're pushing our staff to the limits. And I think that if we want to retain good people in this community, we have to fund this department well so that people aren't burnt out and so that we're able to provide good services. And by reducing the overtime, it actually is going to end up saving us money. So I think that the budget that's before us is appropriate. And I haven't been similar to Supervisor Hernandez. I don't get complaints. I get people asking, can we get, a permanent officer on the North Coast or somebody, more presence in Bonnie Doon. And so I think that people really appreciate the services you've been providing us. They really appreciate the department, and I just really look forward to continuing to work with you all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. I also want to extend my gratitude, Sheriff Clark, and to your team for being here today and the thorough presentation. Like I said during the probation presentation, that I think the empty room and the few calls we received speaks volumes about the satisfaction in the community of the services that you've been delivering and your responsiveness to community concerns. Because we live in Santa Cruz County, it cares deeply about how we enact criminal justice, and I think that you're really living up to the values of Santa Cruz County, and people see that. So thank you for that. I wanted to, kind of building off of the questions from Supervisor Cummings about, or the comments about the overtime, for years, the use of overtime has been a challenge with your department. At this time, 30% of your FTEs are taken up by injury or training, as you said, other leaves. And we know overtime's not a great way to do our staffing models, right? It's like people are, it costs more for people to deliver less work, and it contributes to burnout and mistakes. And I guess, do you see on the horizon a solution to the use of either mandatory overtime or just the overtime in your budget?
Yeah, I think, in the more expeditious that we can get people hired, we have people interested in positions. I think what compounds our staffing issue is, like you mentioned, the burnout. When we get into these cycles, and I've seen it before, I saw it through the Great Recession, and I saw it again through COVID. If we know we have this normal attrition rate, if we can't keep up with that attrition rate and we go backwards, it only multiplies the amount of, the workload, the burnout, and it's a physical job, on both the correction side and on the deputy sheriff side of things. And then and what we see is injuries go up, that 30% vacancy, or that 30%, just our injury rate in corrections, I've seen 30, 40 people on that list at one point. And it had everything to do with the fact these folks don't have help. And it takes people to do this job, And so at the end of the day, we have to have people in our facilities. We have to have people on the street. And if they don't have help, it just leads to potentially bad things happening and people leaving, frankly, because they're going to go places where they'll get paid more, spend less on cost of living. And then we're dealing with, even worse problem. And so I think it's just keeping up with that attrition, keeping people into the pipeline, keep them going. And that the faster we can do that, the faster we can work on decreasing that overtime number.
And can you talk a little bit about your current kind of recruitment and retention efforts?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of things. I mean, our recruiting and hiring team, they're at Cabrillo, they're at schools, they're out of the county, they're doing career fairs, they're doing outreach to high schools. We have a huge. We've done a lot of social media outreach. We've used, we've used a third-party vendor to help us, like on our recruiting website, for example. If somebody's interested, regardless of the time of day, if somebody says they're interested in a position, there's almost like a chat bot per se that keeps them engaged, provides information to them to keep them, to potentially help lure them towards us. And we've got a great office, and I'm super proud of all the work we do. So we're doing all those things.
Thank you. And then kind of diving a little bit deeper into the staffing. So you're proposing 360 FTE in next year's budget. And this is one of the places where the vacancies remain in the budget. Can you just talk about how you're using the vacancies and the overtime and, how you balance that?
Yeah, the 360 FTEs is really kind of, it's not really a good reflection of what the actual work, the staff picture looks like, who's actually doing the work. We are still sitting on 15 unfunded positions. We had 2 positions that were deleted during COVID. So we're still working through that. When you look at the 56 folks that we've that we're backfilling for, whether that be training, whether that be medical leaves, or just vacancies in general, we've also got this other 17 staff, this additional 17 staff that aren't with us. And so it's not truly reflective of the 360. So when people see that, that's not reflective of who's actually like boots on the ground.
Got it. Thank you. And then finally, just a similar question to what we asked probation, related to the general fund reserves that are one-time reserves for today's budget. Are those from a particular public safety trust fund?
I don't know, Sienna Colburn.
Yeah, Marcus can probably answer that best.
General fund reserves, they're coming right out of our general fund reserve.
Okay. Thank you. I think that the rest of my questions were answered, so really appreciate that. I've had the opportunity to work really closely with your department in a number of capacities recently. With the SHIELD Ad Hoc Committee, we really appreciate your commitment to protecting our immigrant communities and being very clear about your protocol, as well as meeting with our community in a variety of round table discussions and community meetings. I also have really appreciated your focus on evacuation routes. The San Lorenzo Valley community got to know you really well during the evacuation of the CZU fires, and now I understand you are up in Lompico running some drills and really training your workforce on the various roads and ways in and out of the San Lorenzo Valley community. So I appreciate your work doing that. And, I'm always hearing from our community about how much they appreciate the service centers, both in Boulder Creek as well as Felton. I spend quite a bit of time at the Felton Service Center where I have an office. And I can just say that I've witnessed firsthand when there is a neighborhood concern, there's a character in a neighborhood that somebody's, has complaints about, how quickly your deputies get to understand the issue, know a lot of our residents by name, meet with everybody involved and quickly resolve the issue before it becomes bigger. And so I've seen that, week in and week out because, people call me and I just want to express my gratitude for that sort of community-based policing that you do. And, it really, it's clear every single day. So with that, unless there's any further questions or comments, we have something from Supervisor DeSerpa, and then maybe you'll add a motion to your comments.
Okay, one last question, and hopefully this wasn't already covered, but in the past, like when I first started with the county in the 90s, I think the jail healthcare, like the medical, was provided by the county itself. We had county nurses in there, we had a doctor who would round. Are we looking at that again? Is it cheaper to do that than NAFCare? And I will say, I'm very grateful that NAFCare is with us because I think they're much, much better than the last provider, who was also the last provider also in Monterey County. So I understood sort of the issues and problems. Lots of lawsuits on the Monterey County side. I don't know about here, but I think NAFCare is doing a better job.
They are.
I'm,
They're doing
I'm
a really good
grateful
job
for that. But 25% jump in a contract is huge.
Oh, it's big, yeah.
So I don't know if I don't know what that was about, but anyway, have we looked and penciled out what it might cost to do it in-house?
So frankly, we haven't done that in terms of looking at what does a staffing costing proposal look like for using county resources aside from, our contractor. What I can tell you is that, we are thinking about, can we go into a longer term contract? Could that save the county money? And so, in looking at trying to prevent some of these year over year or 3 years over 3 years sort of contractual increases. And so, healthcare has gone up nationally, as has food costs. And so we're kind of, but I will say that, Under Sheriff Ainsworth was very deeply involved in the contract negotiation that we had with NAFCare, with what they wanted, and then in terms of where we felt like they needed to be. There's no way we felt like we could come to you with an increase as they suggested, and so it took a lot of work to bring them down. But looking at that to see are there other options, that's something we can definitely explore.
Thank you. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve your budget.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll now be taking a lunch break, and we're negotiating whether we want 45 minutes or an hour. You want to say 1 o'clock? All right. We'll return at 1 o'clock, and we will reconvene starting with item number 7, which is our Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services budget. We'll see you then.
Recording stopped.
We'll now return to our regular agenda, and we are now on item number 7, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services, including any supplemental materials, and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the County Executive Officer. Welcome. I'm going to start by asking you to introduce yourself, your role in your department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Jeff Gaffney, the Director for the Parks Department, and I'm joined with Deputy Director Rebecca Hurley. We're excited to be here today to present the budget for the Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services. I also wanted to remind everybody that it is Parks heavy season right now. We have probably 400 some odd children and their families getting served by our programs right now in the field. We know we have people hiking and exploring, and just really lucky to be here and talk about parks. Okay, so I'm going to walk through the 26-27 budget. We're going to cover our 5 areas today: the mission department overview, our budget summary, our major budget changes, state and federal impacts, and then our budget request. The mission for the department is to provide safe, well-designed, and well-maintained parks and a wide variety of recreational and cultural opportunities for a diverse community. As far as our strategic priority areas, we're a sustainable environment, comprehensive health and safety, county operational excellence. We have 57 FTEs, and we serve county residents and visitors to the county as well. Talking about the parks divisions that we have, obviously park operations, which is the majority of what you're familiar with, which most people interact with, maintains the trails and the open spaces and facilities, and provides all the programming for all ages across the county, and supported by our strategic planning, our grant development, and natural resource preservation. We also have cultural services, which provide our cultural and recreation services through partnerships and community-based organizations and NGOs. We have arts and public places, which also provides, it develops and implements the public art projects in county facilities and public spaces, which if you've been in any of the halls in this building, you'll see that's a result of some of that work. And then County Service Area 11, which is actually what funds a lot of our programming, our park development and maintenance. It's a set-aside special recreation and park tax. So then broken out, as I mentioned, in park operations, we have maintenance and facilities, which is the backbone of the park and our upkeep around the system. We have our swim center, which everybody's familiar with. It's the one public facility that everybody knows in Santa Cruz County, aquatics, programming, and facility operations. And now with the addition of the Live Oak Library Annex, really just become a great community space. Recreation is our community program and across all age groups and interests throughout the county, as I mentioned. Programs going on right now today. Planning and development is our capital projects and grant development and our long-range planning. And then the Parks Administration obviously supports us and is our backbone with the departmental management and support functions. All right, we're going to get into the real numbers now. So what we were challenged with, we'll get into a little bit more depth later on. But as you see these numbers here, they don't look quite right because there was a lot of counting changes and some changes with some grants. This actually is a decrease, shows a decrease in both revenues and expenditures because there was a drop of approximately $2 million in grants, which is actually on both sides seen as lower. So everything else is actually going up. So I know that sounds confusing, but I'll get into some more details later. But overall, as you can see here, revenues are 10.5 million and expenses are at 20.7, and the general fund contributions are 6.7, with an additional 98,000 added this year. We also have a district sales tax of 2 million. And as I said, for 57 FTEs, and I'll get into much more detail later on. All right, so getting into salary and benefits. As you can see for our expenses, we're looking at about 10.2 million, and that's an 11% increase from last year. I think you're seeing that across the board and hearing that from all the departments. Services and supplies is a 48% reduction. This is because of, as I said, the grants and a change in how we account for CSA 11. And it's a simple change in accounting from previous years, but not a reduction in services. Service and supplies, the big decrease reflects one-time grant-funded projects costs that are coming out and the CSA 11 transfer according to the change I mentioned, previously recognized as maintenance services, now recorded as operating transfer out into other financing uses. So again, the numbers you see here are more reflective of accounting changes. Again, our expenses, we've tried to cut as much as possible during this budget year. And then other changes is where we have the cultural services and contracts, as well as the one-time cost implementation of the parking program, which I know we're going to talk about later for sure. The interfund transfer is a negative expenditure for our cost plan, and its revenue is about 1.2. It's tapping into our reserves to cover the gap. So now looking at our revenues, again, I want to emphasize across all parts of the organization, our revenues are going up. We're doing really well from a revenue perspective. Not accurately reflected in this, again, because of the changing in accounting and also the CSA 11 changes as well. So getting into revenues, it was previously, as I said, recorded as charges for services, which is why it looks like it's going down. It's not a real revenue loss. And then the charges for services is recreation and aquatics programming and project management and administrative work on the externally funded projects. Our taxes, as mentioned, CSA 11, and then Measure F is a 13% increase to account for the modest increase in property taxes, as well as the updated projections that we see coming ahead. And then some other financing sources, which are the transfer from the CSA 11 that we mentioned, that was previously recognized as a charge for maintenance services. This is the increase from a change in accounting and not an actual revenue increase. So use of money and property, we're bringing in about $1 million, actually closer to 1.1 million on our rentals, and then some interest on CSA 11. Our intergovernmental revenue, which is a decrease for the accounting, again, so there's 2 coastal conservancy planning grants and an active transportation non-infrastructure program for rail trail, bike, and pedestrian education grant, and balances that will roll over into the adopted budget. And miscellaneous miscellaneous revenue in the green there is actually contributions and donations, the sale of food and merchandise at the pool, which has been going quite well, some concessionaires that we've added, and so I think it's really great to see that getting closer to $1 million as we work through that. Encroachment permitting is down this year, so you can see that noticed in there. And then, as I mentioned, the general fund contribution is about 6.7, and then a $2 million contribution from the district sales tax. All right, so talking about the major budget changes for us. So to produce a balanced budget this year was very hard, and we wanted to prevent layoffs and make cuts and proposed increased revenue where we could to make that happen. So we had to fill basically a $2 million gap, and this is kind of how we went about it. As you can see, salary and benefits went up 1.2 million for us, almost 1.2 million. So we cut extra help staffing by 162,000, which is about 9,000 hours of extra help time, reminding you that extra help, as I mentioned, this is that busy time of the year where we have a lot of sometimes college age employees, we have even high school age employees who are able to work for us full time, and so this is the time where they have the most impact and provide us the most support, but they also are the most effective in getting us revenue. So as you can also see, liability and property insurance charges went up for us for about 56% by 663. Park maintenance and water use, we cut that down by 425-ish thousand. That included removing all of our portable toilets, a suspension of the tree preventative maintenance program, and reduced installation of playground mulch, and elimination of some of the new projects and some of our deferred maintenance, and then Sunday pool closures that are 3/4 of the year, the off-season, the non-summertime months. And then that will help us with utility costs and water costs. Administrative professional, we pretty much cut everything we could cut in our administration. We're not getting any computers, we're not adding any swag. We actually are passing on our credit card fees to customers, and we're obviously not doing any travel or training. And then we cut all memberships to any of the memberships we have to professional organizations. So then GST, we worked with them to reduce the fleet size, which means we're going to be doubling up some of our maintenance workers. It's a little less efficient for them, and there's a lot more sharing of vehicles that's going on than was on in the past. And then ISD, as you're well aware, is increasing the charges for us across the board for all departments. That's another $400,000 for us. And then, as I mentioned, the Pay to Park program, we can talk about that later. I know there's a lot of thoughts around that, but ultimately it would cost $60,000 to invest in, and we conservatively and safely say it would bring $340,000 in revenue. Aquatics and recreation revenue, again, good news here, an increase of $407,000, which we're pushing $1.2 million a year coming in from aquatics, and another $1.1 million coming in from recreation this year. I think that's just a great story to tell. A lot of time and energy has gone in it over the years to redeveloping those programs and getting them to be really robust programs that people throughout our county can be a part of, and something we can all get behind. And then project management revenue, that's a lot of the grant money that we help to pay for our project management. And then state grants, as you can say, is pretty much in and out money. So a quick just glance, as I mentioned, about how our revenues have accelerated over the years. Obviously, you can see some of the challenges we had through the pandemic, 2020, 21, and actually, if you recall, we actually had a really difficult time for a while there hiring employees. And so that time frame, while we were actually able to create an incentive for hiring lifeguards, is, well, you'll see 21, 22, and there was also some construction that went on in the pool. That's really where aquatics stabilized and now has just taken off. And the same with our recreation program. We completely revamped the programming and the style programming, and we developed a whole system to provide throughout the county. And we developed also a really great partnership with Pajaro Valley Unified School District that has helped us really provide programs to the families and the children who need the programs the most. So pretty excited about that, and also able to bring in some revenue. As a reminder though, with all the cuts we made, we are eliminating all of our free programming, so that is kind of a bummer. And we're trying to figure out ways to maybe bring that back, develop some ideas, see what we can do to get some more free programming back in place. Okay, to just talk about this a little bit more, as far as what we're looking at, we really had about $2 million we needed to come up with to make this budget work. We had a $20 million budget, but the reality is about 78% of that is not money that we can do anything about. It's money we have to spend, and you can see that here. Salary and benefits, $10.2 million, liability insurance, $1.8 million for that, and technology services, $684,000. You can see the percentage of increase in those categories. It's an 11% increase in salaries, a 56% increase in insurance, and 140% increase with technology. So to come up with that $2 million, the only place we could go looking really was within a $6 million block in our budget. And even some of that was hard and immovable at times. So we did get a general fund contribution, additional contribution of $98,000 this year to go with the 6.6 from last year. And the district sales tax contribution of $2 million. And then, as I mentioned, our CSA 11, we brought more money in from CSA 11, which is concerning because that is our reserve, and it's something that when I arrived, I think it was projected to have 5 years of life left in it, and we needed to find other funding sources. So that's going back to 2015. We've been able to kind of nurse it along and keep it going, and that reserve has survived for a very long time. This year, I'm very worried that we won't have any reserve left. I think you've heard this from a lot of departments, and you've heard it throughout the budget. It's kind of one of the themes. But there are some options, I think, available in the future going ahead that we can talk about. I think we've talked about Measure F. That was approved by the voters in 2014. Maybe coming forward into 2027, 2028, obviously, that might be an opportunity to increase that. But that's where CSA 11 does need, we're very worried about the reserves there. So getting into some of the community impacts, as I talked about, the Simpkins Swim Center will be closed for 3/4 of the year on Sundays. This is a great cost savings for us, and also we do lose some revenue, but when we close the pool, we can cover it. It doesn't have to, we don't have to use as much natural gas to heat it. We don't have to put as many chemicals in it, and we also don't have to pay the staff to staff it, of course. And actually the water that evaporates from the pool is significant. So there's a lot of savings that comes from closing the pool. Closing it for a couple hours doesn't do us any good, closing it for a day. So I was here when we actually opened the pool back up from limited days off, or having it closed a lot of times. It's definitely about closing it for a day. It's not a couple hours. We're eliminating the free programming, as I mentioned. Reducing our maintenance and supplies. As I mentioned, some of those areas that we are going to do, we're not going to be able to do the deferred maintenance. We're not going to do the preventative tree maintenance and the vegetation management. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Eliminating portable restrooms and reducing some water where we can in some very few areas where we have non-programmable turf. No playground maintenance really going on at all. And we reduced the extra help staffing by 162,000, as I mentioned. That's about 9,000 hours. That's really this time of year. So if you're thinking about it, obviously it starts in July for this budget, and then we go all the way into next year, April, May, and June. We're really going to be feeling that probably more than we can imagine right now. Okay, so the major budget changes for the Pay to Park program. I'm going to just say that this is my responsibility for not having done a better job of probably providing accurate information out there around this. I should have gotten this to the board and out to the public. I've heard a lot of comments online, obviously we heard, and then we've also seen a lot of emails. The facts aren't out there, and that's my fault. So my apologies for that. This is kind of an industry standard. It isn't anything unusual, but it was poorly rolled out by me and our department, so I apologize. The participating locations, I have a feeling that we're probably not going to be talking about this too much, but the participating locations would be Pinto Lake, Polo Grounds, Anagene Cummins, Highlands, and Quail Hollow Ranch. It would have been a one-time implementation cost of about $233,000 with ongoing expenses of $60,000. Anticipated annual revenue about $800,000. We did have a lot of options. We've done a lot of homework around this. We have over 1 million car visits a year to these parks, and the impacts are significant, and we really have to find ways to deal with that deferred maintenance. We did talk about there could be, obviously we'd have evaluation of the program. It would be a pilot. There'd be equity built in. There'd be free passes for people of low income. And we also said maybe we could just charge on the weekends and do a $25 annual pass. I have a sense that, from what I understand in the briefings I've talked to some of the board, that this is not going to be something you're interested in. So we'll be talking about that later. And now I want to get into the state and federal impacts. And I guess, as you know, realistically, that's a large budget hole for us. So the going back to the pay to park program, that was $280,000 that we had planned to be in the budget, and that's a hole that we have. So we have to have that conversation. So with HR, for us, we actually are really dependent on a lot of the types of federal dollars from grants and other programs, a lot more than people would imagine. And I think what we've experienced over the years And what I've experienced over the years is when some of these programs get cut, we get a larger influx of kids and families into our programming, into the parks program in particular. And so I think that's where we see the biggest impacts. And people are always looking at this point more than ever. Parks have become really the place to go for a safe haven, for some kind of peace and also recreation and activity. So I think that's what's happening right now with a lot of what we see around the world and around this country. People go looking to places like parks. State grants become more competitive because there's less federal money available, as we all know. That makes it harder for us, although we have developed a really good rapport with our state grant partners, and we've been fortunately very successful, knock on wood, with a lot of the grants. We're often invited to apply for grants, very fortunate that way. And as I mentioned, the current Measure F revenue of $340,000 is not meeting the needs for us. And again, Measure F really applies to less than half the parcels in the county. It's a very specific area that does not include the incorporated city parcels, does not include some of the special park district, all of the special park district parcels. So it's a very modest amount, as you can see, $340,000 a year. And the last time it was renewed was in 2014. Vegetation management, I think we've all heard about this and know about this. Climate change is doing what it's doing, and I think it's doubly hitting our parks and public lands. First of all, having been in this profession for a very long time, there was a time when we used to be able to take Roundup and do 1 or 2 applications with Roundup, and the entire underbrush, weeds, trees even sometimes were handled and managed, and you didn't have to worry about fire. That changed decades ago because I'm that old, and it has continued to change as it should. But what's left for us is manual labor. And that means every time we have one of these nice little rainstorms that happens, it's happened probably 3 times this season already, a new batch of weeds and brush and trees grow up, and our staff have to go out and do that by hand. And we don't have the staff to keep up with that. We've spent the last 7 to 8 years just claiming back some of the places that we had let go over the last probably 20 years that we had not been managing appropriately. And to me, there's nothing worse than the public lands being more of a fire risk than people's private lands. And I think that's obviously one of our biggest concerns right now. And that's where we are with this space as far as vegetation management. Outdoor access, again, I can't say enough about how much people need outdoor spaces and how much they need recreation. It's more and more, as I mentioned, from the pandemic, people came out and remembered that they had these parks and open spaces, especially some of these neighborhood parks and some of these sort of regionally sized parks where they could get out, get a little fresh air, feel the sun on their faces, and get away from their digital devices. So the visitation has continued to grow. You see our program revenues continue to grow. These are things that we have to worry about in the out years and things that I'm worried about regularly. Increasing utility costs over the last 5 years, our utility costs have gone up 68%. And for us, that's not just keeping the lights on, that's a lot of water, watering our fields, keeping water in the pool. That's a lot of natural gas. There's a lot of things we've done to try to improve our dependency on these things, but there's just some things we can't change. Things like soccer fields need water. And so we'll continue to find places where we can water less, use less utilities, but this is not changing. 68% is a huge number on the dollars we have over the last 5 years. Artificial intelligence, this seemed to be really popular. We are not spending any money on artificial intelligence directly in our department. This is absolutely about us utilizing the information that's already out there to better understand our trail mapping, to better understand when people come to our parks, what they're doing when they come to our parks, and when they come and go. This is all readily available information. This is not us going out and cultivating any of it. I think this is in line with a lot of what the county's trying to do on the regular. It helps us have a better understanding of how we can serve the people and better data for us in general. I'm a big believer in data whenever we can get it. And I think this is the place to do it. I'm not spending money on grabbing any more data. Oh, sorry. Capital investments. Housing growth high-density housing in particular, lots of, as much affordable housing as we can get in. I believe everybody wants that. But of course, that oftentimes comes with children and families, multifamily homes at times. And so we need to think about, first of all, where we're building parks, who we're building them for, what needs they have, and then also how we're going to pay for those parks after they're built. Because that's one of the biggest issues we have, is we're not taking care of the things we're building. And so that comes right back into our deferred maintenance backlog. And as you're well aware, we can go to a number of our facilities right now, and we have not had the resources or the ability to invest in them nearly as much as we want. There is over $90 million in deferred maintenance that we have without including our beaches or beach accesses. And so this is definitely a big issue for us moving forward.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. So yeah, just to talk about that a little bit more, because I do know that this board has brought up the amount of deferred maintenance in our park system previously through our own calculation without wanting to spend money on a consultant. We're looking at probably over about $91.3 million in deferred maintenance. And again, as Jeff stated, that's without looking at any of our coastal access points. So you'll see these are, not only do we have to deal with, infrastructure that's failing, corroding in our coastal area, but there's vandalism, there's unexpected events, people crashing into decks. So, the hard reality is that our maintenance team handles not only ongoing maintenance, but deferred maintenance, emergency maintenance, weather events, and natural disasters all simultaneously. And without a dedicated funding source for our deferred maintenance, the backlog doesn't shrink, it just continues to grow. So now we'll talk about all of the fun stuff in parks. So some of our accomplishments that we want to talk about is, really taking a moment to celebrate what this team has delivered despite some real constraints. Jeff talked about the money earlier, right? An increase in revenue. Over the past, it's a little over $2.2 million that we anticipate bringing in with even within this budget reductions. And over the past decade, that's nearly double. So, it's really great what our team is doing. And the growth not only reflects an increase in revenue, but it also it reflects a really great community benefit, right? More kids in the pool, more kids in program, more people connecting across our community. Some other accomplishments, as some of you are very well familiar with, is that we opened our first new county park in over 20 years back in July, Valle del Paro in South County. Through efforts from this board, we were able to put in some interim programming, a parking area, and some trails. So that was a real achievement, and we're working on completing the master plan for that park right now. We are also in North County able to leverage grant funding and volunteer time to finally connect to the Pace property from Quail Hollow. So that space is open, and in the fall we anticipate having kind of a grand celebration when we install the public art. Up on the North Coast, this is something that I am particularly excited about, is that many people may not know that we have had to conduct some geological testing up at Greyhound Rock to ensure that we could go forward with our long-term environmental education and cabin project. And luckily it's not a big fault that we have to worry about. So that's exciting. And then as this board approved on Tuesday, we've gone into contract for that long-term planning with a consultant. So it's very exciting what's happening on the North Coast. And as well, what this board approved was some funding to go towards the natural play area at Mesa Village County Park. This is an effort through County Park Friends. It's their capital campaign right now. So it's exciting to see that we'll be able to bring the first natural play area to South County very soon. We continue to have great partnerships with local organizations and agencies. The photo on the left is at Anna Jean Cummings County Park. This is the grand celebration with Cabrillo Gals. We had a partnership with them where they fundraised and constructed new batting cages there. So that was a very successful partnership. And then up in North County again, we were able to improve the access point at Miller Property County Park. And we're currently working on enhancing the trail system with the Santa Cruz Mountain Trail Stewards as well right now. Whoa, I don't know what happened to the picture of Freedom Lake, But that's supposed to be the California Conservation Corps working on the restoration effort of Freedom Lake. And this board knows we were fortunate enough to receive Measure Q funding from last fiscal year towards this effort. We will continue to work with Watsonville Wetlands Watch and the California Conservation Corps on continuing to remove all of the invasives, as well as do the studies that we need to do the full restoration. And then here on the right, you'll see we were able to work with funds provided to us from RISC to remove some dangerous trees at Moran Lake County Park, and then as well do weight and height reductions on a majority of those trees. There are still trees that need to have some weight and height reduced, and we're still looking for where we can find funding for that.
Okay, so we're before you today asking you to approve the proposed budget with revenues of 10.5, expenses of 20.7, general fund contributions of 6.7, district sales tax of 2 million, other fund contributions of 1.5-ish, funding 57 FTEs, and approve the proposed Pay to Park pilot program and delegate authority to the Parks Director to implement the pilot. I have a feeling that's not going to be something that this board's interested in, as I said, but that's what's before you today, and I'm happy to have the discussion.
Thank you for your presentation. I will now open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here in the room who'd like to speak on this item? We have one. And Madam Clerk, how many are on the phone? You're welcome to join while she does that.
Currently, 2 speakers have their hands raised online, but additional people are continuing to raise their hand over time.
Thank you. Awesome. We'll do 2 minutes each. Welcome. Hi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Board. My name is Leslie Harris, and I am Board Chair for County Park Friends. As you know, we have been partnering with Santa Cruz County Parks for years and have brought in millions of dollars in improvements, restoration projects, recreation opportunities, and open space investments to communities throughout the county. We have proudly supported Measure C, G, K, and most recently Measure Q, both financially and through countywide advocacy. What's concerning us today is a growing disconnect between the community's investment and creation of parks and facilities and the funding available to maintain them. Many residents and maybe some elected officials are surprised to learn that unlike the other parks jurisdictions in the county, our County Parks Department does not receive direct Measure Q funding for its day-to-day operations and maintenance. The plain language in Measure Q includes parks. And I think voters were led to believe that some of those funds were going to go to parks. They voted for that, and I think we need to honor that. Projects like Valle del Pajaro Park, the first new county in more than 20 years, represents exactly the kind of investment our community wants to see. But every new and existing park, trail, habitat, restoration project, playground, and recreational amenity creates a long-term commitment to maintain those for maintenance and operations. And there was a reference to the capital campaigns that Park Friends undertakes. And I think part of that, if we're asking people to donate money, and especially significant money, to create facilities that we need in our parks, we need to make sure we can assure them that those facilities are going to be maintained. I also understand that, well, thank you. So the question is, can you provide resources to maintain the parks? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the room, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first online caller?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 969, your microphone's now available.
Hi, so I am here, of course, most likely assumed because of the Pay to Park program pilot and the use of AI. I did get a little bit more clarification that I was wondering about from the chairman, which I appreciate. And just wanted to voice a concern that I've heard from a lot of people in my community, a lot of parents that weren't able to attend today that I'm here to represent too, is that as you guys said, inclusivity and diversity is very important. And I believe that, charging an additional fee for public services like this is just going to further hinder people, especially marginalized people, from being able to access these things. And like the chairman said, being outside, being able to play in the sunshine and get to know other kids in your community, parents getting to know their parents in their community is really vital now more than ever. And I really encourage that that part of the program be revised. Thank you.
Daniette, your microphone is now available.
Hello, this has been a great meeting. I really appreciate being able to take a moment to just share my thoughts as well. I'm a real estate agent. I live here in Santa Cruz, but also do a lot of business kind of all over the place between Watsonville up to Bonnie Doon. And I also just want to express my opinion, as well as like talking to parents and other local people that the pay for parking, I would really like to discourage at this time. I understand that we do need to get money from somewhere, but I do see parks right now as a great equalizer. Being able to have free events, birthday parties, it does not matter how much a parent makes, but having access to an outside space, being able to, go to pickleball or enjoy the playgrounds. Right now, it's a really amazing thing that Santa Cruz can provide, and I'd like to hold on to that free access as long as possible. Another reason why that I would really like to stress is parking. I live pretty close to Jade Park, and right now it's free, so obviously that parking lot is pretty full. But knowing if we were to implement this as a pilot program for Anna Cummings or Pinto Lake, and that potentially could spread, it's really going to push that traffic onto streets that are already facing a real difficulty in trying to find parking spaces. And we're also getting some affordable housing that's going to add increased pressure. But I also think we want maximum visibility on all parks, being able to have free access to all, because that will encourage maintenance. I don't want to cast Anna Cummings and Pinto Lake to the side, because if people just start going to the free parks, those parks will begin to be neglected over time. Last thing I should mention is mobility access. I have a lot of people that I know that are not qualified for disability. They don't technically qualify for low income, but they need that mobility access. Transporting people with wheelchairs, being able to help like elderly folks get to parks and be able to recreate and just communicate with each other. That's the one thing that we've needed so bad since COVID. And that's one of the last free spaces that we have for all. So thank you for allowing me a moment to speak.
Emily, your microphone's now available.
Hi, I want to thank the Parks Department so much for this presentation. And I also want to just mention that it's not lost on me the quality of our parks and the programs in our community and the hard work that you all are putting in. After listening to the presentation, I do have additional thoughts about pay to park. I do bristle at the thought that this is industry standard, and it frightens me that that could become the standard across the country, because I believe it is a barrier from people accessing one of the most basic public resources that we collectively own. And there is a major cost to this, and that is the increasing cynicism and helplessness that people feel towards surviving in this community and the daily fees to raise a family here. That drives a wedge between the public and our government that I actually think does have a very big cost. And I also want to mention the concerns about safety for children moving back and forth if people are parking in neighborhoods. I'm sure you can imagine the situation of somebody who is carrying their baby carrier and trying to get their toddlers through to the playground. My first question is, why are we creating new projects if people cannot access their basic hometown public park for free that they go to every day, that their kids play soccer at? I do want to make sure that it is really a free pass for people that are on a lower income, and I wonder what efforts will be made to make this easy and fast to access. Are they going to be able to access it just going into an office in a day? I'm wondering if non-resident fees were considered, for example, charging people from out of state to park at the Hook. And I'm wondering if you could describe in more detail the fundraising or volunteer coordination efforts that are being made, or if the supervisors could ask those questions. Thank you so much.
Bernie, your microphone's now available.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and Board, staff. Bernie Gomez with Milpa. Just want to take this time to highlight some of the work that Supervisor Hernandez has done around bringing Pájaro del Valle Park into existence, right? And I think that just considering that in the last 20 years or more, right? This is the first investment that's happened in South County, specifically District 4, excuse me, uh, that even through these like downfalls and just uncertainties that we focus on this thing that I hear a lot around equity. And yeah, and let's invest in Bajo del Valle and kind of just have it ready for folks to access, to have something else to access, right? Uh, Pinto Lake Park, the county park, um, it's been there. It's been the only one. It's a great park. I see the investment that's happening, the construction that goes on in it, and stuff like that. Even the Mesa Park would need to do that. Just the investment in open spaces is just it's critical for families, for people, especially at a time where, you know, it's just getting hotter, you know, and people actually want to be outside, and some people might not actually, you know, but having that public resource ready available is just a responsibility, right? And I think it's something that we all want, and um, yeah, and I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now return to the board for deliberation and a motion, and any questions that you may have. I'll start with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Gaffney and Deputy Director Hurley for the presentation. Let's see, I think I just want to start by pointing out that we are now in the Land Use and Community Services branch of the county. And that means that those are community services that are really available to everyone, right? I mean, up till now, we've talked about people who are low income receiving Medi-Cal, and other benefits. I mean, those are like 30% of the community. I mean, that's certainly non-trivial. We've talked about our legal system and our public safety, you know, and obviously we heard the huge number, just for example, in the public defender's office. I mean, they deal with 9,000 cases a year, and those are all large numbers. I mean, but parks, I mean, everyone in our community accesses our parks. And I mean, I don't think there's that great of data. Maybe you have some idea based on calculations from the parking program, et cetera, how many, or the aquatics program, how many people are accessing parks on a regular basis. But I mean, my guess it's easily over 100,000 people. I can tell you my own experience really changed radically becoming a parent, where I went from occasionally going to a county park to now pretty much any free day that I'm hanging out with our daughter. It's not whether we're going to a county park, it's which county park. And I will say there's the good, the bad, and the ugly in there, right? I mean, there's the good. There's Leo's Haven, there's Floral Park. These are just recently renovated, brand new play structures, and they're beautiful. Then there's the bad. There's like Anna Jean Cummings. It's still a great park in that it's got an awesome slide and you know, cool bridge. I mean, it wasn't built that long ago, but it's showing its age. I mean, and there's, I think, a picture in your slide deck that I actually might have sent you of the slide breaking off of the play structure. And there's other hazards at that park, which I won't get into, but, and there's the ugly. There's Winkle Park, where the playground's actually closed right now. There's another one of your pictures because the platform rusted through, broke, and there's multiple of those that could break, and now the whole play structure is closed. And I mean, I've talked extensively with Jesse, our maintenance superintendent, about what it would take. Could we just, you know, let's just replace those platforms? You know, I'm happy to put some discretionary funding towards that. And it's like, yeah, well, that buys us 2, maybe 5 years. At the end of the day, this whole play structure is going to need to be repaired, and there's all kinds of other issues that are ultimately liabilities for us on that. And just to be clear, this where Winkle Playground is, it's right next to 172 affordable units that are about to break ground this year. Literally next door. And so we are talking about 2, 3-bedroom units for families, and they don't have a playground. And that's actually true, again, at Twin Lakes Park, another ugly park. I mean, I to call any park ugly, but the situation around it is ugly. The play structure there also approaching dangerous, right? I mean, there's an old wooden pirate ship, super cool, but hazardous. And that is just a short walk away from the 7th and Bromer property we were just discussing, which we're going to be discussing again in our next meeting because it will be the site of a significant number of affordable units. So when I see the $8.7 million in general fund investment in this department, I think that's low, given how much we invest in everything else. And I would ask, actually, I mean, I see a 1.5% increase in parks budget from the general fund contribution. I mean, other departments are seeing 3%, at least. Why not at least be increasing parks budget 3% from the general fund contribution?
Yeah, so the initial contribution that we had to spread across all the departments, we went through a process of taking that and looking at the salary and benefit growth. I think we only had about $5 million that we were able to distribute. And so it wasn't a lot that departments got. And then depending on their budget solutions, we augmented with reserve to meet the mandates. Unfortunately, Parks is one of those ones we really want to have, but a lot of their service, there aren't as many mandates like in public safety and justice and health and human services. So there was some departments that got additional monies on top of the base general fund contribution increase. But we definitely share your interest in wanting to fund parks the most we have. There's just so little funding to go around.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the explanation. My other question actually, as far as sort of general budget adjustments, I mean, what's making a big impact on the parks budget? I mean, we've seen it in other departments' budgets as well, but it's the property and liability insurance adjustments. There's a shift of $662,000 to parks. And I mean, I think it was, the sheriff mentioned $2 million in their own budget. And I mean, I can see how that makes sense from the perspective of we want departments to be more proactive in addressing risks that they can control, and therefore reduce their property and liability insurance associated with the department. But I mean, my understanding is a big part of the adjustment for parks came from a couple of, or sets of lawsuits that the county has dealt with around Beach Island and around Moran Lake. And arguably neither was directly within Parks Department's control. I mean, some of those actions were board initiated, didn't come necessarily from anyone on this board. But I just, what's the logic in shifting the cost from those particular cases to the Parks Department, and where are we realizing savings in the rest of our budget, like that additional capacity is being absorbed? I mean, if it's no longer in risk.
Let me have Marcus come up because he's been really involved with risk on the changes.
Yeah, I wish the risk team were here, but I can speak globally for a lot of reasons that we've talked about over the last several years. Reinsurance rates, insurance rates, liability claims, and settlements and lawsuits have exponentially grown. Order of magnitude, if I recall correctly, around 10 years ago, the total expense of that fund was in the $4 to $5 to $6 million range. They're now building towards 24, 25. That's in 10 years. And that's not cost program growth. That's reaction to the industry and what's changing. So that's that's the driver behind the increases that every department is seeing. Yes, there's also experience factors that value both experience and severity of claims, but it's really this underlying cost pressure that's going up in the risk fund operation that's being pushed out. And the pain, I'm a budget guy, I'm not supposed to use that word. The cost pressures are going to keep growing. The fund, the risk and property and liability fund is increasing their member contribution rates, which are department rates. And we're not there yet. They're not there yet. They're targeting about 16 million now, and they still have 2 more years of substantial increases, so they can level set to where what we hope I should say they hope the new floor isn't 20 to 24 million, that maybe this is a one-time nature, but that's the cost pressure. And it's going to keep coming because, again, the revenue coming into the fund is not sufficient for the expenses that they're incurring. And
Sure. I mean, I understand the global issue that we're seeing with risk. I'm just saying, in this case, it feels a little bit unfair to apply the costs from some of those previous cases that were not directly within the Parks Department's control to the parks budget. And if anything, I mean, now we're taking maybe the capacity to proactively deal with some of those issues away. I mean, we're seeing proposals to reduce maintenance activities and reduce extra help staffing. I mean, that's the money that the Parks Department needs to make sure there's less risk in the system. And so this feels like a death spiral if we're just going to keep adding more and more risk costs to departments that don't have the capacity to reduce risk. No more questions. Thank you, Marcus. I will say I think the Pay to Park program is a really bad idea. I told you that months ago. We've heard from the public. They agree. And I think the fundamental reason was said by one of the callers, which is just increasing cynicism and distrust in government. And that people feel like they're paying their taxes. This needs to be one place that they can go to enjoy peace and quiet. I mean, I think actually wrote down a quote from Director Gaffney here: parks is a place to go for a safe haven and for peace for people. And so I think that your estimates on how much the parking program would generate are radical overestimates, because a lot of people would be mad, not pay the fee, and that we just would not get a lot of compliance unless we want to get out there and start writing a bunch of parking tickets in parks. And I don't see that happening either. So last comment before I get into some general things is just, this tells me why we need a strategic plan element that deals with parks, why we should have a better sense of how many people use parks, because it just in general feels like we are underfunding parks compared to the number of people in the public that are using them. And of course, we really see that show up in the deferred maintenance budget of over $90 million. All right, a few specific questions to try to make sure we can see if we can do better than the department proposed budget here. The first, I just want to make sure I have these numbers right. So reduction in maintenance activities. Currently, you're planning on saving around $245,000 in this year's budget through a main reduction in maintenance activities.
Yeah, actually 454 total. But yes, the majority of the 250, let me get back to, that's correct. Yeah, 454.
Okay. Could you repeat that number?
Yeah, 454. Let me get to that.
Is that, I know we're also
424, my apologies.
Okay.
That's about water reduction use and eliminating portable restrooms, eliminating the preventive tree maintenance, and deferred maintenance completely. No money for deferred maintenance this coming year.
Okay. And then on top of that, a 10% reduction in extra help staffing, from which you would save $162,000?
Correct.
Okay, and then the parking program anticipated to generate $280,000 this year.
That's correct.
And then the savings from closing the pool on Sunday, $75,000?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we talked earlier, you mentioned that there was potentially some room for additional admin staff reductions. I mean, but in your presentation, you mentioned reducing, I think it was $400,000 worth or so already. I mean, is there any, do you have any positions identified that would allow for any more savings on the admin side?
The only thing we can do now at this point would be to lay full-time positions off, or if any more reduction in our extra help just continues to be a spiral into what you talked about, where we can't generate revenue to the degree we are already, we can't keep our facilities safe, we can't do some of the work that we normally do all the time. I talked about the mowing and the vegetation management, those types of things, keeping in mind This is a July 1st to next June 30th budget, so I'm already having to think about what next spring looks like.
Okay. So you're saying that no further admin staff reductions are possible without?
Nothing.
Okay.
We like I said, we had $6 million that we cut $2 million from, and we're as thin as we can get right now.
Okay. So you're saying with all of those budget solutions that I mentioned, I'm totaling $941,000. Is that correct?
We think we could restore things for about 800,000, but your math is in the ballpark of where we are. We need to figure out if what you're talking about is trying to restore some of the things that are most critical. We're looking at about an $800,000 number.
Okay. I will end my comments for now and turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSerpa.
This is a completely unrelated question, but, well, maybe not completely. But when I was a trustee in the school district, we had a consultant that worked with us every year, and there was some initial payout of obviously how much it was going to cost in terms of their fees, but they saved millions and millions of dollars for us on the energy side. Have we ever tried that across all of our enterprise at all? Like all of our buildings?
Yes, we have done that, and we are currently.
And are we currently employing like all of those? Like every light bulb got changed. Every light was on a timer. I mean, they went through and like fine tooth combed every bit and literally saved us like $2 million.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've done that work. Yes.
Okay.
There are still some improvements to make, but like here at 701, our lights are on timers now. That used to not be that way. So we've done that work.
Okay. So I think Supervisor Koenig has asked most of the questions that I had. All of us up here get some discretionary money from Measure K and Measure Q. I think my predecessor and I historically, in my first year, have basically funded different parks projects that in my district that needed, assistance. Is it true? Are we getting another 200,000 from Measure K again next fiscal year, or what?
You are.
We are. So I would pledge $100,000 of my Measure K money to go to parks, and I would ask my colleagues here to do the same. So I'm going to end my comment there. That wouldn't cover the whole 800,000, but it would get you closer. So so thank you for your work. I will say that I think removing porta potties is a horrible idea. I don't like closing the pool on Sundays because a lot of people work and they want to swim on Sundays, and it can get very hot here, in particular in August, September, October. It's a horrible idea. We need cooling centers for families. So I'd like to see the pool remain open. I'd like porta potties, and then obviously your extra help is really important. It's a low-cost way of putting people to work, getting money into our local economy, and cleaning up our parks. So I think all of those things are sort of critical needs. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Well, I'm going to go back to the subject of the pay to park. When the idea was first introduced, I considered maybe just weekends or, some other alternative. But, the calls came in, we get a lot of emails, and, in South Carolina, we usually don't get a lot of emails about subjects, but this one did come up for us. And, even here in North County, we're getting people to come up and show up for public comment. And then I've seen the city's attempt to do a pay to park at the airport and Beer Mule parking lot. And it miserably failed. They did it for like a few days and it was done. People were up in arms. And mind you, people are going there to buy a $9 beer, several of them. And so, for families that, working families that are struggling to pay their kids' soccer fees, which rise up to like 400, 500, 600 per kid, and Wattsville, they usually have more than one kid. It becomes it becomes a barrier to the access for parks. So I'm having second thoughts on that. Definitely, I think maybe if there's a Supervisor DeSerpa brought up the fact of bringing up our own funds, but maybe if there's a way to figure out how many cars per park in the district go there and figure out a fee that I don't know if I'd pay 800,000, but this parking fee, I think would be something more suitable. I have a lot to invest in the two parks that we have that were mentioned, Valle de Pajaro and Mesa Village, that I'm going to put my majority of my funds in. But I think maybe if we can subsidize the parking somehow. 243, is that what it was?
It'd be, the hole that we have from that assumption is $280,000.
280,000. But otherwise, have you guys thought up of any other alternatives to this parking fee?
We've increased, actually, in the unified fee schedule coming up, we'll be increasing fees across the board. Pretty much most all programs, all facilities. We try to keep those as reasonable as possible. We've had a long discussion about weddings, for example. Some of the people who work for me currently were married in some of our county parks, and they have special memories going back to that. And it's an affordable place to get married, so we don't want to outprice people, but we definitely want to recover some of those dollars. And I do, if we have the capacity, we are hoping that in the future, we can go out and do a full assessment of our fees and compare them to other jurisdictions. And that will also give us an idea of how often and how much we can accelerate that. But currently we're tying ourselves to the consumer price index, which is okay, but I'd like to be a little bit more in market with it. But generally speaking, checking in with my peers, our fees are in a decent place for it to still be affordable and for us to recover some fees, some money that we need.
And one of the speakers brought up Measure Q, I think. Can the county parks department tap into that somehow, have a discussion with the COAB to tap into that? Like a set aside for county parks or something like that?
So the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board is more about the grant side, and the county gets a direct allocation, 500,000 of which 100 goes to each of you currently, and then there's another 900 some odd thousand that's directly to the county. Some jurisdictions that get those direct allocations do use it in their parks departments. The cities do that. That is an available option for you.
As supervisor, I also want to add that if we're looking at Q, that's been brought up, and that's a good question. One thing we need to consider is there is a supplementation requirement in Measure Q, so we could look to fund something different. There's ideas of maybe some sort of wildfire risk reduction and parks work that maybe we could put the Measure Q funds towards, but we need to carefully look at whether we can make that work within the measure's requirements. So you all are going to be considering the county's allocation in August. So we could bring back some information and potentially, depending on what happens with the budget, whether it's maintenance work or wildfire risk reduction related to parks, maybe there is something we could fund.
The other one is Prop 4. We should really tap into that, especially for Live Oak District and South County. I think Prop 4 was really designed for those type of demographics.
Yeah, the operational dollars are hard to find in some of these grant programs, and that's why we are where we are with deferred maintenance.
Deferred maintenance, yeah.
And just operations.
But I'm saying is that if we get those type of funds, we don't have to use our general fund. We could just switch around and
correct.
Use our general fund for deferred maintenance as opposed to new projects or redoing new parks or existing parks.
Well, as the CEO Coburn said, working within the regulations for Measure Q, deferred maintenance is probably one of those areas that we could use it for. That's a conversation, but definitely it's more probably towards August that it sounds like that would probably be the better place to have the conversation. There's examples of right in this legislation that tells you.
But other than that, I would suggest having a conversation with the city of Watsonville and talk about their pilot program at the airport for that lasted less than a week over at the airport. Be a good conversation. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. I do want to start by just thanking you all and your department for all the support that we've been getting in D3. I will say we don't have any parks. We have Greyhound Rock, which we're working on getting transferred over to the county, so it will actually be a county property. But that's the only technical park in my district, and it's more of a beach access. And so we have a lot, and then a lot of the money that we've been using, whether it's Q or K, has really been trying to improve access in terms of the different beaches. We also have the rail trail, and I want to thank park staff for really working with us. I know that's going to be a maintenance issue, but it's going to bring, I think that, that's going to be an opportunity that's going to bring people into the county. They're going to be spending more resources. And so hopefully we can see more revenue being generated from that through Catoni Coast Dairies and other access points. That being said, I think it'd be helpful to have some conversations with the different districts around opportunities for funding, whether it's through K, Measure Q. I personally think that the vegetation management projects that are going on, that seems like a perfect fit for Measure Q. It's a discrete, one potentially, we'll maybe have to come back and do more maintenance at certain points in time, but I think Moran Lake was one of the projects that needs to be done. It's like tree removal, right?
Yep.
So that's like, you're removing trees, that's a big project.
Yep.
That seems like.
That's exactly what I spent my Measure Q dollars on last year.
Right. So, I think that for the county-wide Measure Q, it's like if we can look at some of the vegetation management projects and consider those under the umbrella Q, I think that we can make a strong argument that, for wildfire risk reduction, this is going to be something that, we're doing our part in, especially since we've had conversations already around, Zone 0 and wanting to help bring down the cost of insurance. Us leaving, ignoring or not keeping up with vegetation management, I don't think that would be good as county supervisors, because it would seem like we're not doing our part to manage for wildfire reduction. So I think that we should look at those dollars and what it would cost to fill that gap. I will also agree with kind of what's been said by Felipe around the pay for parking and some other colleagues. I want to emphasize again that, and I appreciate that you took ownership of, it getting out and not having as much control over it. And I think that in the future, again, when there's big items, like big changes that may be coming before the board, that we have that conversation first so that we can provide direction on, you should go and start working on this. So that we're not wasting time working on something that we're not going to approve, ultimately. But I will say that when I was working at UCSD on the coastal campus for years, they had free parking and everybody would drive in and park. And then they decided to switch to pay for parking, and everybody parks right next to the homeless garden project and everybody walks in. And I feel like the people who are accessing parks in general are pretty active people. That's why they're going to parks. So what would likely be happening is, when it's possible, people would be parking in neighborhoods and they just walk into the parks. And I think the other piece of it too is that I just think about people who, if they have kids and they're going to the park, multiple times a week for baseball games or soccer games or whatever, what have you, that's going to be a big cost for them. And if they don't income qualify, it's still a cost, right? And for those people who may be going to the park, like somebody's having a birthday party and they just want to show up for an hour to say hi, to have to pay $5 all day, it's not fair to them either. So I think that if there's any consideration of doing this moving forward, I think it would be great to have some kind of community conversation and engagement to see what the community would be okay with. Because I think that if it was presented in such a way where people have an understanding of, here's what it would cost, here's where the money goes, do you want hourly, half hourly, all day? I think that conversation could potentially bring people along. But at this point in time, I think because the cat got out of the bag way too early, it's not. Right. It's not going to fly. Yeah. So I also have a question for, maybe this can go to Mr. Pimentel. I'm just curious about the empty cup tax and what's been happening there. Because I mean, that tax was supposed to help us raise money to deal with wildfire, like environmental issues. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to the empty cup tax real quick.
I'd actually defer to my colleague, Laura Bowers, whose office kind of, but in general, we are aware it did not hit its initial targets and it's been much lower than expected. I don't know if you're able to.
I can add, Lowell, I believe it's only generating about $300,000 annually. And so it's very little. We use it on enforcement. It's a general fund tax. It's used on enforcement, and it's also used to give each board office $10,000 that you can use on environmental or similar efforts. So it really it hasn't raised anything. It was estimated at, $700,000, and we get less than half of that.
Well, I will just say I do go to some places, and I don't think that everybody's charging that empty cup tax fee. So if there's an opportunity to do some kind of assessment of businesses to ensure that there's compliance, I think it would be really helpful for us to try to, increase some revenue that we could potentially give to parks. Also, I know that the city of Santa Cruz, 2024, they passed a sugary sweetened beverage tax. I think it might be worth this. I know that everybody's feeling overtaxed right now, but it may be something for us to consider, because I know that some of those fees go into supporting some of their outdoor and parks programs, and that could be a potential revenue generator in the future. As far as the pool, I'm just curious, in terms of days of the week, like why Sunday or let me rephrase this. What's the pool usage in terms of weekdays versus weekends, and how do you all land on Sunday all the days?
I'm gonna let the pro answer this one.
So historically, Sundays, surprisingly enough, have always had the lowest attendance. And so we were looking at, I think we pulled a Sunday date in October, right? Knowing, because we're looking at the shoulder seasons to close on Sundays. October in this area is usually still warm and quite nice. And I think we were looking at, it was something like 400 visits that day. And then as we moved into the colder seasons, the visit count went lower. So we're trying not to disrupt, people's regular routines. We're really confident that a majority of swimmers who maybe swim on Sundays will find another day of the week. So we won't decrease in revenue that much. But Sundays were chosen just because, surprisingly enough, historically, it's always had the lowest amount of attendance.
Okay. And so I'll just kind of wrap up. Well, the last question I have, I'm going back to the risk and liability question. I'm just curious how did that amount land on the Parks Department, and how does that compare to some of the other departments in terms of the amount that departments are being charged?
There's a formula that we have that's based on exposure and experience, and Gina is our risk manager. Gina or Marcus, I don't know if you want to speak to the formula.
Good afternoon. My name's Gina. I'm the risk manager for the county. I can speak about the formula. So basically, what we do, the risk management team, human resources, along with the CEO's office, we determine an overall charge that we're gonna charge the departments. And that usually involves looking at what our insurance premiums will be for the next fiscal year. And each year, we've been slowly trying to increase that amount so that our risk fund can have somewhat of a healthy balance. Once we have that amount, we have a formula. It's basically based 70% experience and 30% exposure. So the experience is looking at lawsuits, legal expenses, attorney's fees. That's our settlement history there, and we are going back 5 years. Previously, we're looking back 10 years, but we've reduced that to 5 years this year in our calculations. The other piece is exposure, and we've recently changed that to include payroll, which would basically be salary and benefits for that department. So when we have those numbers, then we determine how much each department gets charged. So if we have a department that maybe has a very active lawsuit that past year or in those past 5 years, that's calculated into that. So that can increase that department's charges. So if there's a lot of attorney's fees, expenses, maybe a large settlement, then that's gonna increase the experience, which is 70% of the overall charge for each department.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay.
Supervisor Cummings, can I just ask her a follow-up while she's up here? Is the cost allocation, it sounds like it's something that you have come up with. Would you consider that to be a policy decision that the board should take up at some point? Or is that more something that management would cover?
No, that's something that management would cover. And, we've been looking at it over the years. We updated it recently. I'm open to continuing to look at it and seeing, based on best practice, what would make most sense. But that's something that's operational management prerogative.
Got it.
Yeah, and we recently did basically update the methodology this past year. We wanted to make it more transparent when it came to the exposure factor. And that, unfortunately, when we updated that methodology, did increase some of the department's costs. And I think that's why, in addition to increasing the overall charge this year, I think it did impact certain departments more when we changed that methodology.
Thanks. I appreciate you sharing that with us, because often it's their board policy decisions, often when it relates to litigation. And then when the after effect hits our departments and our ability to deliver services, I think these are important conversations for us to have and connect those dots. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, so, well, I appreciate the feedback, and I think, yeah, there's probably another conversation. Well, I'm not gonna go there. So I guess, my perspective, I mean, I don't have many parks in my district, again, as I've said before. But I feel like, to Supervisor Koenig's point, for districts that do have some of this deferred maintenance and parks aren't going to be open, the playground equipment's falling apart, I think it's really important that we're trying to figure out how we can get those parks up and running again. I don't support closing the porta potties. I'd rather see those stay open. It's a big, when people are at parks, they still need to use the bathroom, especially if they're going to be there all day. I also don't support layoffs. So I think that, I feel like we shouldn't take action on what's before us today. And I think it would be important to have some conversation with our offices, work with the CEO, but bring something back on the last day for us to decide on. I think there's some opportunities to look for other funding. I really wish that, I feel like the Parks Department may be getting a little bit negatively impacted, especially by the Beach Drive lawsuit, which kind of seems like more of a general county lawsuit that should be funding that, and that should be taken into the calculation, and maybe that should be coming just out of general fund rather than coming out of specifically parks. So maybe that's something that can be considered, because that's just general public access that's being denied by, wealthy property owners. And that case is wrapping up, so hopefully we'll be done with that soon, and that can help reduce that risk exposure as well. But before I end my comments, I do just want to say huge thanks for support on the Punt Pass Kick contest. That was really big. We were bringing in millions of dollars with Greyhound Rock. When the Cruz Hotel breaks ground, the developers will have to give the county $4 million to help build this, what's going to be an amazing project up at Greyhound Rock. Then they can hopefully generate some revenue as well.
Definitely.
And lastly, I'm just really excited about this weekend with the World Cup kicking off today. We're going to have some amazing park. We have a park clinic at Anna Jean Cummings Park on Saturday. We have a wacky soccer tournament that's being co-hosted by Santa Cruz County and the city of Watsonville up at Sky Park. And so,
Some of our team members are here.
Oh, there we go. But it's just really great to see all the amazing, exciting things you all are bringing to our county and the joy that's being brought to our county through parks as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to start off by extending my gratitude as well to everything that the Parks Department does. I have to say, like, I kind of cringe when I hear good, bad, and ugly when I talk about our parks, because, I mean, our parks are beautiful spaces. We're really lucky to live in a place where we've got beautiful spaces. And sometimes we need some more love, we need some more attention. We all have that in our parks, but we know that it's not because our teams aren't working incredibly hard to provide these spaces for our public. And I feel like when this budget came before me, it gave me an opportunity to flex kind of a different level of experience. Usually I come in with my social service hat, and today I get to come in as my parent hat. And, I was elected to represent District 5 and by a lot of parents who are raising their kids in the San Lorenzo Valley. And this evening I'm gonna get to spend time with probably a couple hundred people at Highlands after this board meeting wraps up, and I'll be there for Thursday night rec softball, and there'll be hundreds of people and families and barbecues, and it just really is a great representation of our parks in action, and it's that lens by which it's just like, wow, if we were charging every one of these $5, that would be really hard to stomach, because these are our families who have the opportunity to take advantage of this public resource that they've relied on for a very long time to build community and build connection. And so I've shared with you prior to this that the pay for parking isn't something that I can be supportive of as a parent and as a regular user of our parks. But that doesn't make our challenge any easier. Right. I think that I am curious around places where we can look at further revenue generation. It might not solve the full gap or the structural gap that we see, but our wedding venues are destinations for people. And so where we can increase our venue fees, or the places that bring, out of county residents to our gorgeous locations,
Yep.
Full favor of charging them
Right.
to use our locations. And I'm happy to help partner with you as well to identify where we might be able to help to generate further revenue. I'm also somebody who's kind of thinking hard about Measure Q. We had what I thought was a really interesting and insightful conversation about the grant program 2 days ago. Several months ago, we had a conversation about the county allocation, and that's coming up again in August, I believe. And when we look at the language in the measure, where we might be able to meet the true desires of the voters to continue ensuring not only park access, but the park maintenance and the vegetation management, it just feels really a really clear connection between those two. So I'd be happy to have further conversation about that. But as we look at this particular budget gap, I would love to hear any other ideas or suggestions that you might have to help fill at least the most immediate gap of removing the pay for parking
Sure.
Model, and where there might be sources available to do that. Supervisor Hernandez and then Supervisor Koenig.
So for now, I'd like to move to approve the proposed 2026-27 budget for parks, open space, and cultural services, including all supplemental materials and all related actions, but to continue the discussion about the pay to parking and maybe the bathrooms too. Maybe have individual conversations with all our offices, and maybe a discussion with COAB, and when we get our new Ledge Affairs officer, maybe a discussion about Proposition 4 too. Yeah.
So we have a motion on the floor. However, I haven't asked for a second yet, because I'm not sure that we can pass a budget without identifying all the revenue sources and taking that.
For a future date.
So,
June 24th.
Chair, I would ask, because we need to balance the budget, if we're gonna eliminate the parking fee pilot, that you direct staff to return with the budget and an alternate proposal that removes the parking fee pilot.
Can I ask, well, I'll start with that. And I'd also, I'm not sure if there was, because it sounds like the pool was an issue, like closing pools, closing porta potties. So I think it's not just the pay for parking.
Right, we could include whatever you want us to look at. We will have to identify other cuts or funding sources, and ideally not reserves, because we need to keep them. So if you could make that all a part of your motion, that would be great.
Supervisor Koenig was before me, so I'll turn it over to him.
All right. Yeah, I think we do need to identify funding sources now. With all due respect, I've had enough wild ideas from our Parks Department. I appreciate the effort.
No more ideas today.
But yeah. So I'll move the recommended actions without the pay to park program, Sunday pool closures, or elimination of porta potties, and adding $200,000 in Measure K funding, $100,000 each from the districts 1 and 2 direct allocations. I would invite any of my colleagues to add to that if they want, and $700,000 in the county's direct Measure Q allocation. And so happy to explain that if there's a second.
So second.
So, I mean, the Measure K allocation, sorry, I mentioned both Measure K and Measure Q. Supervisor DeSerpa offered $100,000. We each have a $200,000 in direct allocation to our districts from Measure K. Supervisor DeSerpa offered $100,000 directly to the highest maintenance needs within the department. I'm happy to do the same. So that would be a $200,000 allocation that I mentioned, and this motion would just be an opportunity to memorialize that. The other piece, it's been discussed, is the Measure Q allocation that the county gets directly from the measure. That's $1.4 million. Currently, $500,000 of that is allocated, $100,000 per each of our offices. That leaves $900,000. And so my motion is suggesting that we take $700,000 of that and give it to the Parks Department. I think that in many ways, I mean, I understand that.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
I mean, I understand that the supplantation issue. I mean, I think that we're seeing increased risks, right? I mean, there's almost that much, 600 whatever it is, 69,000 in added risk costs, and those are certainly related to climate impacts and the liability that comes from that. And so I think in many ways, this really does meet the intention of the measure of making the department better prepared to respond to those impacts through things like vegetation management and tree work and all the other things you do.
Just a question for clarity, how would reinstating Sunday hours at Simpkins fit within the Measure Q vegetation management, land resiliency work?
I mean, you could either try to fit it in there or just say whatever that comes out of the District 1 piece of the Measure K. I mean, arguably, it's a way for people to escape the heat. It's access, you know, for families on weekend. I mean, again, I think there's ways to maneuver it, or just say that portion is coming out of the District 1 funds.
I mean, do you want to clarify anything? I noticed you wanted to say something, otherwise I'll go to Supervisor Cummings.
Well, I just wanted to underscore the importance of what you identified, Supervisor, as the non-supplementation issue, that we're not supposed to be using any of the Measure Q money to replace general fund. So it's if you could fashion in your motion an acknowledgement that the monies that you're directing be sent from the county allocation to be used for only legally available uses under Measure Q Because right now it's kind of open-ended, and I wouldn't want the record to reflect that it's open-ended. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, no, and I'm happy to add that to the motion and restate it as needed, but.
I don't have an ability to know what and the ways that parks can push money around to specific projects and the like, or what they have on the menu. But I know that we do need to be careful with how we're spending Measure Q money, and it's got to fit within specific aspects of what the voters approved. And so I'm trying to give a nod to leaving you as open as you can be, but giving you some protections around so that we don't get into trouble.
Yep. Agreed. Happy to add that language to the motion if it's amenable to the second. And also, I think it does help that we're not actually reducing a general fund contribution in this budget, right? I mean, we've seen a 1.5% increase in the general fund allocation to the Parks Department. So we're not literally reducing the general fund contribution by 700,000 and adding 700,000 from Measure K. There's no literal supplantation.
Yeah,
there.
I think there could be arguments around that, because if the money is going to be used to be spent on things that general fund monies would otherwise be spent on, I can see people fighting about that. But
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I have some concerns with this approach. I think it's good for us to know, for example, that D1 and D2 are willing to put 100,000 each towards Parks Department. And I think what will be helpful is, with that knowledge, that Parks can work with the CEO. They understand what we don't want to fund at this point. We want to keep the it sounds like from Supervisor Serpent, maybe you can clarify, but it sounds like, trying to keep the pool open, not eliminating porta potties, not having the pay to park program is something I think it sounds like we're all on board with. You two want to put 100,000 each towards that, so that's going to help shore up the budget. And then I think it might be good to just, and it does sound like there's an interest in using some Measure Q funds for appropriate projects. So what might be better is that we kind of, with that information, allow staff to work with the CEO's office and then bring something back on the 24th that we can make a final decision on. That way, they'll have an opportunity to meet with county council, make sure the programs that we're recommending or that they would want to recommend for funding for Q are legally appropriate, so that we're in a position where we may not be making a decision that would cost us more money, because then we get sued by people in the community. That makes sense.
So I guess I would feel better if all of us would put 100,000 into this pot. And by the way, just for on Measure Q, priority 5 is Parks, Recreation, Access, and Equity. So it does fit within Measure Q.
And if I can just respond, I am open to that, and I would personally like a little time to look at the projects that are coming up next year. I mean, we do have Greyhound Rock programs that are required for us to be able to receive the property from Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I just want to have an opportunity to kind of look through my list. So I'm not saying that I'm not going to, but I would prefer within this time frame to look at our budgets as well, and that would give me time to meet with Director Gaffney and with other departments as well.
Thank you. And I do have one more thing to say, which, if that's okay.
Go for it.
And you brought up something that I was thinking about too, Supervisor Martinez, which is we do have a number of venues that we likely, that need love and rehabilitation. So I saw one at Pinto Lake that would be stunning. It's a beautiful little house, like a craftsman style house. It's fallen into disarray. It needs a new roof. It could be a beautiful place for a wedding there and a reception, frankly, because of the community gardens and everything. So, okay, that's one. Another one is the is it Bert Scott House up off of Freedom, which I don't think anybody else here has seen it on the board, but it is like this unbelievably beautiful, like prairie style home on a knoll, again, fallen into, not a good situation. It doesn't look good, but it could be rehabbed. All we would need to do is invest money in it, and we would have, like, every weekend, Saturday, by Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, would have hosting venue there. I mean, it's beautiful, but it needs investment. And the last one is Aptos Village Park, just really needs, and I don't know, I haven't been up to Quail Hollow in a long time, so maybe it's in good shape, but these are places that actually could generate a lot of money for the county. My own daughter is, sort of marriage age, and she's like, Mom, where are the places in Santa Cruz? Like, I would like to be able to show her these beautiful venues, but they need help. So we really, as a board and as a county, should look at investment in these spots. And that is it, I think, for me. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a few comments. One, I agree in investment when we're out of this era of, fiscal emergency, on the brink of a fiscal emergency. So agree, and just get the timing, put it on the right place on the timeline. I'm agreeing with where Supervisor Cummings is going as far as leaving the Parks Department and the CEO's office a little bit of flexibility to come back. Perhaps, for example, in the porta potty proposal, maybe it's not all or nothing. Maybe there are some porta potties that are underutilized. You guys go into the porta potty data, not us, and come back with a plan that might be better. Same thing with pool. You came to that recommendation for a reason. It had to do with energy costs, low utilization. I know it feels good to want to say that it's open, but maybe there's a smart reason today to better allocate those funds for other parks priorities. Just in this moment while we're here, and then go back to reopening when it's the appropriate time, just like we've done in the past with pool hours. And then with the Measure Q again, I also have priority projects in my district that has to do with vegetation management, and some of them are in county parks and some of them aren't. And so being able to have that conversation when appropriate feels right. So, having you guys have the opportunity to kind of bring forward a path that bridges the gap is what I think I'm hearing from Supervisor Cummings. And we do have a motion on the floor that's not that, however. So I don't know if somebody wants to make a substitute motion, or if you want to modify your motion or call a vote. I'm open.
I can make a substitute motion.
Supervisor Cummings.
Direct staff to work with board offices and the CEO's office on an alternative budget proposal that would be brought back to the board on the June 24th meeting.
Second.
And I think that, you've heard from us that district offices, that there's some opportunities for funding. So I'm not going to include that because I'm going to leave it flexible, but that's what I'm lining.
And I heard, yeah. Okay.
Further discussion.
Of course, I would love more specificity. I think we've provided enough. Sort of a hope that we've provided enough suggestions in this conversation that you have something that might find a majority vote and support come the 24th. So I'm fine supporting the actions if the motion, if that's where we're at right now.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll now move on to item number 8, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for Measure Q, including any supplemental materials and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the County Executive Officer. Welcome. Please introduce yourself, your department, and your role.
Well, to show how optimistic I was when I made my meeting notes yesterday, I said, "Good morning." My name is Rebecca Hurley. I'm the Deputy Director of Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services, along with Dave Reed, Director of OR3. And we are here today to go over the Measure Q budget for fiscal year 26-27. We are going to try to quickly cover the mission and program overview, the fiscal year 26-27 budget, any emerging issues and accomplishments, as well as this year's budget request. So mission and tax overview. So the mission of Measure Q is to provide dedicated local funding to protect drinking water sources, rivers, creeks, groundwater, beaches, and parks, reduce catastrophic wildfire risk, and preserve native wildlife habitats, working lands, and agriculture. There are 4 different divisions of the Measure Q budget. One is the grant program that you all are very familiar with, as we spoke about it on Tuesday. There is also the county program, which comes up regularly, and we are planning on coming back to talk about programming that funding in August. There's also the land partner program, which gives funds to both the Resource Conservation District as well as the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County as the identified land implementation stewardship partner. And then the city program, which provides direct funding to the unincorporated cities on a per capita basis.
I'm going to briefly go over the financial numbers regarding the measure. So this, on this table, fairly straightforward, but I want to call out one element, and I'll explain that $8.9 million number in subsequent slides. But just as a reminder, the reason the funded staffing FTE is 0 is that staffing position is reflected in the OR3 budget. As Deputy Director Hurley mentioned, the 4 programs, if you add up those numbers in the grant program, county program, land partner program, and city program, they don't add up to 8.8. I'll explain that on the next slide, but just as a reminder, that's giving you those relative orders of magnitude for each of those programs. So this is the slide where it helps explain where we get to those numbers a little bit. At a high level, there's some accounting processes where we reflect the revenue that goes out to the cities. And so that's where we get to that 8.8 million. The main thing here that I just want to highlight and remind is that the staffing position funds 5% in statute, 5% of that 40% bucket is allowed to be used for the administration of the grant program. So that's where that that $139,000 comes from. Then the balance of the administrative budget comes off kind of the top, so to speak, to accommodate all of the expenses associated with the administration of the measure. And then you're seeing the reflected amounts again with the grant program, county program, land partnership, and city programs there that add up to the 7 million. And then this is a more specific breakdown of those administrative costs. So the staffing costs have gone down as we've gotten further into implementation, more efficiency. We spent a lot of time in last year's budget on some consultant services as well as staff time to develop the vision plan. So now that we have our analyst hired, we're starting to get a better sense of what those administrative costs are year over year. The tax collection fees, that's something that we're required because of the measure to address, to make sure that we're in compliance with all tax rules. The professional services costs, we did have a modest change in that. That is just to potentially hedge, as we discussed on Tuesday, the after action review of the grant program. And as a reminder, we only had 2 evaluation scores. So in the after action, if we consider and contemplate providing more evaluation scores of each grant, we may want to do that internally or we may want to do that externally. So the intent of that professional services contract was to potentially give us the flexibility to obtain additional resources to provide 2 external scores and 1 internal score to get to 3, or if further conversation with the board and with the COAB, we go in a different direction, we can adjust that down. We reflect actual expenses at the end of the year, and any monies not expended in this administrative budget would go back to the respective budget categories. So it's not like the goal is always to come in under budget, so to speak, but this is our best estimate. And with that, I think I'm going to hand it back to Rebecca.
So looking at emerging issues and some accomplishments as well for this inaugural year of Measure Q. So as you saw, right, we've got administrative demands. We had 3.5 times more requests in the grant program than we had available to fund. So as time moves forward, we do expect that will continue to grow, but we also are planning to try to see how we can mitigate against that. And then when it comes to regarding state and federal climate change strategies, so there are some changes at the federal level that, looking at potential FEMA reforms and new state opportunities with Prop 4 that makes us want to stay strategically aligned with Measure Q and trying to leverage those funding dollars as much as possible. Some accomplishments, we talked about this a little bit on Tuesday, but we did, seat a 9-seat advisory board for this tax measure. We created and it got approved a 5-year vision plan. As of Tuesday, we have made allocations for this year's first 2-year grant program. We've also been working with the county allocation on various projects within the county, and then successfully, like I said, with our partners at RCD and the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County, have them utilizing funds for non-government lands. So right now, the recommended action is to approve the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget for Measure Q. We'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I'm going to begin by going to public comment on this item. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on public comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board for questions, dialogue, or a motion. Start on my right with Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And again, just really want to appreciate just all the work that you all have done to roll this program out in such a short period of time, and to get, the application process, which I thought was just really spot on in terms of transparency, and we haven't heard any complaints about the application, so it sounds like people are pretty comfortable with the way that was rolled out, and yeah, that was a big lift, and I just want to appreciate you all for all the work you've done, and whoever is out there in consultant land who helped us as well. The one question I had was, I'm just curious, because as Supervisor DeSerpa and I are having conversations about core and kind of revamping core, having external reviewers, and we've approached some folks here locally who may have their own kind of price tag, but I was just curious how much that service costs.
We had a contract with for the external evaluators for $20,000, and I'm not sure that they actually build that full, but yes, they may not.
They would review all the applications, or how would that?
I think that's what we want to have a robust conversation with the COAB to start with, in terms of kind of, as we talked about, that variance when you only have 2 scores can dramatically affect where they rank in a top 10 structure. So I think the conversation with the COAB will lean us towards a minimum of 3. It obviously cost and time and effort. We turned around that evaluation very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to probably have that conversation, but I would imagine the number will change from 2.
Okay. No, I think that having 3 it's the magic number. So I think it makes sense to get having 3 to get to an average. But I appreciate that feedback, because I think as we move into having our conversations around core, that's a minimum amount to get an external evaluator, and we may want to do that if somebody's professional within the field of, safety net services and what these services will be providing. And I'm not going to go too far into that, because core is a completely different conversation. And so I was in my comments there, and thank you all again.
Further questions? Supervisor Hernandez?
Well, just one quick, not really a question, but one of the things that came up from the last discussion is, I guess this is a budget, but structurally, if we can just continue to make sure we touch on all the elements of Measure Q. A lot of folks saying that stuff for fire resiliency wasn't on there. I guess when these are granted, if make sure we touch on all the elements that we talked about on Measure Q, I think would be a good, for everybody, for all the districts, I think. But continue to using the lens of equity. Other than that, I'll move the approval of the proposed 2026-27 budget for Measure Q, including all supplemental materials and related actions.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Further comments from my left?
I'm just going to say, for the sake of time, I'll begrudgingly support the motion. I still think we're spending too much in admin. Why not try 3 different chatbots as opposed to 3 different external scorers? I mean, this is definitely something that AI could do, evaluating the language in each one of these proposals, expose them to the vision plan, even the minutes from the COAB, and I think that it's a little bit excessive. I will support it because I don't think, I mean, for the sake of time and the fact that this is still a program early on, but I would like to see these costs come down.
Supervisor DeSerpa?
At the risk, I don't want to reopen the decision-making, but I would like to know if you've heard from any of the awardees about whether or not the shaving off of some of their funding is going to curtail, have you heard from curtail any of their activities regarding their hopes?
We're definitely going to have deeper conversations, but yes, there are a couple applicants who have to now think hard about how to adjust their deliverable based on the reduced award amount. So we'll be having those conversations over the coming weeks for sure.
Okay. And then we are going to be hopefully revising the guidelines a little bit to tighten everything up, correct? So that people know exactly,
Yeah, and that won't necessarily be in August. We will bring back those guidelines to the board before we launch the 2027 grant process.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. It was my understanding that Measure Q, one of the hopes of it was that we'd be able to use it to leverage other fund. Just a couple of questions, like one, how are we doing with that? Have we been able to put aside enough funds to allow us to leverage? And 2, do we have the staff capacity to apply for and manage grants right now?
I think that's one of the things that we were hoping to have a conversation with all the departments on to bring a thoughtful reflection in August, is that, the city of Santa Cruz is probably the best example where their strategic investment was used to leverage millions of additional dollars.
Which project was that?
I think it was one of their wildfire risk reduction projects that they had facilitated through the urban forester that they hired, the position that they hired. So I think there are lots of parks-centric grants, there are lots of wildfire risk reduction grants, there are lots of water quality grants, and leveraging some of these dollars to go after those, both whether it be a staff position or as a local match, certainly is possible.
Thank you. And you kind of answered how other jurisdictions are using their funds. Yesterday, I think, or a couple days ago, we heard Watsonville hadn't spent theirs yet. Sounds like the city of Santa Cruz is doing great things. What do we know about the other jurisdictions?
My understanding is that there's some parks maintenance staffing in at least Capitola, if not Scotts Valley as well. And then there is some parks infrastructure work in those small cities and their parks.
So mostly parks type operations?
Yeah, and I was going to say, we got a preliminary kind of feedback on what kind of programming the different direct allocation recipients were utilizing their funds for to help inform the COAB. However, annually, the COAB does have to produce a report of where the funds are being spent to the Board of Supervisors. So we will be bringing that very, very soon.
Great, thank you. All right, well, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to item number 9, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for capital projects, including any supplemental materials as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the County Executive Officer. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and your role.
Press your button on the mic. Thank you. Getting used to the new digs we have here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ryan Friedrich. I am the principal analyst here in the CEO's office, and I'm happy to present the FY27 capital projects budget. Before I get going, if I could be indulged just for a minute or two, and you see on the title slide that Elisa Benson, as our Assistant County Administrator, County Executive Officer, who is usually a part of these presentations with us, she has really been a stalwart of our capital program in her tenure here at the county. And I just wanted to take a moment just to give a nod to the work that she's done in really pushing our capital program really to a whole new level versus when both her and I started here. We started here at the county about a couple months apart, so we've really grown up together and really had a joint effort in tackling capital projects. In her time, so many of our projects that we've done over the years have been a manifestation of her hard work, her tenacity, her talent in leading us in getting and really improving our capital assets that we have around the county. I mean, we can go through, I was looking through the other day, just an old list of projects that we were wishful thinking and pending. And it was things like a government center in South County, finishing Leo's Haven, a sobering center, looking at other ones, a DNA lab. These are all things that really have her fingerprints all over them. And I just wanted to take a moment to really honor her as she transitions into her new role. So thank you for that. All right, today's presentation is a little bit different than from the operating budgets that you see during budget hearings. Capital projects are often work that span over multiple years, and so we have to worry about things like fund balances and things like multiple year appropriations in order to get these projects done. So it's going to look a little bit different, and I'll walk you through what that looks like. The mission of our department is really to manage the county's owned capital assets. It's about supporting capital infrastructure and supporting the staff that work out of our buildings that deliver the services that our community depends on. We do this through our facilities capital program and our parks capital programs. We do that in conjunction with our multi-year planning efforts through the capital improvement plan. As I mentioned, our facilities capital projects are about making improvements to county-owned buildings, libraries, government centers, and other public facilities, ranging from routine building system replacements to full-on renovations, and often financed through things like bond proceeds, lease financing, grants, and other one-time capital-intensive sources. Our parks program, which you've just heard about just a few minutes ago, they work on trails. Our parks are sorry about that. Our aquatic centers, our playgrounds, which with my kids also really frequent often. It's often, as similar to Supervisor Koenig, it's not when, it's where we're going to be going to and accessing our parks, and they make sure that they use the capital fundings that they have available to keep those parks as best shape as they can. What I wanted to talk about just quickly before we move on too far is what is not in this budget is any capital investments related to public infrastructure. So things like roads, sewers, waste management, wastewater, and stormwater. Those types of projects are considered within the CDI budget, which you'll be hearing a little later this afternoon. Okay, getting into the nitty-gritty of it. As we get into the numbers related to our capital program, it's important to remember that the capital budget is its own fund. It's not the general fund. It is not an enterprise fund. It is its own capital fund. So a lot of the projects that you heard about today from the probation department and juvenile hall, or whether it was from the parks department and their various projects, or it was the sheriff and their work around the main jail and some of their other facilities, those projects are actually appropriated within the capital fund. So this is where they exist, this is where the actual dollars occur. So a lot of the work that you see here is related to those projects you've seen earlier today. Because capital budgeting is often multi-year in nature, it's often you'll see these large swings when we're comparing a new proposed budget to a previous year adopted budget. And that's because projects that are in process, they already have a lot of appropriations built into the budget. And what you're seeing is an incremental addition or subtraction of funds on a year-to-year basis. So Seeing a 61% decrease in revenue or a 58% decrease in expenses is not meaning we're cutting our capital program by 58%. It's just that it is 58% less than what is currently in the adopted budget. So just really more of a math thing than an actual policy-driven thing. Here's a breakdown of our proposal for the FY27 budget. It's an $18.2 million in total appropriations being added to the budget. In some cases, that's dollars that have yet to be recognized within the current year being rolled over into the next year. Of that 18 million, only about 10 million of that is actually quote unquote new appropriations going into our capital program. You can see the breakdown here by our different project portfolios. About 45% goes around towards our facilities, and the other 55% is really going toward park improvements, and some of that through the dollars that are used from our park dedication, our park impact fee program. I love a good waterfall chart. It's not as good as the ones from CDI that you'll see a little bit later. But this one really shows that multi-year rolling nature of parks and facilities capital planning. So if we look at the 25-26 adopted budget that was approved back in September, that was a $44 million worth of total project expenses. Over the year, we've added $33 million to our program. Much of that is from the Ring project. So about 20 million of that is from Ring, and some of these others from recognizing dollars that have yet to be recognized, whether they're in the Parks program or in other government facility projects. So our current, if you were to take a snapshot right now of our capital program, it's $76 million worth of project appropriations. We guess we're going to be spending about $30 million of that this year as projects wind down and as we spend, constructing, more of our buildings. We have the Juvenile Hall project that's underway. We know we're wrapping up the Children's Residential Crisis Center. So that number comes down. What is before you today is that 18 million, which is that gold bar there, which adds those appropriations back into the budget to go into our portfolio going into next year. So we estimate at this time that with the actions today, our total capital program would be about $64 million worth of projects. Does that make sense? No, we can go to questions later. Just a quick snapshot of what the overall portfolio looks like. Every box in this project is a current project within our capital portfolio. As I mentioned earlier, you'll see projects in here that we know are nearly finished, and so they'll be coming out of the program. So by the time we get to the adopted budget later in late September, this will look radically different as completed projects come off this list. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the revenue that supports the capital program. So through our chart of accounts, you can see that most of our revenue that comes into the capital fund is through other financing sources. That's an operating transfer into the capital fund. The capital fund generally doesn't directly receive outside funding sources. So things like Measure K being brought in from the district office allocations, that would come to the department, and then that department will come and transfer that into the capital fund. So you don't actually see the direct allocation within the capital fund, but you see the transfer over here in the chart. So that makes up the majority of our financing for projects there. We're also including this year using more of our lease equipment financing mechanism to take care of some critical building systems that we'll get into in a little bit. That also comes in as an operating transfer. A little bit of charges for service, that's for project management. Our GSD team, as well as our park planners, do a really great job of executing these projects. So you'll see those charges for services come in to the program, and that's where they actually pull their funding from for project management. So one thing to note here is that funding sources coming into the capital fund are restricted for capital uses. So park dedication funds, park impact fees, they must be used as a nexus to development, and they must be used to expand or enhance a park. Same thing with our bond program. So at least revenue bonds, that it can't be used for maintenance. It can't be used for minor repairs. It has to be used for major capital work that invests and improves an asset. All right, some division detail. And I wanted to put some pictures on here, by the way, that really show some of the less glamorous work that our teams do. This is a new boiler that has been recently installed. Like, these are the critical but costly building systems that often go into our capital program that we don't see often. We love to cut a ribbon when it comes to a new playground or a new building come into place, but this is really the bread and butter work that we're talking about, because these are the infrastructure and the systems that keep our buildings operating, that keep us being able to serve the public. So in our facilities work, the main highlight coming into the FY27 budget is a new HVAC replacement program. We noticed as we were evaluating projects this year that we had 3 or 4 different HVAC projects all lined up in the queue, but they were all being done by a different project manager, or in this case, we had a couple different departments trying to take the leads on that. And what we did was we consolidated all that work together to have one HVAC placement program across 4 different sites. That helps us with doing design engineering. It helps us with doing procurement. It helps us streamline and standardize some of the equipment that we'll use across our buildings there. So there's a lot of economies of scale that was gained by merging those 4 projects together. We're also looking to use our lease equipment financing mechanism, which is the same mechanism we used for the Ring project, to be able to raise the funds. So we're not having to pay a one-time cash outlay of almost $7 million. We can pay for this over a 10, 12-year time frame as we look to bring that financing on board for this project. We've also been able to free up or look and scrounge and find under the couch cushions a lot of unused bond proceeds. So we're going to be augmenting the juvenile hall gym and renovation project, as was talked about earlier today from the outgoing assistant director Thompson, is that when you open up the walls from a project that has been sitting for 16 years waiting for state approval, you're going to find some things that you didn't expect to find. In this case, there were some structural issues, there were some roofing issues, and some plumbing issues that were not captured in the original scope of work, which was designed in 2016. So that project needed to find some additional dollars. We were able to go back through our books and find restricted capital funds that could be freed up and augment that particular project. And then one of the more exciting projects that we've got coming up here is through some grants through PG&E and through MBARD and through 3CE is the phase 1 of the county's fleet electrification. So this is putting in the infrastructure needed to expand the county's electrical fleet. We're really excited about that. Looking to do sites both here at 701, but also down at our South County Government Center in Watsonville too. So again, helps us support our electrification of our fleet system. Some other highlights just sort of that are in the plan are in our capital program. Again, as I mentioned earlier, our Ring project is actually the appropriations for that project live within the capital budget. So that's where you'll see us drawing down those funds as we move closer to getting that system operational. That's a 3 to 4 year build out. So you'll be seeing that there for a while. As I mentioned earlier, our HVAC replacement program that we're doing for this year, juvenile hall and the gym, that's been a marquee project for the coming year. Some smaller things too, some building system upgrades. Again, the stuff that you normally wouldn't cut a ribbon about. We want to at least show that this is here, and we're trying to make as much investments as we can into those systems before they become real emergencies. Some accomplishments related to our government facilities. Well, the first one is you're sitting in it. And that we just recently completed the renovation of this chamber, as well as doing major equipment upgrades, both down in South County and in our basement, which we've lived in for the past 6 months. So we're really proud to be in here today and get that done. Again, a project that was financed through restricted capital funds, couldn't be used for anything else. We put them to work here. We completed our Children's Residential Crisis Center. It's just a real marquee project and a huge asset and a huge service for our community. We completed our behavioral health bridge housing. We get a few more. I was just talking to someone. We got a few more, at least a few more invoices to pay, but that thing is wrapping up pretty shortly. And that's another one where talking with Elisa Benson 4 or 5 years ago about how are we going to get a place like that built in this county, and here it is built. Just a real testament to the tenacity and keeping at it here. Awarding a project for Ring, putting in a new generator at the jail. No one's gonna, pat us on the back for that, but that's a real thing. If we lose power at the jail, that's a real problem. So having that asset back up and running literally is a really good thing. And then doing some solar work at the Capitola Library. Moving on to our parks, as we've talked about just a little bit ago, they also have access to restricted capital funds. And some of the highlights you see here are work down at Aptos Village Park, continuing to do the design work for Villa del Pájaro, looking at doing some augmentation to the Simpkins water slide. So that was a project that was approved about 2 years ago, and it's gone through a few different design changes as, again, you really start to open up the dirt and really see what the conditions are. Designs do need to change. This includes a new, an upgrade to an existing piece of equipment, and Director Hurley might have to help me out here, but it is an on-site chlorinator. This thing's really cool. It takes salt water and turns it into chlorine on site, saving the county tons and tons of money of having to bring in chlorine from out of county into our county. Really cool. It was a state-of-the-art piece of equipment when Simpkins was built back in 1999. And now it's in desperate need to be replaced, and we can't have our water slide not have chlorinated water. So that's part of why that augmentation exists there as well. And then lastly, using some of our restricted funds for doing some parks master planning. It's always good to be looking ahead and trying to really get a sense of doing a park-wide master plan as well, so we can really have a North Star about where we're making our capital investments into the future. Just a few more highlights for what's going on within our parks program. We have rail trails, segments 10 and 11. As I mentioned, the water slide expansion, Freedom Lake restoration is still an ongoing thing. I have 20-ish more budget cycles to get through in my career, and I will be having a campsite down at Freedom Lake at some point, and so this is the first real down payment on that. So thank you, Director Gaffney, for indulging me. I continue to work on some really critical water infrastructure at Anagene Cummings Park. That park actually sits on top of a well, and we're trying to do a better job of tapping into that well water, saving us utility bills down over at that park for those fields. And then, as I mentioned earlier, continuing to make upgrades down at our Aptos Village clubhouse, a really great venue for all sorts of events that can be taking place down at that park. A few accomplishments from our parks team. Again, getting the water slide project is actually going to be coming to the board here in a few weeks. I'll be very excited to see how that goes. Greyhound Rock environmental education is proceeding as planned. The Pace property, we got that 90% built out. Our Freedom Lake restoration, as I said, is underway, and we'll be talking more about what phase 2 looks like in the future there. So just really great work in making future leaning investments into our park program, even in these really trying times. Now, typically what we try to do as a CEO's office is we collate together all of these projects across these different project portfolios and put them into the CIP. Last year, we kicked off a new Envision Reimagined CIP, and this year we wanted to give you a preview of the CIP coming this fall. It's a little bit behind schedule just with everything that has been going on related to our operating budget, but we still wanted to show you not just, oh, it's coming later, but actually show you a little bit about what we're working on and that you'll see come this late summer, early fall. Just as a reminder, our capital improvement plan is a multi-year roadmap of all of our capital investments. It catalogs all of our distinct funding sources, tries to map everything out so we can get ahead of, making major capital investments, seeing where their gaps are in projects, and try to make a multi-year planning together to go with multi-year budgeting. What we're looking to do in our capital improvement plan this year's is embed the CIP directly into our budget website, so that it's all integrated into one place. The big reason why we're seeing a delay in getting the CIP out is we're wanting to make sure that we're aligning the CIP with our climate action adaptation plan, with our safety action plan, which the board just passed just a few weeks ago. The county's also doing an impact fee study, doing a nexus study to update all of our impact fees. And we want to make sure that that study is plan-based, so we really need to have the CIP and that study linked up, and we realized that we were a little bit out of sync, and so we wanted to put a pause on the CIP until all that work can be better synced up here in the fall. Other things too, like the active transportation plan, parks master planning as that gets going, as we wrap up our strategic plan process, we're really trying to combine all of that work together so that the CIP is most up-to-date and most reflective of what we really have going on out in our built environment. So A few enhancements that we're making into the CIP will include a better mapping of our funding sources and the status of those funding sources. Often in previous CIPs, there would be a list of different funding sources of what could fund a project, but we didn't do a really good enough job in communicating, is that money secured? Is that something that's committed in the future? Where is those dollars coming from? You know, is it just a plan? Is it a hope and a prayer? So we're doing a better job at mapping if the status of the funding is related to a specific project, as well as being more detailed within the project itself, you know, the information, the status of that, how it's aligned to our different plans that we have going on, as I mentioned earlier. And we're putting this all together, and we're going to be really excited to present it to you all come late summer, early fall, as we lead into the adopted budget. Okay, some issues and risks. Really, for our capital program, it really boils down to three main things. First, often it doesn't get talked about enough, but long lead times and construction escalations. Tariffs that we've seen from the federal government not only impact cost, but they impact time. One of the reasons why we wanted to get the FY27 HVAC program into the capital budget this year is so that we could begin to order that equipment now, because it's going to take 4, 5, 6, 8 months to get some of that equipment here on site to actually do the project. We have aging infrastructure. The Parks Department did a great job of communicating that earlier with related to parks. I'll say with facilities, as I mentioned last year, more than 70% of our county facilities were built before 1990. The county owns and operates 1.4 million square feet of commercial space and government space, and having 70% of that built, 4 decades ago at this point, is we're starting to show its age, and it's really starting to pile up, right? So we are trying to do our best to get out ahead of it, to get out from under it, but there's still more needs to be done in this area. And then lastly, emergent needs. Every time we take on a new project, you never know what you know until you open up the walls. That's certainly true of this project as we're sitting here today. And it's also true of what you don't know is going to break, going into a given year. Just a recent example, the Simpkins pool was shut down for almost a week or 2 weeks. Yeah, because a major pump failed. That was not on anyone's list. It wasn't in a CIP, but that thing broke and it needed to be replaced, and needed to be replaced yesterday. So we need to keep some dollars assigned, not assigned to a given project, but have that flexibility to meet those emerging needs when they come. So with that, that's the end of our presentation. The recommended action is to approve the FY26-27 capital budget, including any supplemental materials, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to start off by going out to the public. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll return to the board for questions or action on this item. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Just great appreciation for all the work that went into compiling the CIP. I mean, there's so many amazing projects in there. Obviously, the rail trail, really excited to see that moving forward. If not quite, I mean, we're making progress this year, not quite at groundbreaking. The other one I'm really excited about is the Simpkins water slide. My daughter once asked me what I do at work, why I was going to work. And I explained to her that I would build her a rainbow slide. And she's very excited about this. And for many days afterwards, asked me if the rainbow slide was done. Yet I had to explain it was going to take a few more months, maybe when she's 4, 5. But at least it's in the plan. Maybe I'll start carrying the CIP around with me and explain that to her. But no, I'm glad we're moving towards that, as well as the fixing the, on-site chlorinator that it's going to take to go with that. So thank you. And I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Any other comments?
Great job.
Yeah, just briefly, totally understand, the need for all these projects, and keeping up with them is tough. And the sooner we can get some of these projects going, the cheaper it will probably be with, inflation now going up to 4%. And, a lot of these dollars that we have are not going to go as far as they would have yesterday. So to the extent we can keep making progress on these projects. I think it's good. And then I think that based on the previous conversation that we had, I think there is some interest in starting to think about, our parks and the playgrounds that are going into disarray and needing to put those, figure out where those are gonna land the priority list. A lot of this is like office buildings and things like that, but it sounds like, in terms of liability and risk, having kids running around on broken park equipment is not gonna, reduce our risk. So getting those in the pipeline, and then, happy to continue working with projects in the 3rd district, and really want us to continue working with our districts to explore state and federal funding dollars and opportunities for grants. Again, we have a potential for, some investment on the North Coast. We're able to bring in coastal conservancy funds, and for some of the other coastal districts, there may be opportunities there for us to bring down dollars that we don't have to move projects that we really want to move forward.
Thank you. And I'll just conclude by thanking you for all of the good work and your presentation today. I know these projects, they begin with a vision, but it takes a lot of perseverance, a lot of hard work, and just incredible effort to get them through the pipeline to fruition. So appreciate us being in the pipeline for so many exciting projects, and thank you for all you do. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll now move on to our final budget review of the day, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for the community development and infrastructure, including any supplemental materials, and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents. Welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez, Board of Supervisors, CEO Coburn, County Council Heath. My name is Matt Machado. I'm the Director of Community Development Infrastructure. And as you know, our department is made up of 2 distinct budgets, Planning and Public Works. Today I'll be presenting those separately, but in a linear fashion. I will conclude with a combined recommendation for your board. I'll probably pause between the two in case there's questions on the first one, which the first budget presentation will be our planning. So I will dig into that. Let me get my clicker going. Okay, so here's the agenda that we plan to follow for both budgets. The one difference is when we get to Public Works, I will include a capital projects component after major budget changes. And also the mission and department overview we've combined into one. So we'll just dig into it. So our mission statement for the Department of Community Development Infrastructure is to improve customer service, streamline projects, align public infrastructure and private development to further county goals and attainable housing, reliable transportation, and sustainable environment. So doing all of this with very constrained resources and a trend of less staff. But I'll point out though that this is a very thoughtful budget today. It's balanced and we think it's a good budget. But all of that does mean that we'll need to embrace streamline activities. We'll embrace technology to the greatest extent possible. So leading off with our planning numbers and our planning budget, I will start with a quick summary of our functions within our planning group. So our Unified Permit Center provides permitting services for development and construction in our unincorporated areas. And that group is led by Jocelyn Jansen, who I believe is here. I saw her walk in. Excellent. And then also we have our code compliance team, which provides investigation and resolution of complaints regarding zoning, building, environmental code violations, housing, which really administers our affordable housing projects and programs. Our land use policy oversees general plan, including housing element, our coastal program, zoning code, town and special area plans. By the way, our policy group has been exceptionally busy the last number of years. They really kicked off a busy run with our general plan update, our housing element, a number of code modifications and new code updates such as the ADU, which you reviewed this past week. And that group is led by Stephanie Hansen, Assistant Director, and she's in the audience here today. And then our administration really provides the support we all need for budget support, fee and rate support, accounting, technology, and that is led by Amy Wilbanks, also in the audience today. All right, let's dig into some of our numbers here. So what you see here is in general a budget reduction, but I'd like to describe what those key drivers are. They start with reduced permit activity. And so this past year, we've seen a pretty significant reduction in that activity, about a 50% downward trend. But of course, that said, the workload didn't quite go down that much as we spent much of our time with increased customer service and streamlined Santa Cruz efforts. So the effort has been great, but unfortunately, the workload has been a bit of a decline this past year for we believe economic reasons, and we're going to touch that multiple times throughout the presentation. What you see here is a reflection of that. And I think the thing I'd like to point out here is we are proposing to reduce our staffing by 5 positions. This is in our planning group. You can also see, though, a steady investment of our district sales tax. That's our Measure K, and that's for housing functions. So that's steady, but in general, all the rest of it is a bit of a decline because of work product, and we're trying to reflect that with a reduction in staffing. In addition, this also reflects a reduction in service contracts, so consulting contracts, which we use for plan check services, for supplemental plan check services, and for grant consultants. This budget that you see before you is reflecting a decrease in those services as well, in hopes that it would reflect the workload. We're going to talk more about that workload in a bit. So next, let's look at expenses by service. And so again, you can see the total reduction in expenses. Our Unified Permit Center, the UPC, is down really due to the elimination of unfilled or vacant positions. Our code compliance is up a bit, which is due to funding of all the positions, but I'd like to mention that we do have a vacancy that we're holding due to the revenue uncertainties of our economy and our situation. Our housing is up due to full staffing, and we are planning to fill a position that's been unfilled for quite a long time, our housing specialist 3. And then our policy and administration group is down to the deletion or ending of those consultant contracts, and also due to some staff reductions in that area too. So that's a quick summary of our expenses by the service area. So here's another way to look at our expenses. This really shows the continued reflection of the 5 FTE reduction. And also the multiple ending or deletion of service contracts. It also reflects the shifting and use of housing funds, and the use of tech and our general plan update funds are reflected here as well. So shifting away from expenses, let's take a look at the revenue side of our proposed budget. So those first 2 line items, the licensing, permits, franchise fees, and charges for services, that is really the crux of the permitting and fees that we collect for all the building side of our business. And what we're reflecting here is a very modest growth, and that's based upon our current fiscal year actual growth. So we just didn't see it come in the way we thought it would. So in this proposed budget, we're projecting a modest growth. Now, I will say that this is an area that we will monitor continuously and regularly. And if we see an uptick in building and housing development, we'll respond to that. And so we know we're going to be going into this budget year with a very lean staff. because we don't know how the economy is really going to respond and the housing is going to respond. But if it responds in a positive way, we'll be in conversations with the CEO's office and with your board to adjust our appropriations and to adjust staffing as needed. So I think that's an important note to make on this slide. All right, so now we're going to look at major budget changes by a line item perspective. So we again show we show an increase due to board-approved rate increases. That's the first line, so licensing and permitting fees. Those increases were approved by your board, and that was for zoning and environmental planning. We did not include building fee increases, and so that's certainly not reflected here. There's just increases in our zoning and environmental planning, but you can see the growth in revenue on that side. For our intergovernmental revenues, you see that decline of about $700,000. That really reflects the completion of a grant project, our sea level rise vulnerability study. So that's coming to a close, and so that's reflected here. And then, of course, we're showing the value of the 5 staff reductions that we're proposing, and also showing the value of our service contract reductions on this line item. So the now famous waterfall slides that Ryan mentioned, and he really impressed upon me the value of this, so I'm really trying to embrace the waterfall graphics. And so what we're looking here is the same line items and reflecting these changes graphically to really compare our existing budget to our proposed budget, and you can see the change not only through the line items on the right, but through graphical bars to reflect these changes. Overall, it's a reduced budget, including reduced general fund expenditures, and our hope is that this proposed budget matches our work program. And again, like I said before, we'll monitor and adjust as needed. We're going to spend a couple slides on our housing special funds. So the next 2 slides are telling really the same story, one from an expense perspective and one from a revenue perspective. In essence, there are no new grant awards built into this budget, and this is really partially due to timing. And so we are anticipating the release of Home 2024 funds and also the release of permanent local housing allocation funds, which we will reflect as those revenues come in, but they're certainly not reflected here. Okay, so as we wrap up our planning budget, I'm going to review our emerging issues and accomplishments. So I mentioned the use of our general plan funds and technology funds. These are one-time uses, and this will support the declining permit revenue sources just to continue to provide really good services to our community. Streamline Santa Cruz, I mentioned that, but this has been a really big lift and resulting in better customer service, better throughput, really just better processes for our entire program. Several of the 12 program initiatives are complete and are in monitoring phase. This budget does include a comprehensive code update project, which will just start this year. And so we're pretty excited about this one. And then, I mentioned this uncertainty of future development, but that said, we do see about 1,600 units in the pipeline. So if they start coming through the front door, we'll adjust. I do want to kind of sidebar on this slide because on Tuesday, at the regular Board of Supervisors meeting, your board inquired about construction of ADUs. And so I want to just share a little bit about that. And so I think the question was related to how many ADUs have we seen since state legislation came into play? And so I pulled some numbers together. I think it's really interesting. So some of the first state legislation came in place in about 2020. And from 2020 to 2021, we saw dramatic growth in ADUs, 85% growth. We went from 35 units built in 2020 to 65 units in 2021. And then we saw additional legislation at the state level come in 22. And in so then we saw more growth. So from 23 to 24, we saw, no, I apologize for that. No, from 22 to 23, we saw 40% growth, and then 15% growth from 23 to 24. So just continued growth of ADU construction really being pushed by state legislation. And so as of 2024, we're building more than 100 ADU units, which is a pretty dramatic increase from the 2020 year of 35 units. Now, I will comment, though, and this reflects back to the overall budget theme, is that in 2025, we saw a pretty steep decline in ADU construction, and we believe it's because of the uncertainty of the economy. But in 2025, we saw just 45 units built. I will further comment that that all of this ADU construction did significantly contribute to our RENA numbers, and so our housing element numbers, which is great news. So in the first 2.5 years of this current RENA cycle, ADUs accounted for 65% of all of our units built. So ADUs are clearly an important part of our landscape and our housing units being constructed. Okay, so looking at some more emerging issues, we've talked a bit about AI today. We know it's rapidly evolving. We are fully embracing it. We do believe that practical applications are still being developed, and we're still exploring those. We think, in the coming years, we should be able to implement that AI direction, so we're watching it closely. The evolving state regulations, we talked about that for ADUs, but to be honest, there's just more and more state regulations coming our way, and keeping up with it is challenging. So we're putting more investment in technology to try to manage and keep our system updated based upon that. And then the reduced housing funds, we did discuss this a bit earlier, but we see some reductions, but we hope to get some better news this summer. So as we move into accomplishments, I do want to a bit celebrate this. Even though it's a reduced budget, I do believe it's a good budget. It's balanced. And I think I'm going to wrap it up here with acknowledging and celebrating some of our accomplishments. And so we've implemented the streamlined Santa Cruz process. We started or completed 12 of those programs. We added and found owners for 5 new lower income units, awarding $1.5 million in housing funds for our affordable housing program. We've closed or resolved over 1,500 code cases. We created dashboards for data showing permits issued, review times, numbers of reviews. So our technology and metric transparency has been really off the charts. And we completed annual amendments, tribal consultation fee, Mills Act implementation, North Coast parking, coastal permit, ministerial processing for housing. So we've had a lot of really great accomplishments, and I think that's a worthy point of celebrating. So as we wrap this up, I do want to pause before we go into Public Works and see if there's any questions that I can try to answer, or if you like, I'll just continue through the Public Works, and then we could put questions at the end. Would you prefer that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, I'm going to take a drink of water because
Okay, we appreciate
it's been
it.
a day.
I think it's been a day for you.
Well, it's been more of a day for you also.
We'll just call you Marathon Matt.
What's that?
Just call you Marathon Matt.
Oh, thank you. No. This is great. This is great information. I know the challenges around Public Works, but I assure you, there's more to celebrate than to frown upon. And even though there's more work to be done, I truly believe, and I think I can show you that even with limited resources, we're doing amazing work, and I hope we can all get behind it. So let's start out with the services we provide in Public Works. And so it's really three core areas. Special services is really countywide operations for sanitation, recycling solid waste, flood control, drainage, and construction management. This group is led by Carolyn Burke, and oh good, she's still here. By the way, we have a sanitation board meeting beginning in about an hour, so we're probably a few of us are gonna miss that, but Carolyn will escape and go lead the charge because we have a budget presentation tonight. So we've got it covered, Kim. We got you covered, so we're good. So the other core mission of our Public Works Department is our transportation group. This group is led by Steve Wiesner, who he and his team are here, and they implement repairs and they improve our road system. They're really focused on our day-to-day road operations, and our road superintendent, Alex Sandoval's here as well. And I want to thank him and his team for doing just some amazing work with a very lean budget. You know, we're all living it, but they seem to be able to get some really spectacular work done year after year. We'll talk more about all these areas, of course. And then our administrative services, led by Kim Moore, she and her team are here today as well. And so they provide support for budget, personnel support, clerical support, and IT, information technology support. So I want to thank them all for being here, for really putting this budget together. And if we get into detailed questions, I'll lean on them to really have robust discussions as you see fit. So let's dig into the big numbers, the overall budget overview. And so what you're going to see again is reduced numbers. But there's some key drivers that we really need to talk about. I see it as really three components that are driving the lower numbers that you see on this chart. You know, you can look at the revenue, expenses down quite a bit. But the key drivers is that storm repair, we're deferring some of that. And I'm going to talk about some of the good of storm damage, but for now, I just have to leave it at we're deferring some storm damage repair due to lack of local match. Some of the lowering of the budget is due to completed projects, about $11 million, which is celebratory. And then a third component is what we call a multi-year project rollover. And it's kind of complicated and confusing, but if a large project's budgeted in 1 year, but doesn't finish and rolls to the next year, it's not reflected in the proposed budget, but it will be reflected in the final budget. But it appears to be a reduction at this moment. So it's slightly confusing. That rollover amount is more than $15 million. And so a significant part of what you see as a reduction is really not. So I just want to put that out there. I do want to highlight the district sales tax contribution of $2 million. This is the fourth line. This is funding cost increases in our road operations group, and they're really the core of our mission in transportation. And so I want to appreciate and thank the board and the CEO's office for continuing to make this recommendation the same as last year. We hope it'll be the same in future years because this is really the core of our mission is to do road operations. So now we'll go through a series of charts and look at some of the details. So we'll start with expenses by service area. And so this slide shows the split by expenses for our three core areas of public works. You can see transportation and special services are really driven by projects and operational costs. And then our admin group is driven by all staff costs. So all staff are built into the admin budget. And then the other two are really project-driven or operational-driven. And you can see that it's almost a pretty even split, about a third, a little more with admin services, but pretty close. So here's another way to look at those same expenses. We can break this down into some line items. I'm going to try to explain some of these. I mean, salaries and benefits is self-explanatory, but I think I'm going to jump into that, into the other, well, service and supplies are all the contracts and all the contracts that we put out, but this other financing uses, that 10.3 million is a bond call. And so it's good that it's built in the budget because we're starting to retire those bonds that we had to issue in 2023. And so this is kind of a good news. We're retiring bonds, and so that's what that 10.3 reflects. And then those other charges, the other rather large number on the page is our overhead expenses, which cover things like risk management, ISD, GSD services, and our equipment and facility depreciation. And so those are all combined together to make that pretty significant number there. So now let's look at the revenue side to support all those expenses. So again, we'll look at the line items. So charge for services, those are our CSA revenues. Those are our solid waste fee revenues, sanitation fee revenues, small district, not the big district, and our ISF charges for labor. So all the labor charges for projects, and so that's why that number is so large at 115 million. That 49.1 intergovernmental revenue, what that really is grants. And so we talk a lot about grants at the board level because that's an important area. We want to leverage up our local dollars. Well, there's our number, 49.1 million. Now that does include FEMA, federal highways, but it's also state grants and other grants that we've secured. And then that 9.3 million, the taxes, what that is really driven by our flood control property tax and our Measure D. Our portion of the Measure D sales tax is in that 9.3 million. So that's really the crux of our revenue to support our entire public works budget. So next, I will share some details on our three core areas, and so we'll look at them one by one. We'll start with transportation. And so we've talked about this, but let's look at it again, the numbers. So one of the key drivers in the reduction in revenue and expenses is $45 million of deferred storm damage projects due to no local match for that. You can also see the increase in road operation expenses and revenue at 2.2 million, and this is really driven by labor and material costs. And we've been talking about that story all week, so no difference here. That's fortunately covered mostly by the Measure K, district sales tax contribution, so thank you for that. And then that bottom one is the celebratory, that's projects completed. So over $11 million of projects completed this last fiscal year. So those can come off of the list, and we can really, acknowledge that. And I'll get into those details here a bit as we get into later in the presentation. Okay, let's look at special services. And so the reduced budget here is primarily driven by project rollover, which I talked a bit about, project completion, or even this new area, this pass-through costs for credit card use. And I think we heard this earlier on another department presentation where these credit card fees are starting to stack up, and so we're trying to pass them through. And so you see that in the key highlights, the changes, the real drivers for this reduction. Not much of a reduction, especially knowing that some of this is rollover costs. So the special services budget is pretty close to a status quo budget. Let's take a look at the administrative services budget. Really, this one's growing, and what's growing here is salaries and benefits, and we've been talking a lot about that today for our Public Works division. It's about a $5 million increase. And then, we also have this reduction of spending in our CSAs because we completed projects, more celebration, right? So we manage all the road CSAs, and a lot of those areas had storm damage. And so we assist, we facilitate, we manage those projects, and we completed a lot of those projects. So about $2.5 million, so slight reduction in that area. All right, we're going to continue into more details here. So these are our line item details, and there's going to be 4 slides of this. So lots of detail coming your way. Get ready. So here's the line item. Again, we see the salary and benefit increases. That second line is really a multi-year project that will be a rollover, which is a great project, the Watsonville Slough project. And then we see that reduction in storm damage, so delaying those projects, that's a big reduction. There's that reduction for projects completed, and here you get to see which projects we're really talking about. Soquel Drive buffered bike lane and the Green Valley multi-use path. And then, of course, we've got the another great completed project, our 2025 pavement management project, nearly a $5 million pavement management project. That's really, really amazing. And then we see the increase to road operations due to labor and material costs, which we've talked quite a bit about. Let's see here. I do want to counter a little bit of the bad news on this page. We talk about the deferred storm damage, the $45 million of reduced projects. I don't want that to overshadow the great work that this county has done over the last quite a few years. In the last 8 or 9 years, we've had 8 or 9 major disasters. 2 of those really, really significant, the 2017 storm disaster and the 2023 storm disaster. So just looking at those 2 natural disasters, we completed 334 projects valued at $187 million. So even though we're maybe at the end of some of these projects where we're having to put them on hold for a bit, we shouldn't lose sight that we've done a huge lift to keep our roads open and operational for our community. 334 projects, and we spent $187 million in the past 8 years, 9 years. Okay, let's have some more fun with waterfall charts. Thank you, Ryan Friedrich. So this is a way to look at these line items graphically. And so this is all comparing from our current adopted 25-26 budget. You can graphically see the changes. You can see all the things we've been talking about, the ups and the downs, resulting in the proposed budget today of 66,573. And so it is a reduction, but for some very, very valid reasons. And so I'll just leave you with that. In special services, same waterfall chart with not as much change. That Watsonville Slough is going to be a rollover. Actually, a great investment. We haven't really talked about it yet, but the PERFMA, and we'll talk about it again. That's a really significant investment. It hasn't been a major topic for this board because we formed a JPA and we've kind of moved that topic, that conversation out of this board chambers. But this county is still really invested in it. And you can see the number that we contribute every year to those efforts. And we will highlight another project that we're involved in on that front as well. So more to really talk about in a good way. We talked about the administrative services expenditures, not much of a change here. You know, we saw an increase in salaries. We did complete some projects, which is great, but pretty close to a status quo budget for that group. And now we're going to dig into some project specifics, which I hope you all like, because this is, this is the things that we're here for, really. Public Works, we're here to build great projects for the community. I'm going to start with projects that are built into this current budget. We're going to talk about those first, and then for the accomplishments, we'll talk about the ones we completed. So let's start with this list. We have a couple pages of this, I think. So one of the projects that's built into the budget now is our Soquel Phase 2. That $3 million is the design effort, so that's not the whole project. But we think in this next fiscal year, we can really implement a good chunk of that design, so you see that there. One of our highest priorities, I mentioned road operations, that's a high priority. Bridges is also a high priority. We have 11 bridges in our program. I will mention more about that in a bit. But that's a pretty significant program that's really taken a back seat to storm damage, and it now needs to take a front seat, and I'll explain why in a bit. We've got a great signal project on Soquel Drive. I will mention that that's some rollover money from last year that was had a significant general fund contribution, so thank you for that. Metal Beam Guardrail Project, a good project up on El Rancho and La Madrona. And then that storm damage repair projects, we're still building storm damage repair projects. And so over $6 million. And I did try to pull together a quick summary in case you were interested. What those various projects are. We have 7 projects that will be wrapping up construction this coming fiscal year. We have 4 going to construction, and we have 22 in design. So we're not giving up. We're just having to be more moderate and modest about our attack of storm damage projects. So I just want you to see that there's over $6 million built into this budget for storm repair projects. We've talked quite a bit about the lower Watsonville Slough. So that's still built into the budget to wrap up some environmental work. CSA 7, that is a wastewater treatment facility up in Boulder Creek. And so a significant project that we wanted to highlight here. And so that's mostly grant funds with a little bit of support from the community. And then another really large project is our new project to really upgrade the Ben Lomond transfer station reflected here. There's also some significant work being done at Buena Vista. And we will cover a little more about that in a minute. So, but I'm going to shift gears and talk about some of our state and federal risks, some of our emergent issues, and I'm going to end on a high note of accomplishments. So let's take a look at some of our risks. So starting with the federal funding side of it, there's still FEMA risk out there, and the biggest risk is really 2017 storm damage and CZU tree removal. We do anticipate denials in some of these remaining projects. Our estimated value of these denials will be in that neighborhood of $19 million. About $9 million of that money is projects that were built. So those are funds that we'll have to just anticipate no reimbursement on. And about $8 million is tree costs that we may never get a dollar back on. We're continuing to engage in the appeal process, and we will, as a last-ditch effort, work with CDAA, which is Cal OES, to try to get some funds out of the system to partially fund those projects. State funding risks. We did secure a very, very large grant, $21.2 million for Soquel Phase 2. As you, I think, are all aware, we still have a funding gap. We're going to continue to pursue that closing that gap, but it means that it's a funding risk. It's a grant risk is really what it is, and so I list it here. Federal policy risks. This is really good news here. The Build America 250 Act came out in the middle of May. The language did out of the House T&I, and in general is good news. It shows increased funding for bridges, local bridges, and increased funding for road maintenance. And so it's got a long ways to go. So the risk there is that it doesn't make it all the way. That's why it's on here. It's a good news story, but the risk is it doesn't make it. And so, we all have to come strong with advocacy and try to get this one across the finish line. Some more policy risk from the federal government, HR 4669, this is FEMA legislation. I'm going to put this in the good and the bad category. The good is that this legislation, if approved, will preserve FEMA, will keep it intact. There was conversation that FEMA would go away, which would mean that all of the disasters would be on us locally. The downside to it is that HR 4669 will put a larger burden on local communities, so a larger local match. And then I'm gonna end on a good news, because the good news of that is that the way they've structured this legislation is that a smaller share will be more reliable. It'll be as a block grant where you'll get the money up front. We won't have to fight for years and years to get the money reimbursed. So yes, it may be a smaller share, but it'll be much more secure, more reliable. We can plan for it. We can pick and choose the most critical projects that we want to invest those funds in. So some good and bad there. And this is where I want to talk more about bridges. And so the federal bridge program, HBP, is really important to us, and bridges, as I mentioned, is a high priority. We have 11 bridges in this program. We have seen significant delays because of the storm damage distractions or diversions or whatever you want to call it. And so we've put some of these projects at great risk. We plan to really invest everything we've got to save these 11 projects valued at $62.8 million. And so we're pushing hard on this to deliver these projects and making this a very high priority for our county. Okay, so let's move into some emerging issues, which a lot of these we've really already talked about. I think 2 points that I'd like to make on this slide would be that bridges are a priority in our proposed budget. It's reflected here, so you have that assurance. And then the other point is on culverts. Culverts is a priority, and within this budget, we have 2 line items that are rather significant. We have $3.8 million budgeted from the CDBG DER funding to replace old broken culverts, and we have $1 million budgeted in our road operations for culvert repair and replacement. So we are significantly investing in culverts, but they still continue to be a large problem, a large challenge, but we're chipping away at it. So continuing on the emerging issues, and these continues to be emerging issues. Road operations, I mean, it's just a big lift. We are heavily relying on Measure K, and we thank you for that. So we'll just continue to work hard to deliver everything we can with a proactive maintenance program in an effort to reduce flooding, improve safety, and preserve those roadway assets. Aging infrastructure will continue to be an emerging issue and a focus area. And then here we are, Buena Vista landfill redevelopment. This is a really exciting moment in time with this proposed budget, because a part of this budget, part of this next fiscal year, we envision a draft EIR to hit the street to select a preferred alternative so that we can build a new transfer station and close the landfill. The landfill is at near capacity today. And so this is an exciting time. We're all going to be a part of this. It'll be a lot of work, but it's a major milestone for us. So now the next two slides, and this is going to wrap it up for me. So thank you for bearing with me on a long PowerPoint. I do want to highlight some accomplishments. And so we've talked about these a bit, but we'll talk about them a bit more. SoCal Drive, Phase 2, $21.2 million grant. And so that's an exciting project. We're moving into design. Our roadway safety action plan, your board adopted this recently. This is a key part of our Vision Zero goal. The Green Valley Road multi-use path was completed. 2 miles of separated pedestrian bicycle pathway, very successful. Our county staff recycling centers, this was kind of a difficult change, but to really benefit the community. And so we transitioned to operating these centers with county staff, saving us $350,000 per year. I did mention the CDBG-DR disaster funding. We did secure $14 million. A big chunk of that goes to culverts. The rest of it is really focused on Paulson Road raise. And then a completed project, the SoCal Drive Buffered Bike Lane Congestion Mitigation Project, a $30 million transformative project that's completed today. And I think it really benefits the community every single day. Some further accomplishments. We've completed and continued to hone in our countywide culvert condition survey. You got to measure it to fix it, right? You got to know what you're getting into, and this is really the start of that. Same with pavement condition survey. We completed that. We presented that. Knowledge is everything, right? Data is everything, and so both of these efforts really are leading to more data, so we can make more informed decisions and really better investments. We talked about this the other day, the county-led litter cleanup program. This is the pitch-in effort, and we'll be expanding that program with a $500,000 grant. And so we're looking forward to that volunteer litter cleanup program. The PERFMA 100-year flood protection. So we've partnered with PERFMA. This actually is some CDBG-DR funds that we've been working closely to raise a flood wall along Salsapuedes Creek near College Road, really giving people more protection. And then the free yard waste days in District 5. Thank you, Chair Martinez, for sort of kicking this off. We coordinated with you and your staff, and we saw a increase in disposal volume during that program of 50%. So that means our yards and our forests are getting cleaned up, and so thank you for supporting that. With that, I'm going to end right here with our recommended actions to approve the proposed 26-27 budget for community development infrastructure, including any supplemental materials, which include those revenues, expenses, general fund contributions, district sales tax contributions, and other fund contributions to support staffing of 358.5 full-time equivalents. And I and staff are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the thorough presentation on both planning and public works. Appreciate it. I'm going to start off by going out to the public. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak on this item? Welcome.
And I'm going to talk about the permitting process. I'm going to give you an update on rebuilding after CZU. It's been 5 years, 9 months. My name is Sally Lucier. I'm a retired speech therapist and special education educator. We've been actually very fortunate, even though the time goes on and the money commitments go on, but we've been very, very successful in working with our insurance company. We also have had a lot of support from Monica Martinez's office and her staff. Also, we've met frequently with the Recovery Permit Center, and CDI has been really helpful. Here are our problems at the moment. We lost 5 buildings. 2 have been rebuilt but are not completed. As mentioned this morning in the probation presentation, there has been a difficulty in supply chain issues. Obviously, the greatly increased material costs. We've had some difficulty in finding skilled labor, specifically in stucco. And then the need and the cost for special inspections. So far, with 2 buildings partially replaced, we have used 128% of our insurance outlay. And we are hoping to soon submit our permit request for our main house, and hopefully money will last. But I really want to thank the county. You have worked on the permitting process, and it has been really helpful. We'll call on you again as we submit our plans for the main house. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone further in chambers? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
I have no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll return to the board for questions, discussion, and a motion. I'll start with Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that presentation. I want to go back to the ADU, and I'm going to try to just roll through some of these questions, some of which I think we can get answered now, some of which I think can be answered later. So the ADU question, I think it would be great to just get some of this information back. At certain points you were talking in numbers, and certain points you were talking in percentages, and so for me it's hard to convert between the two. So I think it would be good in terms of the ADU production from 2020 to present to kind of get those numbers of how many were produced. It'd also be interesting and helpful to know how many, like where those were produced, and were those new ADUs or were there those rebuilds from the fire? Because I was just looking at it and I saw you mentioning the uptick in numbers, and just knowing that there's some people up there who took the opportunity to build ADUs after the fire. Are those, new rebuilds, or are these being built on properties that, have existing structures and existing homes? And I guess a question, this is something that I'd actually like to get answered now. So if a home was lost, or if ADUs were lost during the fires and they were rebuilt after the fires, are those getting counted towards our RENA numbers? No.
No,
Okay.
no, they're not.
Okay.
Replacements aren't counted towards RENA numbers.
Perfect. So then those other numbers will be helpful to have. I guess, has there been any communication recently with FEMA? I mean, have they been actively engaging with this, or, they just kind of?
Well, we actually, yes, we have engaged with them. The struggle we have today is that, let's talk about the 2017. Our period of performance is at the end. And so we're at a point where we needed an extension, and I don't think they're going to give it to us. They're just holding the line at regulations. So it's not that they're not communicating with us. We're just at a point now where really the regulations are stacked up against us. In general, we've gotten, a fair amount of reimbursement, more to go. Federal Highway's been a lot better. CalES has been better. FEMA's still a little slow, but where we have obligations and where we have projects completed, we anticipate getting reimbursement, except for maybe those 2017s where the period of performance is expired and the regulations are stacked against us. So I think it's more of a regulatory issue than just a FEMA staffing issue.
Got it. And then I'm just wanting to confirm that the Cement Plant Road project and Sharkfin Cove, that those are going to be in this year's work plan. I mean, I know that it's at different phases, but I'm just wanting to make sure that that is the case.
Well, I'll speak to shark fin. That is in our budget, and I know we've got a work program. Cement Plant Road, I'm not sure what's left to do on that one, so I'll ask Steve to chime in on.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. Steve Wiesner, Assistant Director in Public Works. Yeah, currently, Cement Plant Road doesn't have anything in the budget, so we are waiting for the next action on that. As you know, we did complete the feasibility study that was in last year's budget.
Right. I just want to flag for the board that as we're continuing to have these conversations around potential FLAP grant, I'm going to be moving over any remaining Measure K money from this year to help support that. So I really want to make sure that's in the plan. Obviously, we don't know if we're going to move forward with that grant application or not, but I think that through our conversations, we don't want to be in a position where, you know, it's like, well, it's not in our work plan, so it's going to have to wait till next year, even though we do have potential funding for it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I will say, though, that as that funding becomes available, say your contribution to it, you know, we certainly can amend our budget at, you know, really any given time. And in terms of our work plan, I think if, you know, you give us a chance to look at it, it's not a huge project at this point. So I think we can talk about that and work that into the plan. It's when we have mid-year large projects, that becomes really problematic for us, especially ones without money.
Right.
So,
yeah, and this is one where essentially, based on the conversations and what comes out of those conversations, it essentially will be applying for a FLAP grant.
Right.
And then if we got it, that would mean something bigger. But, you know, we just want to make sure that, given that that grant program is going to kick off in 2027 and we're about to initiate these conversations, we just want to make sure that we don't lose an opportunity to potentially bring in, you know, millions.
I think what's really important is that we work with your office to develop a scope and a schedule so that we're on the same page, because, you know, managing the expectations is everything. And so you've got the money, but then we have to put pen to paper and make sure we're doing, you know, the delivery of what we both anticipate. So I think we can do that.
Yeah, and that's why I just want to make sure for the context of this conversation, like that is likely going to be a priority. We'll see what aspects of it will be, you know, county responsibility. It's largely, I mean, Cement Plant Road, that's the only county project within that conversation. And so I just want to make sure that we're on the same page at this point, because communicate early, right?
Right.
This is the opportunity. So, so with that, I'll just say that it's really encouraging to hear how much affordable housing is coming in. That's kind of my big push, as you all hear from me very often. So the fact that those projects are coming in and we may see them breaking ground pretty soon here is very encouraging. And outside of that, I just want to appreciate all the work that's been going on. I mean, I feel like we have some road projects. I feel like a lot of road projects are happening in other parts of the county. I don't know if you have numbers that you want to give me.
Well, you know what? You just reminded me, I was going to highlight in our accomplishments the, you know, some additional project like Swanton Road. I mean, that thing turned out amazing.
Yeah.
So that was a really huge project that we've been saving up for multiple years and delivered it. You know, and so I was even going to mention a couple down in South County, but thank you for reminding me of projects in D3, because that's important to us.
And I guess because I just actually had someone commenting on this. I know, if I remember correctly, last year there was some talk about Empire Grade being in the pipeline, and so I'm just wondering where that might be at, or if that's going to be coming forward.
Yeah, sure. Steve Wiesner again. Thank you. Yeah, so Empire Grade is in next year's budget, and we can plan on that for our summer 27 paving project. Yeah.
So summer 27?
That's right. Yep.
All
And
right,
that's through grants we got through the RTC.
Great.
So, yeah.
Great. Awesome. So yeah, just want to continue to express my appreciation for your department, all your staff, the amazing work they do to try to stay on top of, you know, roads that are on, you know, eroding mountains and all the other projects that we have going on. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing the sea level rise LCP amendments. I mean, I think that's going to be a huge accomplishment for your department coming here soon. And I will say that one of, you know, with the streamlining effort, I guess the one concern that I've had really is around maintaining public process. I think that what we've heard from some folks in the past is, you know, you go in, you talk to somebody, you go out and, you know, do some work on your property, you come back, and then they say, oh, wait, you got to go do this again. You come back like, oh, no, wait, you got to go do this. And so, and I feel like that's gotten better. We don't have as many complaints on that, in that regard. But I do feel like one of the things that's been happening is and some of this might be state law, but things that are going to ministerial approval and not having any kind of public input. And so I just hope that there are ways that we can continue to have the public weigh in on some of these projects if it's not a state requirement.
On those, if I may, on those first couple of comments you made there, I think we've really worked hard to develop our SOPs, our standard operating procedures, so that our messaging out to the customer is very consistent. The other thing we've really put a lot of energy into is pre-applications, through our DRG group, and really try to get the applicant in early before they make a formal application and make sure they've got enough content, they've thought it through, they've got all the elements so that we can process it. That's really important. In fact, even on some of these ministerial projects, that's happening so that it's the best project it can be, even though maybe it's, following some state legislation not everybody's crazy about, but we're really working hard on the pre-application. One of the early streamline conclusions that we found back in 2018 was that applications were really poorly done. And so we put a lot of energy into working with applicants, to your point of communicating what's needed to see a project through. So I think we're making great progress.
Yeah, and I think it's shown just because I don't get as many emails about that anymore.
Good.
So,
that's great news.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the marathon presentation, Matt. That was excellent. A few comments first on the planning side. I really want to acknowledge all the work that's happening. You talked about a reduction of overall applications, but I think, really from the work that the department's putting out and ultimately from the perception of the public, both in terms of projects being discussed and assuming they actually move forward, I think we're going to see some very significant projects start to go up soon. So I think it's going to look more like a building boom in general. I really want to acknowledge all the work that has happened to go into that. Stephanie, working, I think, really since I've been in this seat to lay the groundwork for that. Of course, Suzanne, a lot of these projects are affordable housing projects and have involved your careful shepherding and contributions, and now Jocelyn coming over to your side of the house to actually get building permits. So these projects are going to have a huge impact on affordability in our community, and I want to acknowledge all the good work that's happening there. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's unfortunate that we're never able to hire the 2 plan techs that the board really explicitly wanted to fund in last year's budget, and that those came out of the recommendations from our overall Streamline Santa Cruz report. I understand the fiscal realities we're facing, as well as just sort of the overall reduction in applications. Just looks like now we're going to have to take a more reductive approach to the streamline effort. It's just as far as less staff, less consultants. We're going to have to continue to minimize the process.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
I actually think the streamline effort, we've completed so many of those projects, and the remaining ones, especially the really critical one like the code update, is built into the budget. So we're hopeful that we don't see any loss of ground made on the streamlining effort because so much has already been done. So fingers crossed that we continue on a great pathway.
Great. Yeah, no, I'm optimistic. Shifting over to the public works side of the house, I also really want to acknowledge all the fantastic work that's been done out there on our roads. So thank you, Steve, Alex, Jeffrey, and Casey. You guys do amazing work every day, and as you know, I'm in my office, I think probably emails at least, or reaches out to at least one of you every day, if not all of you. And I just thank you for always being responsive and for doing absolutely everything that we can with the budget that's available. And for completing some really incredible projects. The SoCal Buffer Bike Lane project, we're still putting the final touches on that. I know with getting the right bollards in there, but I rode down SoCal actually for the first time with the cargo bike with my daughter the other day, and I actually felt safe. I have to say, I have put off this long doing it with a child because it's a crazy street, but that buffer really made a difference, and I think is really making it a accessible corridor for all ages and abilities. I'll try to cut to the chase here. I mean, of course, the core thing on my mind is, even just today, it looks like NOAA put out an announcement. El Nino forms expected to strengthen, says NOAA forecasters. And that article says, if this threshold is surpassed, NOAA considers a very strong El Nino event likely this year. I mean, I believe that both 16, 17, and 2023 storms were also El Nino events. What's the plan?
Well, we don't know what the impacts are going to be, so it's hard to really project what a plan would be. But I'll tell you what, the last couple of winters, our operational strategy has been because we've had some big storms. I mean, not a whole winter of them, but we've had some big ones. And operationally, what we do is we get out there, whatever time of night it is, we close the roads so it's safe, and then we return during regular business hours, and we do what we can do within our budget. We've got all staff budgeted for the year, so we do what we can do. Now, if we were to have that 2023 event again, we're really gonna have to pause and really prioritize, because I can tell you, the level of response we did in 23, we can't do that again. Even though at the time it seemed like the right thing, we had 60 roads closed, we felt like we didn't have a choice. The next disaster, we're gonna have to be more thoughtful and probably make some hard decisions. For instance, focus on federal highway routes. On more minor damages, we have to just put them on the side and make them a county-led effort. Don't put them in the federal bucket. The federal buckets takes too long. It's too big of a financial commitment on the front end. So we're gonna implement a new strategy for that. Now, I can't say it's gonna be enough for whatever Mother Nature brings because it's just such an unknown. But we've been thinking about this for multiple years. So we'll just have to be thoughtful when the time comes. I suspect it'll be a slow response and more unfinished projects, especially the minor ones.
Yeah, and I know the roads crew puts forward a Herculean, superhuman effort every time we deal with these disasters, and I have no doubt that we'll do so again, right? I mean, my question is more those 60 road closures. How many will we actually be able to reopen, given our current financial situation? I mean, given the reserves that we have,
right?
How many could we potentially reopen?
Well, it's hard to answer that. I mean, a lot of those were mudslides that it really just took, a week of crew. So those will get opened. But where the whole road collapses, I don't know. The prioritization will really be an important piece. Is the road a one way in, one way out, or is another way out? If there's another way out, then it may have to sit for a while. So, but I don't think there's an answer to any of those questions because the unknown is too great, right? We can't project what the winter's gonna be. We know it could be big, but we just don't know what magnitude.
Right, but 130 million in damage for both 2016, 17 and 2023.
Yeah.
Why, I would expect a little bit more planning about another $130 million event and how we're gonna deal with it. And this conversation should be happening with the CEO's office as well, right? What amount of reserves could we use? How would we respond?
So let me share, we'll go a little deeper on this one then. And I appreciate the question because it does get us to thinking about this. We've been in deep thought for some time about the idea of zones of benefit for damage-prone areas. And I think that is a really key part to this future strategy. So we know the areas that are prone and very susceptible. And so we have an effort working with the CEO's office today, right now, to look at that structure, look at the technical side, think about how we could present this idea, zone of benefit for neighborhoods or general areas so that we can be ready for that next big disaster. It's not if, it's just when, right? So in terms of preparedness, that's really where we're putting most of our focus, is trying to be ready with zones of benefit so that we can support rebuilding in those areas that people choose to want to rebuild.
I mean, how quickly do we think we could actually stand those up? I mean, assuming people approve them.
Right, so, they do have to follow our, our typical annual process because it would be a part of the tax roll in August, so it's a springtime thing. And so here we are in early summer, the timing's good. Now, it may not be good for the winter exactly, but we know the time to rebuild takes years and years anyways. So if we do have a really major winter, I think it will actually motivate us to be more successful with zones of benefit. People will be itching to say yes to zones of benefit so that we can go and repair their road. So it could work out in a very good timing way. Doesn't mean the roads get repaired overnight, but it could set us up for a more, planned future for sure.
Right. I mean, to translate, zones of benefit mean additional taxes for the people in those areas, right? I mean, of whatever, forced levy. I mean, I don't know if people will be itching to pay more. I think that might be a little bit of an overstatement, especially given the slide that showed that zero general fund contribution to the roads fund today. I mean, that is zero of our property tax dollars. That's a pretty low number. So anyway, let's keep going. I know we want to get out of here by 5. So the culvert work that's essential this year. I mean, you mentioned the $1 million from the roads, the typical road work fund, and the $3.8 million from the CBDGR funds. Now, I think the $3.8 million was referred to at one point in previous presentation as 10 million, but really it's for culverts specifically, 3.8 million, and that would be coming over potentially 2 years. So we could see the beginning of that next year and then maybe the rest of it in the following year. About how many culverts would it repair and when could we start the work?
Yeah. And that whole program was valued at about, I think, 14 million.
Yeah.
And so 3.8 to culverts, there was about $1 million and some change to the flood wall raising. And then Paulson Road gets,
like 7.
7, I think it was.
Yeah.
Correct.
Hi, Steve Wiesner again. Yeah, we're still working on refining the list, but we're just a little bit north of 30. We think we could get $3 million.
Okay.
Quite a bit.
That's great. And any sense off the top of your head with the $1 million from our the annual road work program?
So we think about that more in linear footage and but just a little over 1,000 linear footage. So 1,200 is about what we do per year with that funding.
Can you approximate that?
It's they're just consider about 100 per run. So 12.
12. Okay.
Yeah.
So 12
it's a
plus
50 foot to 100 per run. So 12 to 15, something like that. And these are the crews do shallow. 24 inches usually and lower.
Okay. Yeah. Great. I mean, 40, 42 culverts. That's great. And of course, I do want to appreciate the culvert dashboard, which shows 509 are currently failed and 388 are in poor condition. So I mean, we are making, these are good efforts for sure, but the need is immense. Is there any way to move, to for example, take that $3.8 million, it sounds like it's a pretty sure thing from the CBDGDR funds, to take those out of reserves now and start doing those projects before what is likely to be a major winter?
Yeah, we've been talking about during budget hearings, we have some limited reserves and we're really at the threshold of what we can use right now in the budget to meet our cash needs before we hit the property tax payments in next November and December. So, and we only have 3.3 million left to go before we hit that 10% threshold that is board required for our reserves. So I have concerns using that. I mean, we can wait to see how we end the year, and we'll obviously be coming back to you with the final budget, but I don't think we're not going to be able to advance that before the winter season.
If I could just share that CDBG funds, those are some of the most difficult you'll ever spend. It's just regulation wise, and it's not, you wouldn't be able to spend outside of their process and get reimbursement on that. So, I mean, I hear the conversation piece, but for that element, it's very specific how you get approvals and do the process steps to build and then get reimbursed.
Gotcha. That's unfortunate. Just hoping if it's a sure thing, maybe we could spend the money
Yeah.
before the rains come,
Yeah.
rather than after, when we're looking at 10x the cost from storm damage projects. Okay. Now I just noted, looking at the kind of agenda look ahead, I think when you guys did the PCI report, we had asked that you come back with a general plan for how to approach our pavement condition problem in this county, which, our PCI report basically said that if we continue on the path of just investing around $5.5 million a year, our PCI would fall from 57 today to 36 within the next 10 years, and probably from there fall off even more, given that roads tend to deteriorate faster and faster once they're in that kind of a condition. And we're spending $5.5 million. We need to be spending $29.5 million just to maintain our current PCI. And the request was some sort of a funding plan or general concept.
Right.
What is that?
Yeah, so we are scheduled to come back 30th, June 30th. And a part of the motion for the PCI finance plan was a broader look. I think it was included, some of the other elements of road infrastructure. So we're responding with a more broad approach and kind of highlighting the priorities and all the other elements like culverts and road operations and pavement management, of course. That's the conversation piece. We also then laid out potential revenue sources, including new revenue sources. And this really goes back to that storm damage repair conversation with zones of benefit, which is a CSA in essence, really. I mean, it's not going to be called a CSA, but it's really the same thing. And so, that's clearly going to be a critical element of this program as well. Two parts of that, meaning that if people start, deciding how they want to fix their own storm damage repair, that would free up our general maintenance funds to do more systematic approaches, which is what you're talking about, a systematic, solution to pavement condition, including culverts and all the things. And so we're hoping that that evolves into more funding for system approaches in addition to zones of benefit for increased levels of maintenance and repair. So I think that'll all come together as a package, and you'll see that on June 30th.
Okay, great. And that's when you'd bring back, I think the other request was around just some of the traffic safety
Right.
improvements.
Right.
Is that also, can we expect that on June 30th?
I don't recall the report back on the safety action plan. Is that what you're referring to?
Just how, what investments you might be able to make in the coming year. And
Oh, yeah. I don't know if we had a time certain on that, but I know Steve and his team have been looking at that in terms of which components could be built into road operations. And so I don't know that we have a time certain, but we're certainly working on that. We're looking at grant opportunities. Timing isn't great right now for it, but it's certainly in our purview now. And in fact, I mentioned the Build America 250 does include that SS4A grant opportunity to continue on. So that would be that would be the element that we would pursue for implementation of the larger safety projects.
Gotcha.
More to come.
How much could we expect from the federal bill?
So, well, it's just the House and House T&I right now. I think the block grants for road maintenance, I don't know the numbers, but I think we had a PowerPoint that we shared out, and so I can reshare that to the entire board so you know what's in that. We don't know if it'll go through the legislation or not, but I can share that PowerPoint to show some of the numbers, actually.
Gotcha. Okay. It did make it into the agenda. Look ahead that some sort of information will be coming back around the safety plan.
Okay, well, let me refresh my memory on that.
Yeah, just the most dangerous county in the state to bike. Would want some kind of idea how we might address that going forward.
We're working on it for sure.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Well, I'm going to just keep this brief because like many people here have said, and like Sally said at the mic, and Sally, I think you've been sitting here a long time today. Thank you for waiting, and thank you for your comments. I've been incredibly impressed with staff. Thank you to everybody. It's hard to be a supervisor. We get like nonstop complaints all the time, and you help us solve real problems. So thank you. Thank you to our roads crew, Alex, unbelievable work. We get, how many a week? Gigi, probably like 30 or 50 complaints a week about our roads. We let you know, and you're out there within like an hour or two. Like, it's just unbelievable. So thank you. We really, really appreciate all the work that you do. Steve, thank you. Steve goes out and sees things directly with me and talks to constituents, and it really helps. And to Matt, you have been amazing going out to many of with constituents, in particular people that are very angry. You've got a lovely bedside. I think I've told you this before. You really do. You get people, you solve problems, and you're very respectful, and by the end of a conversation, people feel heard. Thank you very much. I've also heard that from your staff.
Thank you.
By the way, that they really appreciate your leadership. So I just, obviously, there are things to fix. We'll get there together, and hopefully we can get as many grants as possible so we can continue to fix our roads, culverts, et cetera. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. Nothing but kudos from District 4. I want to thank all your CDI team. I want to thank you, Matt Machado, for your vision and leadership. Your whole team, Steve Wiesner, Stephanie Hansen, Casey, Susan, and Alex Sandoval. He's been so responsive to our office. If I could, I'd give him a raise right now in a career path with CDI. He's been so good with our all our needs in District 4. On the planning side, I'm happy to see the affordable housing, the number that's going up. I'm happy to see the ADUs also. The streamlining effort that we're going, we have to push through that streamlining effort. And, I'm excited and look forward to all the major projects and the capital projects from the SoCal Drive Multimodal Project, especially Paulson Road Raise Project, the culverts that, I think a few are in my district, Streamline Santa Cruz, as I mentioned, all the road operations, the fleet electrification, the Watsonville Slough Ecosystem Restoration Project, I'm excited about. Roadway Safety Action Plan. I actually started the Vision Zero process in Watsonville, so I'm really excited about that. The Zone 7 PERFMA projects, the PERFMA 100-year flood protection. I'm excited that's underway too already. And of course, the pitch-in project that's gonna be, brought into the county. And I have to say, I'm even excited about projects that are not in my district, right? In District 2, West Beach, Freedom, Corralitos, the SoCal Multimodal Project, Varney, all these other projects that are not in my district, but people think they are in my district, so I'm excited about those as well. I'm especially excited about the projects that are in my district that have been done or we're working on. Everything from Murphy Road, Rogie Lane, Scourge Road, Green Valley, College Road, Holohan, and residents right now are really benefiting from the completion of the Green Valley Road multi-use trail. I don't know if you guys have ever been out there, but there's always moms with their baby carriages, people on wheelchairs, people on bikes, people walking their dogs, people walking, running. So you never saw that before. You never saw that before. Every time I drive by there, the thing that would be the focus is all the memorials of candles and flowers of people that have passed away, either walking or riding their bike on that road. So I'm really excited about that project, and I'm looking forward to Casserly, Whiting, Paulson, and the various culvert projects in the near future as well. So thank you, kudos to your entire team. You guys have been doing an excellent job given the budget constraints. So thank you for that leadership. With that, I'd like to move the approval of the proposed 2026-27 budget for community development and infrastructure, including all supplemental materials and all related actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez, a second from Supervisor Cummings. ditto to everything Supervisor Hernandez said. Just add the D5 paving projects to the list of roads. Of course, I truly appreciate the work that's happening across the county. And I think a lot of it, you know, when I talk to people, you know, they're surprised. They're surprised at the progress. They're surprised at the willingness to try things differently from your department. I very much appreciate that. And a lot of it stems from the Streamline Santa Cruz effort, which continues to be a priority of this board. And so thank you for that. I did have a couple quick questions. They'll be really brief. The first has to do with just the proposed updated fee schedule, which adds some significant fees for the pre-permit screening and the pre-application review. Can you just explain how you landed on those amounts, because they were a little significant?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So those pre-permit fees have always been in place, but they were time and material. So they were pay-as-you-go. And so people would, that was a complaint. So people would come in and go through the process, and then we just bill them for the actual time. And some people's time went kind of high. So in general, the community felt like it was an open or a blank check approach, and they just didn't like it. So we did an analysis and determined that a flat rate hopefully will work. We'll have to monitor it, that it's, you know, still doing cost recovery, but it gives people absolute certainty of the cost to do that pre-permit application versus more of just the, you know, billing for our time. So it was really a customer service improvement, and hopefully, from our perspective, that it's cost neutral. People have already been paying those exact fees, but just in a different format.
Thank you. And then one other kind of a priority project, I know it's for my district, but I think all of us care about evacuation routes, and in particular, our Lompico community. We've worked over a number of years to try to identify an evacuation route. And just, I know that there isn't money in this budget that's being proposed to get there. How would you advise my office to get there over the next couple of years?
That's a great question. You know, we talk about that one because the magnitude is, it's a significant project. And so I think the answer, or part of the answer, is a phased approach. And so, you know, maybe it's to start with, you know, that to close the gap between the two dirt roads, just say, to close that gap is going to require a fair amount of permitting and design. I would think phase one would be to do that work. And then phase two could be, you know, initial clearing and initial this, initial that. And finally, at some point, we'll build the road, but it's going to have to be one step at a time. And I think we'd be happy to work with your office to figure out what those appropriate phases would look like, and then identify what kind of investment, you know, we can make into them.
I appreciate that. And I just want to underscore, you know, to you, your department, to CEO, just how much of a priority that is for our residents, just as a matter of public safety. And then one final shout out to everybody who helped to make the free Greenway stays in District 5 a success. I do think that was the most successful thing across the entire county last year. I'm just kidding, there was a lot of great things, but it was a huge hit, at least in District 5. So thank you so much. With that, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair, if I may, I'm just brief comment. I'm going to vote no, not because you guys aren't doing fantastic work, but I just have a fundamental issue with spending zero general fund dollars on roads. And I certainly, I mean, I can think of a lot of things that I would want my property tax dollars, you know, I would rather have my property tax dollars go to roads than a lot of the other things we've discussed. You know, I've tried to at least call out some places where we might be able to find those funds, like maybe just put the surf lessons and the acupuncture and the vegan food classes on hold for a little bit and do some emergency storm repair before what could be a pretty catastrophic season. It's pretty clear this board was not supportive of those efforts, and so I'm just going to vote no and leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. I think in response to that, I wouldn't say there's been a specific proposal to move from some of those projects you named to this. We're addressing each priority kind of budget by budget. I definitely hear your concerns, but I would just want to kind of correct the record that there hasn't been we vote this rather than this vote on behalf of the board.
Sure, but I mean, I tried to create some capacity in our budget to address this and other issues, urgent issues. And haven't had the support for it, so.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Nope.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
No.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
That concludes today's budget hearings. Our next budget hearing will be the last day budget meeting at 9 a.m. Wednesday, June 24th, and it will be here in the County Government Center.
And then we finished at 4:42.
Recording stopped.